Cold. Fucking freezing. I opened my eyes, dressed in tattered rags, 2 icicles hanging from my nose, everything around me a blinding white. A second ago, I'd been live streaming a wilderness survival show in the rainforest when some venomous bug bit me. Then I opened my eyes, and Great Chu Dynasty, Nanjiang Prefecture, Ping'an County, Stone Bridge Village. I'd become the village idiot, Tang Yiming. Same name as me. A flood of memories crammed into my head, and I sorted them out fast. My uncle, Tang Erniu, had his eye on the original owner's house and land. He'd spun some bullshit story about how, if you want to marry a pretty wife, you've got to bribe the officers with meat, and trick this poor idiot up onto Stone Bridge Mountain, buried under snow, sealed off by the blizzard. 1 thin shirt, 1 hatchet, 1 length of hemp rope. This wasn't a hunting trip. This was a death sentence. I sneered. Too bad, uncle. The one who came back isn't an idiot anymore. Just 2 tools. In someone else's hands, that's a slow death. In mine, it's enough. I cut off a length of the rope and twisted it into a sling in a few quick moves. This thing's humanity's oldest ranged weapon, and I'd been using one for over a decade. Bushes. A gentle slope. Snow-covered ground. Rabbit tracks, clear as day. I didn't wait long before a fat rabbit poked its head out to steal a bite. 7, 8 pounds, nice and fat. Whoosh. The stone flew. A dull thwack, and the rabbit dropped dead on the spot. I walked over, picked it up, and hefted it. First meal, done. 1 wasn't enough. In times like these, you can never stockpile too much. Within an hour, I had 3 rabbits, 20 pounds total. Good enough. Time to head home. Near the edge of the village, I found a crowd. Several officers in uniform, and behind them, a row of young women. Something clicked in my head, a bride delivery. The court was short on population, so they'd rolled out a national policy. Every adult man had to marry within the year. Women nobody wanted got distributed by the government. But if you wanted to pick a capable one, you had to slip the officers something. I want the one with the big hips. She'll bear sons. I want the one with calluses on her hands. You can tell she works hard. Dad, I want the big-hipped one too. The loudest one hollering was Tang Dazhuang, my so-called uncle's eldest son. Beside him stood a scrawny, monkey-faced middle-aged man, Uncle Tang Erniu himself. I watched Tang Erniu shove 30 pounds of coarse rice into the head officer's hands. The officer weighed it in his palm, grinning ear to ear. 3 years of famine. Coarse rice went for 100 copper coins a pound, and even then you couldn't always find it. 30 pounds was a fortune. The head officer waved his hand and pushed the sturdy girl over to Tang Dazhuang. Tang Dazhuang was so happy his face went crooked. He wrapped an arm around his new bride and made a point of strutting over to me. Idiot, you actually made it back alive? He looked me up and down. Look how sturdy your sister-in-law is. Want her? Too bad. She's your sister-in-law, haha. I ignored him, my eyes sweeping over the row of women. Tang Erniu's face changed. I could read the little devil in his head. 9 out of 10 died on Stone Bridge Mountain. The original owner's father had died up there. How the hell did this idiot come back alive? Seeing I was ignoring him, Tang Dazhuang's temper flared. An idiot dares to ignore me. He rushed over to his father. Dad, we've got to teach him a lesson. That skinny girl would be perfect for him. He was pointing at a girl at the very edge of the line. Thin arms, thin legs, obviously the kind of dead weight who eats but doesn't work. I followed his finger, and something jolted in my chest. Interesting. Tang Erniu's eyes rolled, and he leaned in to whisper in the officer's ear. Officer, sir, I'll throw in another 10 pounds of rice. Do me a small favor. Oh, the officer raised an eyebrow. What favor? That nephew of mine. He's taken a liking to that skinny girl. Before he even finished, the officer got it. A useless deadweight like that would just cost extra rations to haul back. Dumping her here was less trouble. Done. The officer gave a signal. A junior officer stepped forward, yanked the girl out of line, and shoved her straight into my arms. This, I froze. I hadn't even picked yet. The girl, afraid I'd reject her, was already tearing up. Her voice trembled. Please, young master, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Village Chief Wang squeezed through and lowered his voice, pleading with me. Yiming, you can act like a fool any other time, but not now. Give me a minute, and I'll pick you a capable one. Whatever you do, don't take this dead weight home. Tang Dazhuang shoved the village chief aside, waiting to watch me make a fool of myself. Everyone was staring at me. I understood it all now. This was Uncle's scheme. Get me to bring home someone who just ate for free, and by spring we'd both starve to death. Then the house and land would all be his. Smart plan. Too bad. This was exactly what I wanted. I reached out, pulled the girl into my arms, and cupped my hands toward the officer. Thank you, officer. The whole crowd went quiet for a moment, then burst out laughing. Dead weight paired with the idiot. Perfect match, haha. They won't last past spring. Tang Erniu and Tang Dazhuang laughed loudest. They had no idea who the real idiot was. I looked down at the girl in my arms. Sallow and thin, but the bones were good. Delicate features, fair skin. Fatten her up a bit, and she'd absolutely be the kind of stunning beauty that makes a man forget about work. I flicked the tip of her nose. What's your name? Her face flushed instantly. She lowered her head. This humble girl. Meng Qingxue. Got it. I scooped her up sideways and turned to leave. Before going, I glanced back and smiled at my uncle. Uncle, thanks for spending so much. Tang Erniu's face froze. Watching my back, he muttered. That kid. He's not an idiot anymore. Just as he started to think it through, Tang Dazhuang cut him off. Dad, let's get home. I'm consummating tonight. The officer pressed too. Where's the rice? Squeezed from both sides. Tang Erniu had no time to think about me. He forced a smile and went to fetch the rice. Back home, I set Meng Qingxue down. From now on, this is your home. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. She panicked and chased after me. Young master, where are you going? I stopped and turned to look at her, dead serious. Still young master? Tonight's our wedding night. As your husband, I've got some preparing to do. The words wedding night sent her heart racing. She blushed to the tips of her ears and said softly, Then, this humble wife will wait at home for her husband's return. I nodded, pulled her close, and bent down to kiss her. She didn't pull away. Instead, she gripped a corner of my shirt tight. When I let go, I smiled. Wait for me. She nodded hard. I grabbed the 3 hidden rabbits and headed straight for the dirt market. It was our wedding night. I couldn't cut corners. The market had long been controlled by a gang of thugs, and all the little vendors were their protected clients. I just walked up to a clothing stall to ask about prices when a big, burly man planted himself in front of me, blocking my path completely. New around here? He grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. You know the rules for this market? I set my basket down on the ground and slowly looked up. Perfect timing. Tonight's wedding gift is coming straight out of your pocket. The man who stopped me called himself Lu Yidao, the boss of this dirt market. Don't recognize you, brother. He grinned. Something good in that basket? Let's have a look. Anyone who could stay this big and burly during a famine had plenty to spare. I knew the type. What they feared most was someone tough. The more you cower, the more they bite. The more you push back, the more they respect you. Take a look. I flipped open the dry grass. Rab, the word caught in his throat. In times like these, a pound of meat went for 500 coppers, worth 5 pounds of coarse rice. All the hunters in the city served the wealthy lords, so game never made it outside the walls. The menace on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a grin. Brother, how about a trade? Big brother Lu won't cheat you. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. You got wedding robes? 1 set for a man, 1 for a woman. And cotton coats, 1 each too. Got him. But I didn't wait for his but. I just pulled out 2 rabbits and shoved them into his hands. 1 6 pounds, 1 8. That enough. 14 pounds of meat. Over 7 ounces of silver. His eyes went straight. Enough. More than enough. The goods came fast. 2 sets of wedding robes, 2 cotton coats, and he even threw in a few brightly colored women's outfits. Consider these a wedding gift from Big Brother Lu to your little wife. I didn't argue. The rabbits were worth it. I packed the basket, and on my way out, left him with a line. Name's Tang Yiming. I'll come find you next time. You got it, brother. Just drop my name. I'd walked a good way off when I heard his younger brother mutter, Bro, he's just some hick. Why were you calling him brother? Shut up, Lu Yidao said, keeping his voice low. When you deliver those rabbits to the Lin family, take a good look at where that wound is. The stone had struck the rabbit dead center in the temple. 1 shot, 1 kill. That kind of skill would make him remember me for life. At my front gate, I stopped short. That pigsty of a courtyard had been swept spotless. A frail figure stood by the stove, Meng Qingxue. The moment she saw me, she ran over carrying a bowl, not even noticing the streak of soot on her face. Husband, I made you some porridge. I took it. Thin and watery, you could count the grains of rice. She'd swept the yard, seen the rice jar was nearly empty, and been afraid to use too much. I took a sip and handed it back. You drink some too. This wife isn't hungry. I just ate. She couldn't even lie right. I flicked the tip of her nose. Don't worry about food. I set down the basket and pulled out the rabbit. Rab. Her eyes went wide, and her throat bobbed. We're eating this tonight. And these. I shook out the wedding robes. We're getting married tonight. Go wash up and change. These others are for every day. A set of wedding robes, a few clean outfits. She held them in her arms, fingers trembling, head bowed, shoulders shaking. What are you crying for? I laughed. Go wash up. After we eat the rabbit, we've still got a wedding night ahead of us. The moment I said wedding night, her face flushed crimson, and she fled into the house clutching the clothes. I went into the woodshed and skinned the rabbit. The fur was good for keeping warm, too valuable to waste. I cut the meat, fired up the pot, stir-fried it until fragrant, added water, and set it to stew. The scent of meat slowly spread. I hauled up a bucket of water and rinsed off too. Big wedding today. I had to at least look like a groom. The pot bubbled away, the aroma drifting farther and farther, all the way to my dear uncle's courtyard, dozens of yards off. At uncle's house. Today was Tang Dazhuang's wedding day, so for once uncle had loosened the purse strings, cooked half a pound of white rice, and even brought out the pickled vegetables he'd hoarded for half a year without touching. The family of four had their bowls in hand, about to dig in, when the smell of meat drifted in. Tang Dazhuang's nose twitched. Smells amazing. A second later, the white rice in his bowl didn't smell so good anymore. Uncle's face changed. Meat. He hadn't smelled it in over a year. Come on, let's go take a look. The four of them, like dogs following a scent, made their way straight to my courtyard gate. Tang Dazhuang poked his head in. Dad, Mom, how the hell does the idiot's place have meat? Nobody had an answer. Face dark, Uncle led the way toward the stove. Tang Dazhuang's eyes practically turned green. He yanked off the pot lid and reached in with his bare hand. Crack. A stone hit him square on the ankle. Fuck. Who's ambushing me? He hopped around. I stepped out in my wedding robes and swept a cold gaze over them. What are you all here for? They didn't hear a word I said. They were all frozen, nailed in place by my wedding robes. Meat and wedding robes. What kind of luck did this idiot stumble into today? Meng Qingxue heard the commotion and came out, dressed in bright red wedding robes. Thin, yes, but they made her look delicate and lovely. She glanced at the four of them and frowned. Husband, what's this? It's nothing. Go back inside and wait for me. The moment she turned around, the new bride Lu Chui's eyes went red. Why wasn't she the one given to the idiot? Wang Mei's eyes rolled, and she plastered on a smile. Yiming, dear, where'd you get these wedding robes? Your cousin's getting married today too. Lend us the robes for a few hours and share a bit of that meat. That way our whole Tang family has a double celebration. Double celebration. I almost laughed. Lend out these robes and I'd never see them again, like a meat bun thrown to a dog. And this pot of rabbit? They weren't getting a single drop of the broth. You want to mooch clothes and food? How is that mooching? You're a Tang family member too. Wang Mei's face was thick enough to stop a blade. Shut up, I cut her off. Just seeing you brings me bad luck. Get lost. You, what did you say? Her face went pale. That old idiot used to be so easy to con. Why was tonight like he'd become a whole different person? Tang Dazhuang jumped out. Idiot. We're your elders. Elders. I gave him a sidelong glance. A nest of parasites. You think you qualify? Uncle exploded. You've turned on us. You think I won't beat you? Beat me? I took a step closer. You think you qualify? If I weren't occupying this body and giving the original owner some consideration, I'd have dealt with this nest of vermin long ago. Turn on us. You've really turned on us. So what if I have? I said, biting off each word. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to Chief Wang's place to demand justice. My house, my land, and everything you've skimmed off these past years, you're going to cough up every last bit. I glared, my presence bearing down on them. Uncle staggered back 2 steps. You? Wang Mei grabbed him, panicking. Husband, there's something off about this kid. Let's go, let's go. She was right to panic. The really strange part was still to come. Uncle was furious, but his mind was still turning. This idiot had changed ever since he came back from Stonebridge Mountain. A few words couldn't con him anymore. If things really blew up tonight, if the villagers gathered around and he seized the chance to demand the property, it would all be over. You're right, there's something off about that kid tonight. Uncle shot me a glare, grabbed his family, and left. Dad, I want to eat meat. Tang Dazhuang still had his hand out. Eat, eat, eat. Get back here. The whole family disappeared into the night, unwilling but defeated. I scooped the rabbit meat out of the pot piece by piece and called into the house. Wife, dinner's ready. Meng Qingxue came out. With those bugs around earlier, I hadn't gotten a good look at her. Now, under the moonlight, sallow, sure, but the bones were genuinely good. Fatten her up, and she'd be a first-class heartbreaker. She saw the big bowl of rabbit meat and 2 bowls of white rice on the table. Her throat kept bobbing, but she didn't dare pick up her chopsticks. I placed a piece of meat in her bowl. Eat. Her eyes went red all at once. She picked it up and put it in her mouth. The instant she bit down, She froze completely. Eat more. I gave her another piece. Thank you, husband. No need to be polite. Eat up. We've got a wedding night ahead of us. Her face flushed even redder, and she buried her head and ate like she was starving. But tonight, I didn't have time for a wedding night. After dinner, I got her settled in the house, then turned and went out, heading straight for Uncle's place. Demand the land from Chief Wong tomorrow morning? That was something I'd said on purpose for him to hear. Startle the snake, and it'll reveal its den. I crept up outside Uncle's courtyard, and, sure enough, a few dark figures were skulking around the dry well. Husband, are you sure hiding it here won't get it found? Wang Mei whispered. Relax. Uncle sneered, peering down into the well. Anyone who wants to steal my grain can dream on. Sack after sack of grain sank into the dry well. I watched it all clearly from outside the wall. Nicely hidden. Too bad. I'd seen exactly where every bit of it went. Over on the other side, Tang Dazhuang wiped his sweat, scooped up his new bride, and charged for the bedroom. Haha, finally, wedding night. Oh, husband, not like this. Lu Chui put up a token resistance. I crouched by the base of the wall, planning to wait until they were all asleep before I made my move. But whatever was going on in that new bedroom, it was over just like that. I almost couldn't hold it in. That was it? Fine. Not my problem. I stared at the dry well and smiled. Come dawn, everything in that well, principal and interest, would all be mine. The cold wind cut at my face, chilling me down to the marrow. I'd taken off the wedding robes long ago to move easier. Just one thin shirt now, and I was rubbing my hands together against the cold. I glanced at Uncle's window. The lamp had gone out ages ago. About time. I crept to the edge of the dry well and peered down by moonlight. A pile of dark shapes at the bottom. I climbed down, opened a sack. A full sack of unhusked rice. 100 pounds each. 5 sacks in all. I smiled. This was Uncle's entire fortune. And what he'd skimmed off the original owner these past 3 years was far more than this. I tied the sacks with hemp rope and hauled them up one by one. 6 trips back and forth, carrying them to my little courtyard. And on the last trip, I wiped away every trace. I brushed the dirt off my hands and went back inside. Meng Qingxue hadn't slept. She'd been waiting for me the whole time. The moment I came in, she rushed over and threw her arms around my neck. Husband. A soft, sweet warmth in my arms. Heat surged through me. I scooped her up sideways and carried her into the room. What happened that night? I won't go into detail. Just this. Her bones were good. She held up fine. Dawn. I opened my eyes. She was still curled up in my arms, brow furrowed, about to wake. I tucked the small, worn cotton quilt around her. Sleep a little longer. Her eyes opened. Remembering last night, her face flushed crimson, and she dove headfirst under the quilt. I stared at this ratty little blanket, muttering, too small. Nearly froze to death last night. Gotta get a bigger one. I got dressed and headed out. Still had business to take care of. Out of the courtyard, straight to the village chief's house. The moment I left, Meng Qingxue got up too. She was dead set on not being my dead weight. She strapped on the bamboo basket, grabbed the hatchet, and went out as well. I didn't know about that at the time. At Uncle's house, I led village Chief Wang Fugue into the courtyard. Uncle was already waiting. Erniu, Wang Fugue began. Yiming's mind is right now. That land of Brother Daniu's. Time to return it, isn't it? Uncle's face twitched, but he still managed to smile. The chief is right. I've been waiting for this day. Wife, bring the land deeds. The deeds in hand, I frowned. In the original owner's memories, this uncle wasn't the agreeable type. The deeds are returned. My family has some private matters, so I won't keep you too. Uncle moved to show us out. Hold on. I stopped Chief Wang and handed him the deeds. I don't know this land well. You do, Chief Wang. Take a look, see if there's anything wrong. Uncle panicked. Yiming, I'm your uncle. I gave you good land. You trust an outsider over me. Chief Wang. I ignored him. Have a look. Wang Fugue took the deeds and looked. His face went dark, and he snapped his glare toward Uncle. Tang Erniu. This is the good land you gave Yiming. What's the matter, Chief? It's all good land. Uncle played dumb. Good land. Wang Fugue was so angry his hands shook. These plots are all barren, dead ground. If Yiming weren't careful, he'd have no harvest next year and end up owing the government back taxes. Have you got any decency? Swindling your own nephew. If you don't hand over Brother Daniu's good land today, I'll gather the whole village right now. One line from Wang Fugue, and Uncle panicked. A misunderstanding. Let me see. He snatched the deeds back, made a show of glancing at them, then turned and cursed Wang Mei. You wretched woman. Didn't I tell you to grab the good land? Wang Mei opened her mouth, a belly full of grievance. Asterisk you asterisk played the good guy, and I take the fall for everything. But she didn't dare say a word, just bowed her head and took the scolding. Uncle personally swapped in another deed and handed it to Wang Fuguwei. Chief, no problem this time. Wang Fuguwei checked it over. This one's fine. The deed came into my hands. Uncle moved to show us out again. Hold on. I cut him off. Chief Wang, the harvest uncle owed me this year. He only gave me half a pickle. Half a pickle? Wang Fuguwei's eyes widened. Uncle gritted his teeth. I could just about guess the thought running through his head. Should have killed this kid sooner if I'd known this day would come. That's because you used to be simple-minded. Your uncle worried you'd waste it, so I didn't give it all at once. Wife, bring Yiming the rice we husked a few days back. Grudgingly, Wang Mei brought out half a pickle of coarse rice she'd prepared beforehand. The rest, I'll give you once your uncle's helped husk it. Uncle forced a smile. Once you've husked it? I sneered inwardly. Sure. Thanks a lot. Oh, and uncle, I added. My father's bow. It's still here with you, right? Wang Fuguwei's heart skipped a beat. That bow was something the original owner's father had brought back from the army. Years ago, when the village formed a hunting party, it was all for that bow. When Dainyu died, the bow and its 3 arrows all fell into Uncle's hands. He couldn't use it and didn't dare go up the mountain, so he kept it just to pawn off for cash someday. That, right? I'd forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, Yiming. Uncle's face went green. Ernie, that's Brother Dainyu's keepsake. Return it to Yiming, Wang Fuguwei ordered. With the village chief bearing down on him like a mountain, Uncle didn't dare make a peep. He went inside and fetched the bow and arrows. Here. Thank you, Uncle. I shouldered the half pickle of coarse rice with one arm, carried the bow and arrows in the other, and left with Wang Fuguwei. Yiming, Wang Fuguwei advised on the way. From now on, ask me if there's anything you don't understand. That uncle of yours is no good. Keep your distance. I'll remember that. In this village, this old man was the only one who genuinely cared about the original owner. At my front gate, Wang Fuguwei waved and left. I set my things down and pushed open the door. Empty. My heart sank. The hatchet was gone. The basket was gone too. Foraging for wild greens. No, the wild greens around here had been dug clean long ago. There'd be nothing left for her to dig. I grabbed the bow and arrows and rushed out. At the same time, Uncle's house. Lu Chui came back with an empty basket, but there was a smile on her face. Wife, did you strike gold? Tang Dazhuang sidled up. Lu Chui lowered her voice and told him. This morning while foraging, she'd run into that dead-weight Meng Qingxue, and with a few sweet words, tricked her into heading towards Stonebridge Mountain. Tang Dazhuang's eyes lit up. He'd just had half his good land seized and his bow taken by that damned Tang Yiming, and he'd been stewing over it. Now this was perfect. What kind of place was Stonebridge Mountain? His father's own brother had died in there. A frail little slip of a woman going and had no fate but to feed the beasts. Nice work, wife. Tonight I'll fill you up good. Fill me up? Lu Chui rolled her eyes internally. 3-second wonder, and he had the nerve to say that. Damn it. A shriek of anguish startled the couple. They turned to look. Uncle and Wang Mei were sprawled at the edge of the dry well, wailing to the heavens. Dad. Mom. What's wrong? Wang Mei was crying so hard she could barely breathe. The grain's all gone. Tang Dazhuang rushed to the well and looked. The 5 sacks of grain he'd hidden with his own hands last night. Not a single grain left. Lu Chui's eyes went wide. That was the family's lifeline for getting through winter. Her mind spun, already scheming. Her brother-in-law's house had meat yesterday, so they definitely had more hidden stock. No sense starving to death with this bunch. Bastard. Tang Dazhuang's eyes went red. I'll cut that thief into 1,000 pieces. Son, calm down. Uncle gritted his teeth. That much grain, gone without a trace. It's got to be someone in the village. Come on, we'll search every house. Go ahead and search. You'll never find out who the thief is, not in this lifetime. And me, I was racing towards Stonebridge Mountain, bow on my back. Qingxue, you'd better hold on for me. Stonebridge Mountain. Following directions from passers-by, I chased up the mountain the whole way. What I feared came true. She really had gone into Stonebridge Mountain. Heading in this straight a line, there was no way she'd wandered in on her own. Someone had pointed the way. Fuck. I picked up the pace. After searching who knows how long, I finally spotted her footprints on the trail. But beside her prints was another set, fresh wild boar tracks. My heart sank. First the boar, second the bear, third the tiger. It didn't mean the boar was the strongest. It meant more people died at the hands of boars than anything else. Most aggressive, thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, doesn't even flinch when you hit it with a club. Judging by the depth of these tracks, 200 pounds and up, I only had 3 arrows. Killing a thing like that would be hard. But that was my wife. Even if it came down to my last drop of blood, I'd protect her. I traced the tracks deeper. Meng Qingshue's trail of dug-up herbs was all there, and the boar had been following her the whole way. Qingxue, please, nothing can happen to you. Suddenly, I stopped. 5 or 6 yards away, a wild boar was staring right at me. Over 300 pounds. December, right in the middle of its rutting, territory-guarding season, temper savage enough to chase off a tiger. HNNGH. A furious bellow, and the whole forest trembled. Fine. No avoiding it. I knocked an arrow and drew the bow full. Whip. The beast actually dodged to the side, 300 pounds moving with absurd agility. The arrow grazed past it, and then it charged straight at me. Damn, pretty smart. I dropped and rolled clear. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, the tree behind me, thick as a bowl, had half of it sheared off by its tusks. If that had hit me, I'd have snapped bones on the spot. It wheeled around and charged again. I stomped off the ground and launched into the air to dodge, and in that instant of landing, my bow was already drawn full. I didn't loose right away. I waited. Waited for the moment it turned and faced me head on. Schwip. The arrow flew. Too fast for it to react. Asterisk thunk. Asterisk. Blood sprayed. A wretched scream. One arrow, straight through one of its eyes. That shot, I'd done on purpose. Beasts aren't so different from people, just thick-skinned with several times the raw power. But blind one eye, and no matter how ferocious, it's a lamb for the slaughter. It went mad, its single eye spurting blood, nostrils breathing a bloody stench, and it hurled itself at me again like a cannonball. This charge was even more vicious than the last. I flipped to the side. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Where I'd stood, it left a jagged crater in the dirt. I lifted my head, panting. That one remaining eye of its was full of hatred. Good. That's exactly what I want, for you to go mad. HNNGH. It pawed the ground and came charging like a tank. I drew my second arrow. No rush. Same old play. Dodge the charge. Wait for it to turn. A beast is a beast in the end. The same trick worked again. Asterisk thwack. Asterisk. The arrow flew straight through its other eye. Asterisk WRRGH. Asterisk. Both eyes blind now. It lost all control, crashing around everywhere, plants and trees toppling in its wake. I didn't celebrate yet. It hadn't fled, which meant its will to fight was still there. Make even a little noise now, and it'd throw itself at me with reckless abandon. I held my breath, picked up a few branches, and threw them at a jutting rock. Asterisk clack. Asterisk. The moment it heard the sound, it slammed toward it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Its whole body smashed into the rock, snapping off one tusk and mangling its mouth. But it still got back up, standing there in place, as if waiting for something. I threw more branches, striking a large tree. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. It charged over, tusks punching clean through the trunk. A tree thicker than a bowl snapped in two. Under cover of that noise, I dashed in several strides to my first missed arrow, yanked it up, knocked, aimed, all in one fluid motion. Schwip. The arrow drove into its hind leg. It knew it couldn't win now and turned to flee. But blind, it thought it was running straight when it was really just circling in place. I wasn't in a hurry. I'd just wait for it to burn out. Some quarter of an hour later, the 300-pound boar king collapsed in a pool of blood, gasping for air. I threw a stone to test it, tested it again and again. No reaction at all. Only then did I draw my knife and slowly approach. Last time I got careless and died at the hands of a tiny spider, which was how I ended up here. This time, I wasn't gambling. Just as I was about to bring the knife down, it suddenly reared up for one final charge. I'd been guarding for it. I slipped aside. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. It smashed into the rock face, swaying, still stubbornly standing. It threw its head back with a mournful howl. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Down. This time, for real. I stepped up and slammed the hatchet hard into its neck. Blood sprayed all over me. Another blow, and another, until it was completely dead. I plopped down on the ground, gasping. Huh. I actually killed a wild boar. Over 300 pounds of meat, enough for me and my wife to eat for the better part of half a year. But the joy lasted barely 2 seconds before the problem hit. My wife was still on the mountain. Dealing with this boar would delay finding her. Hauling it along would slow me down. And this smell of blood, leave it here, and it'd draw other predators. Fuck. I slammed a fist into the ground. I thought it over for a long while, then gave up on it. Next to Qingxue, this boar was worth nothing. Besides, I had the bow. Make new arrow shafts back home, and there'd be no shortage of meat. I was just pulling out the arrowheads, getting ready to leave. A voice behind me. Husband, is that you? I whipped around. Meng Qingxue, basket on her back, gripping that useless hatchet, face streaked with dirt, standing there. Qingxue. I pulled her straight into my arms. She saw the boar king behind me, saw the blood all over me, and understood everything. Her eyes went red at once. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine. As long as you're okay. She clutched at me, looking me over. Husband, are you hurt? I know a little medicine. Let me have a look. She knows medicine? I glanced at her basket. Asparagus root, wild yam, Solomon seal. Not many varieties. All herbs you could dig in winter that could also stave off hunger. To dig up exactly these, that bit of medical knowledge was no lie. She finished checking me and let out a breath. All just scrapes. A boar this big. How are we going to get it home? I was stumped too. 300 pounds. No carrying that. Butcher it here. Take only what's valuable. Qingxue, keep watch around us for me. Anything moves, shout right away. The smell of blood draws predators. No letting our guard down. This was work I'd done hundreds, thousands of times. Knife rising and falling. I took off all 4 legs, one nearly 30 pounds each, then cut out a bit less than half a rack of ribs, 60 pounds, sliced into 6 pieces. I shaved down a carrying pole and tied the 4 trotters and 60 pounds of meat to both ends. 180 pounds. It weighed my shoulder down hard, but I still had to leave half of it behind. Meng Qingxue looked at the meat left on the ground, reluctant to let it go. Husband, put some in my basket. I've got the strength. Seeing how stubborn her eyes were, I nodded and stuffed in another 40 pounds. Along with the herbs and 1 boar hide, her basket was over 60 pounds. Her small frame gritted its teeth and inched forward, 1 step at a time, not looking back. Husband, let's go, I can do it. Watching her back, something stirred in me that I couldn't quite name. Seemed like I'd underestimated this girl. No time to dwell on it. This wasn't a place to linger. Move. The moment the 2 of us left, a great slant-eyed, white-browed beast slipped out of the woods, also around 300 pounds. But this tiger wasn't ordinary. Its fur wasn't the usual striped yellow, but a pale black shot through with grayish-blue markings. The world called it the black tiger, the blue tiger, rarer even than the white tiger. Roar. A tiger's roar shook the forest. 2 half-grown cubs darted out, 1 black, 1 white, snatching at the boar meat I'd left behind. The tigress didn't eat. She just watched her cubs feed. That roar sent a cold sweat down my back as I headed down the mountain. I pulled Qingxue behind me and gripped my knife tight. Thankfully, after waiting a short while, the tiger didn't give chase. I let out a breath and hurried her down the mountain. This tigress and her cubs, I made a note of them. Down the mountain, I didn't head back to the village. I went straight for the dirt market. Along the way, the refugees' eyes went green, fixed on my pile of meat, practically ready to lunge and tear into it. But they only dared to want it. I was covered in blood. Everything but my face, which Qingxue had wiped clean, was caked in gore. I looked like a god of slaughter. Anyone who could drag a wild boar down the mountain single-handed was not someone this crowd of leg-weak, starving people dared to cross. Qingxue, don't be afraid. Stay close to me. As long as I was fierce enough, no one would dare bother me. The refugees trailed at a distance, a dozen paces back, hoping to scavenge whatever scraps might fall. Being followed like this wasn't safe. On my own I wouldn't care, but I had her with me. I quietly cut off a fist-sized scrap of trim, and when we came to a bend in the road, I deliberately flicked out a fingernail-sized fleck of meat. It's meat, a sharp-eyed woman shrieked. In an instant the whole crowd swarmed, fighting over that tiny fleck of meat. The woman had just reached out when a young man kicked her aside. This is mine. Bully the weak, fear the strong. It's human nature. When there's meat right there for the taking, no risk to life required. Who'd bother provoking a god of slaughter like me? Along the way I tossed out about 2 pounds. Worth it. We made it safely to the dirt market. From those few words with Lu Yidao last time, I'd already seen it. This man wasn't some short-sighted thug. He knew who to cross and who was worth befriending. The moment the 2 of us entered the market, every gaze snapped onto us. The trailing refugees stopped at the entrance too, not daring to come any farther. Watching the place today was Lu Yidao's younger brother, Lu Erdeo, the very one who delivered the rabbits to the Lin family yesterday. 2 rabbits yesterday, for wild boar legs today. Lu Erdeo stared at the trotters hanging from both ends of the carrying pole, his eyes going straight, unable to come back to his senses for a long while. The 3 brothers all worked for the Lin family in the county town. The Lin family kept a hunting party. The Lin family's hunting party had 12 men, all the finest hunters in Ping'an County, and even a party like that had never brought down a boar this big. Lu Erdeo stared at the four trotters on the pole, his expression shifting straight from awe to can't figure it out. He really killed it alone? Before I could answer, he waved for his junior to go fetch his eldest brother, then turned to me with a plastered-on smile. Big brother Tang, please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring tea right away. The tea came quickly, bitter and harsh, but among these common folk, already a luxury. He didn't just pour for me. He respectfully offered a cup to Meng Qingxue too. Sister-in-law, wet your throat. Meng Qingxue froze. The first time anyone had ever waited on her so respectfully. Thank you. Louis Dao arrived fast, 7 or 8 men behind him, their clothes streaked with blood and mud. They'd just been in a brawl. Brother Yiming. He grinned from a distance. The two of us really are fated. His gaze shifted and landed on Qingxue. This must be my sister-in-law. No wonder you couldn't stop thinking about her. Qingxue blushed and lowered her head. He saw the blood all over me, but didn't ask much. His junior had already reported it. He just couldn't believe it. The Lin family's 12-man hunting party might not be able to take down a boar this big, so how could a single common hunter possibly manage it? But the evidence was right there in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe. Brother Yiming, this kind of skill, Yi Dao is impressed. He cupped his hands. This boar meat, what do you plan to? Sell it, I said flatly. How does Brother Lu want to buy? He pondered. I can't buy it. I'm just scraping by for a meal. But, his eyes lit up. If you trust me, come into the city with me. I've got connections to help you sell it for a good price. Good. I'll leave it to you, Brother Lu. I'd planned to sell to him all along. Keeping all this meat was useless. Turning it into money and grain was what mattered. Besides, I wanted to get a look at this Ping'an County myself. The moment he said into the city, a flicker of excitement crossed Meng Qingxue's eyes before she forced it back down. It didn't escape me. I gave a slight smile. The ox cart arrived. We climbed on and headed for Ping'an County. On the way, I had a deep talk with Lu Yidao and got a clear read on his background. He was from Lu family village, east of the city. After the famine, the land yielded nothing, his parents died of illness, and he sold off the family's belongings to seek a living in the city. There he ran into the big ship that was the Lin family, and on the strength of his fighting skills, became the manager of this stretch of dirt market, collecting rents and guarding fields for the Lins. That brawl I'd seen earlier was over a land dispute with the Wang family. From what he told me, I sorted out the powers of Ping'an County too. Below the government, 7 great clans. The upper 3, Chun, Wang, Lin. The lower 4, Li, Zhao, He, Kong. *** trade routes and most of the farmland were all clenched in their fists. Over these 3 years of famine, they'd swallowed up countless plots of land. By now even the government couldn't keep them in check. The Lin family Lu Yidao served was one of the upper 3. Countless farm estates outside the city, over 1,000 hired thugs, one of the 3 overlords of Ping'an County. By the time we reached the city gate, it was already dusk. The gate should have been closed. But Lu Yidao spoke the 2 words, Lin family, and the gate that should have been shut opened. Once inside the city, I was disappointed. It was a far cry from the prosperous county towns you see on TV. The walls were decent enough, but inside was hard to describe. Rutted dirt roads, no different from the countryside. Houses of wood and clay tile, a step up from thatch, and near the gate, in the commoner's district, a sharp, nose-stinging stench of ammonia. I wasn't interested. Meng Qingxue, now awake, was another story. Her eyes lit up, everything a novelty to her. She'd never set foot in a county town in her life. Clutching my arm, she looked this way and that, at all sorts of things she'd never even seen before. Lu Yidao brought us to an inn, Lin family property. A serving boy hurried over from a distance. Manager Lu, what brings you here? Lu Yidao pointed at the ox cart, pleased with himself. See that? Coming into the city today, I've got big business. When the boy got a clear look at the 4 thick trotters, his jaw nearly hit the floor. This is my brother, Yiming, and the cellar. Take good care of him, and there'll be plenty in it for you later. The boy's eyes crinkled into a smile. Rest easy, Manager Lu. With old me, who on it, I'll never slack. A dark-skinned, short, gray-clothed middle-aged man. I climbed onto the cart, cut off 4 pounds of meat, and walked over to old Hu. 1 pound for the room, 2 pounds to cook for us, and the last pound, for you. Old Hu froze on the spot. 1 pound of wild boar was worth 6 pounds of coarse rice, enough to feed his whole family for half a month. Working as a serving boy at this inn, he only made 20 pounds of coarse rice a month. Every guest in the inn cast looks of envy and admiration. Lu Yidao held his head high, the meaning written all over his face. Asterisk, see that? That's my brother. Asterisk. This, the reward's too much. I couldn't possibly take it. Old who was a slick old hand who knew how to decline. Take it. My brother doesn't miss this little bit, Louis Dao chimed in. So Old who accepted it, going along with the flow, and personally showed us to our room. This 1 pound of meat, what I was buying wasn't his attentiveness, but his mouth and his eyes. Who came and went at the inn, he knew it all cold. Inside, the furnishings were plain. I couldn't be bothered to complain. I checked the 40 pounds of meat and the boar hide in the basket. In this weather, it'd keep for days out in the open without spoiling. Husband, is this an oil lamp? Qingxue stared at the antique bronze lamp on the table. It is. Not much oil. It had burned for about half an hour, and that was a privilege I'd bought with a pound of meat. A knock at the door. Guest, it's me. Old who brought in a basin of hot water and carried a clean set of clothes. The inn's humble. This is all we have. These are my own clothes. If you don't mind, make do for a day. Perfect. I needed to change out of these bloody clothes. That pound of meat hadn't gone to waste. 2 pounds of pork. Shall I exchange it for 2 pounds of wontons for you? 2 pounds of meat for 2 pounds of wontons was steep. But the inn had to make its cut, and Old who was just an employee. I understood. Fine. He backed out, and I shut the door. Qingxue carried the hot water over. Husband, let this wife help you wash up. What came after, I'll skip over. Warm towels, soft lamplight. I scooped her up and carried her toward the bed, just as the fire was about to catch. Knock. A rap at the door. Fuck, who is it? Guest, it's me, bringing your meal. Old who's voice. Half my momentum deflated in one breath. I let go of Qingxue, and the two of us scrambled to set ourselves right before I went to open the door. This bowl of wontons really couldn't have come at a worse time. Looking at Old who's fawning face, I had a breath stuck in my chest. 1 pound of meat fed to him for nothing, and he had to come knocking at this exact moment. He knew nothing of it, holding 2 big bowls of wontons, smiling honest as could be. Guest, here you go. Forget it. The moment the steam rose, most of my irritation faded. No harm eating my fill before getting back to work. Thanks. I took them and shut the door. Qingxue buried her head under the covers. That fright just now had left her mortified, but her heart was pounding. Probably her first taste of that kind of thrill. I picked up a wonton and let out a deliberate Really good. From under the covers, 2 eyes slowly peeked out. If the missus doesn't come out, I'll finish it all. She whipped the covers off and pounced. Husband, I want some. I pushed a bowl over to her. She took her first bite, the fragrance lingering in her mouth, the broth rolling down her throat, her eyes lighting up. The finest food of her whole life, she'd once thought, was white rice with pickled vegetables. Slow down, there's plenty. She picked up a wonton and fed it to my lips, watching me eagerly. I took it in. Warmth. This life was only just beginning. Meanwhile, on the other end, young master, 173 pounds in all, converting to 1,041 pounds of coarse rice. Louis Dao reported the count. The brocade-robed young man, the Lin family's eldest legitimate son, Lin Zihan, pondered a moment. This boar, he really killed it alone? Your servant didn't see it with his own eyes. But those 2 rabbits yesterday were his work too. I believe he's got the skill. Oh, Lin Zihan raised an eyebrow. Then figure it as 9 Dan for him. 9 Dan, 1,080 pounds, a clean 40 pounds extra. Louis Dao's heart leapt with joy. Thank you, young master. Young master, has a mind to cherish talent, he probed. Lin Zihan sneered. You tell me, a man who dragged a 300-pound boar down the mountain alone. That kind of skill, I want it. Then give him a bit more grain, win his goodwill, wouldn't that? Fool. Lin Zihan shook his head. The more capable the man, the less a few dozen pounds of grain can move him. Grain only leaves a good impression in his heart. Recruit him? Hard. Then how does the young master mean to recruit him? Lin Zihan didn't answer. Slowly, he unfastened the white cloak from his shoulders, made of snowfox fur, superb against the cold, worth a fortune. You said he dotes on his wife? Louis Dao nodded, thoroughly confused. Then give him this. Lin Zihan handed the cloak over, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Tell him the young master wishes to make a friend of him. Louis Dao cradled that bundle of warm, soft silver fur and understood at once. A snowfox cloak like this, once draped over the shoulders, was a living signboard, dazzling wherever it went. Pull it off, and I'll reward you 10 Dan. Today's news was good. Here's 1 Dan sent to your household in advance. Thank you, young master. Louis Dao dropped to his knees. Lin Zihan turned and went inside, leaving only one line. This man, I will have him. Dawn. I washed up and went out, the morning wind cutting at my face. I was long used to it. Qingxue didn't laze in bed either. Last night I'd promised to take her around the county town, so the moment I got up, she woke right after me. Louis Dao came to meet me. Brother Yiming, did you sleep well? The grain from yesterday's meat sale? I've brought it for you. He waved his hand, and a junior pulled back the straw mat. Asterisk asterisk 9 big hemp sacks. Asterisk asterisk. Qingxue stumbled back half a step into my shoulder, covering her mouth, eyes wide as saucers. Never in her life had she seen so much grain. A full 9 dan. Louis Dao paused, then gave a mysterious smile and had someone bring out that snow fox cloak. The silver fur rippled like water in the wind, and under the sunlight, the shoulders looked scattered with a sky full of stars. Brother Yiming, what good fortune. The young master had me pass this along. He wishes to make a friend of you. This is his gift of introduction. My fingertip had just touched that bundle of warm softness. As if scorched by fire, I pulled my hand back. Too warm, too smooth, perfect for my wife to wear. But something clicked warily in my heart. I glanced sidelong at Qingxue. Wrapped in her old cotton coat, patch upon patch, she shrank behind me, quietly tugging at my sleeve, her voice as light as falling snow. This wife isn't cold. Warmth surged through my chest. I gathered her cold hands into my palms, then pushed the cloak back. Louis Dao froze. This thing, right now, was worth at least 300 dan of coarse rice, enough for me to do nothing and eat freely for 20 or 30 years. Brother Yiming, this is a fine thing. Dead of winter, and my sister-in-law's body needs it most. Brother Liu, I cut him off. I accept the thought. It's too precious. I won't take a reward for merit I haven't earned. Please thank the young master for me. Qingxue curtsied too. Thank you for the young master's kindness. Louis Dao couldn't make sense of it, so he had to let it go. He didn't know I saw it plain as day. This wasn't a gift, it was a hook. 7 clans in Ping'an County. The Lin family's mortal enemies were the Chun and Wang clans. Asterisk asterisk a man of unknown origin like me, parading down the street in a snow fox cloak worth a fortune, the Chun and Wang family's hidden spies could riddle the two of us with holes that very day. And then everyone would take it as though I'd thrown in with the Lin family. No matter how well I could fight on my own, I couldn't stand against several colossal clans. By that point, it wouldn't be the Lin family's young master begging me to join. It'd be me, Tang Yiming, begging the Lin family for protection. Asking a favor and being asked are worlds apart. So is the treatment that comes with it. Asterisk asterisk. Besides, the moment I laid eyes on riches and went green with greed, would I still be Tang Yiming? I came within an inch of being coaxed into this young master's trap by a single fur. This calculation, Louis Dao couldn't work out. He just took it as a bid to win me over. I didn't hold it against him. Brother Liu, one moment. I went back to the room and fetched 20 pounds of meat, giving 10 to him. For your trouble. Without you, I couldn't have sold all this in one night. He tried to refuse. Refuse again, and you don't recognize me as your brother. Louis Dao sighed. Fine. Remember, I'll always take you as my brother. Anything you need from now on, come to me. Through fire and water, I'll be there. The remaining 10 pounds I stuffed to old Hu. I'll be staying another day or two. Take out the room charge, and the rest is yours. Old Hu threw his arms around my leg. My god of wealth. Between laughter and tears, I hauled him up. All right. I need to take my wife shopping. 1 pound of meat feeds you an informant. 10 pounds of meat feeds you a life. This trade is worth it. On the streets, most of the shops on both sides were shuttered. Only the trade houses of the 7 great clans with their pennants flying. Old Hu sent a page to lead the way. With him along, shopping was easy. Invoke the name Lin Family Inn, and the shopkeepers would deliver goods to your door, then come to collect grain for payment. In times like these, copper coins were left as little more than a reference price. Real money was grain. The clothing shop. A brazier filled the room with warm fragrance. Qingxue's eyes were dazzled by the racks of silk and satin. Her fingertip lightly grazed a plum-colored gown, then shrank back as if shocked, and she looked down at her own cracked, chapped hands, like a piece of old tree bark. If you like it, buy it, I smiled. Really? I can. Her eyes shone. How much? I asked the shopkeeper. 1 dan of coarse rice. 1 dan of grain. Enough to feed a family outside the city for many days. And here it bought a single winter garment. Qingxue backed away in fright and tugged my sleeve. Husband, let's go. We've got enough clothes at home. Those were all old clothes. Now that I had grain, why shouldn't I spoil her? I patted her hand. Silly girl, we're not short on this little bit. I pointed at the gown. This one, and that cotton coat too. Wrap them up. Qingxue's eyes went wide. The shopkeeper could hardly believe it either. Anyone who came into this shop was either pawning goods or buying used clothes. This was the first time he'd met a wealthy patron buying new. The page flashed his waist token. Deliver to the Lin family inn. Goods for the Tang household. Someone will settle in grain. Hearing the Lin family stood as guarantor, the shopkeeper's whole demeanor changed. He hurriedly called his assistant to pack up and turned respectful toward me. Qingxue picked out 2 more garments for me and bought some daily necessities. I'd meant to hunt down a handy weapon, only to learn that knives, bows, and farm tools were all locked down tight by the government and the 7 great clans. Even a hoe required an application. I looked at the yellowed notice on the door plank and shook my head. Never mind. Just accompany my wife around town. What I didn't know was that during this half day of strolling, a signboard had already been deliberately hung out by someone. The Lin residence. Lin Zihan toyed with the agate button on the collar of the returned snowfox cloak. Hearing Lu Yidao say he didn't want a reward for unearned merit, he first gave a cold snort, then broke into a smile. Heh, interesting. After Lu Yidao withdrew, he summoned his confidant and said only 3 things. 1. Leak the news that Tang Yiming killed a great tiger single-handed to the Chun and Wang families, especially those 2. 2. Send men to secretly trail the couple. Whoever makes a move, step in and protect them. Asterisk asterisk. 3. A man I've set my sights on doesn't slip out of my grasp. The confidant didn't understand. A hunter who'd killed a boar, worth this much trouble? Lin Zihan cut him a sidelong glance. A boar over 300 pounds, killed by 1 man, and he still walks away unscathed. Out of our 12-man hunting party, who could do that? His skill is far more than this. And so the rumor of that tiger carcass was set loose. Only later did I learn. I'd clearly killed a boar, and by the time it reached the city, it had become a tiger. Rumors are like that. The more absurd, the more useful. Within half a day, the wind blew across all 3 families. On the Wang side, young Master Wang Yunfei sneered the moment he heard it. If there really were someone capable of killing a tiger, why would our spies only learn of it now? This is Lin Zihan's scheme, deliberately leaked to us. Backhandedly, he set a trap of his own. Play along with him. Lure that martial fanatic of the Chun family into it. On the Chun side, young Master Chendakian was practicing archery on the drill field, an arrow through the heart. After hearing the rumor, he was clearer-headed than anyone. Believe that someone killed a tiger alone? I don't. But I can't afford not to guard against it. He immediately gave the order. Pick a squad, dress them in Wang family clothes, and go ambush this Tang Yiming. If he's truly capable, recruit him. Don't harm him. Just let him know it was the Wang family who did it. Asterisk asterisk. The schemes of 3 families tangled into one knot. And the man at the center of this snarl, me, was accompanying my wife, blissfully strolling the streets, none the wiser. 9 dan of grain, and after 1 shopping trip, less than 2 remained. In a famine year, everything was precious as gold. Back at the inn, Old who had long since prepared the bath water, bathed and changed into new clothes, my whole body felt refreshed, as if I'd been reborn. Qingxue especially, in a plum-colored gown, a same-colored sash cinched at the waist, showing off a waist you could span with 2 hands, black hair spilling over her shoulders, skin fairer than snow. Clothes make the person. My little wife outshone those TV stars by 10 streets. I stared, transfixed, until she shot me a coy, chiding look, and I coughed twice. Ahem. Wife, the food's getting cold. At night, moonlight scattered across the covers. Holding Qingxue, I couldn't sleep. Today we'd wandered into the wealthy district. Pavilions and towers, little bridges over flowing streams, guarded fiercely. Then I thought of that ramshackle thatched hut in Stone Bridge Village. One in the heavens, one on the earth. Husband, what's wrong? Nothing. I turned my head to look at her. Qingxue, would you like to live in a big house like that? She nestled into my arms. No. This wife only wants to stay by her husband's side and bear you many, many fat little sons. Saying it, she actually kissed me first. What happened after that, I'll only report by the names of the moves. Flying dragon in the sky. Fierce dragon crossing the river. Arrogant dragon has regret. Old who, keeping watch through the night, covered his ears, his face utterly devoid of the will to live. Here we go again. Dawn. The 2 of us, having carried on for half the night, got up and shouldered our baskets. In the back courtyard, Louis Dao was already waiting, his face full of feeling. Brother Yiming, what stamina? You can even get up after all that. Qingxue's face flushed, and she hid behind me. I coughed. Brother Lu misunderstands. Last night I was teaching my wife fist technique. Louis Dao gave a knowing chuckle and tactfully didn't press. Everything ready? Come on, let's head back. The ox cart left through the city's north gate, chatting and laughing along the way, perfectly at ease. At a concealed corner outside the city, a squad of Wang family thugs had already drawn their bows full. They were actually Chun family men in disguise. That layer I didn't know at the time. Whip! A cold flash grazed past my waist and thunked into the ground. Ambush! Louis Dao and 3 of his juniors drew their blades on guard. I whipped out my hatchet and shielded Qingxue firmly behind me. Don't run off, stay behind me. Whip, whip, whip. Several arrows came at once. Louis Dao and the others couldn't dodge in time. Ack! Asterisk SHK asterisk. One junior took an arrow and dropped on the spot. Bad. I had only a hatchet in hand. Block arrows with that? Certain death. Just then, something flashed bright in my mind. That fallen junior still clutched a longbow in his hand. Not a war bow, but usable. I dove forward in a roll and snatched up the bow and arrows. The dozen-odd men across from us surrounded the ox cart, their leader shouting, "Who's Tang Yiming?" Louis Dao rushed out ahead of me. Asterisk I'm asterisk Tang Yiming. He was shielding me. But the men across the way didn't care in the slightest who was who. All they wanted was for Tang Yiming to see clearly. It was the Wang family who'd done this. Kill. The dozen men lunged at Louis Dao and his 2 men. Something felt more and more wrong in my gut. Too deliberate. This didn't look like a killing over grudges. It looked like a performance. But even a performance required staying alive first. I drew the bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed. Whip. Asterisk SHK asterisk. Straight into one man's belly. Nice one. Louis Dao roared. I didn't answer. 3 arrows in quick succession, everyone on target. The men across the way froze. Their leader's pupils shrank. This archery was far too accurate. Louis Dao and his 2 blocked the front line while I loosed arrows steadily from behind. The dirtbow's killing power was a bit lacking, but each arrow took 1 down, enough to give them a hard time. In the distance, the real Wang family squad watched, dumbfounded. Their manager gritted his teeth. Fuck, we've been played by that Shin brat. The young master would never send a second squad. They dressed as our men to strike. They mean to frame us. We can't let the Chun family succeed. Brothers, move. But just as they were about to charge, from the other end of the road, another force came storming out. Manager, it's the Lin family. The Wang manager's face went green. Too late. Retreat. Back to report to the young master. Lin Zihan's ambush, that line about whoever makes a move, I'll protect them, was closing its net. And on my end, dirt bow in hand, I still had no idea I'd already become the quarry 3 families were fighting over. The moment the Lin family's ambush arrived, that band of Wang family men tossed aside a few weapons and pulled back. I stared at those blades, my brow knitting tighter still. So timely, so decisive, so utterly baffling. I had nothing whatsoever to do with the Wang family. Why would they want me dead? This whole thing wasn't right. Louis Dao sidled over. Brother Yiming, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. They think you've thrown in with the Lin family, and fearing your skill, want to strike first and eliminate you. How about you just join the Lin family? Your family would have protection too. There was guilt on his face. After all, he was the one who'd recommended me upward. But my heart grew clearer and clearer. From that snow fox cloak to this ambush, today, every single piece was too convenient. I didn't want to pick a side, and even less did I want to be someone's chess piece. Thank you, Brother Liu. Let me think on it more. He couldn't press too hard. He stuffed one of the blades dropped by the enemy into my hands. A Wang family guard's blade, far sharper than that hatchet of yours. For self-defense. As he handed me the blade, Qingshue's sharp, I caught a streak of blood on his arm. Brother Liu, you're hurt. She immediately took out her water skin and herbs, crouching down to clean and bind the wound for him. I watched from the side, for no other reason than to see just how much this little wife of mine's medical skill was really worth. Her technique was clean, debriding, applying medicine, wrapping the cloth, all in one smooth flow. Louis Dao hissed twice, but her hands didn't stop. The path of an apprentice to a country village doctor. For external wounds, this was plenty. As for internal medicine, I'd test that another day. A junior who died taking an arrow was carried back to the city by the Lin family's men. Louis Dao made a point of telling me, he won't have died for nothing. The young master will provide for his family. This was a recruitment pitch spoken for my benefit. I understood it. But the more it went like this, the less I could rush to pick a side. I was a man of unknown origin. It would take them some time yet to dig up my background. During that gap, I couldn't stand in anyone's camp. The dirt market. Liu Erdeo was already waiting at the entrance, with a burly man beside him I hadn't seen before. The moment the ox cart stopped, the two brothers whoosh. Ed passed Louis Dao on either side and lunged straight at me. Big brother Tang. Louis Dao was speechless. Since when do you two treat your own blood brother like this? The burly man cupped his hands. Little brother here, Lu Sandow. Third blade. I paused. Big brother Tang knows me. His eyes lit up. No, that name of yours reminds me of an old acquaintance, a supreme general under a warlord, who'd taken enemy general's head within 3 blades. Lu Sandow's eyes went wide. Asterisk that asterisk fierce. Big brother Tang, tell me about him. I'd be dealing with these 3 brothers plenty from now on anyway. The relationship needed cultivating. So I gave them a whole spiel about a famous 3 kingdoms general, half true and half embellished, laying it on thick. When I finished, Lu Sandow was red-faced and thick-necked with excitement. I, Lu Sandow, swear, from this day on I'll train hard in the martial arts, and I'll be a great general who takes heads in 3 blades too. Lu Yidao sighed to the side. Well, if the little brother has ambition, the elder brother will just have to support him. Seeing the hour was getting late, I borrowed a handcart. Oxen were the estate's heavy property, and even the manager had no authority to lend them out, and pulled Qingxue home. With the blade at my waist, no refugees along the way dared bother me. But at my front gate, my face fell. The courtyard, which Qingxue had kept spotless, was in shambles. The house had been robbed. First, back in the city, the Wang residence. Hearing someone had impersonated the Wang family to strike, Wang Yunfei wasn't angry. He only found it interesting. How was the archery? Every shot on target, young master. Heh. He set down his candle-trimming scissors. Lin Zihans found himself a fine hired blade, and means to use us as a stepping stone. What a pity. Pass the order down. Dig up this man's background thoroughly. This man, I'm claiming him. The Snowfox cloak refused, a staged ambush that didn't scare me off, and instead all 3 families had fixed their eyes on me. At the time I still didn't know I'd already become the meat at the mouths of 3 hungry wolves. Back in Stonebridge Village, the house had been turned upside down. The half-dan of grain reclaimed from Uncle's household was gone, along with the tattered cotton quilt. Fortunately, the several dan of grain from the meat sale, I hadn't kept at home at all, and the quilt I didn't mourn in the least. Now I had a big, warm new one, and no matter how my wife and I carried on, we'd never freeze. Someone kept watch at the village entrance. Refugees couldn't get in. Only a villager could pull off a robbery in the village without a soul knowing. The first person I thought of was that so-called uncle of mine. Too bad there was no proof. I wasn't angry. Half a dan of grain wouldn't carry them to the autumn harvest, and their seed grain was gone too. All that awaited them was exile. Once I'd cleaned up, the new home looked brand new. A new bronze mirror, a thick cotton quilt, and winter clothes to change into in the cabinet. This household stock would make even city folk green with envy. Qingxue went to cook. I didn't stay idle. That boar hide was a treasure. After that scene during the day, I'd made up my mind to make a set of armor, to guard against beasts on the mountain and against ambush in a fight. I knew hide processing well. Years ago, I'd learned a rough folk method in some primitive tribe, and it came in handy precisely in these times with no tools and no materials. Using the stove fire, I stretched the hide taut into a wooden frame and set it out in the sunny part of the courtyard, waiting for the first rays of morning sun to dry it. Once I finished, the meal was ready too. In the courtyard, under the moonlight, I ate boar stewed with spices. Most of the gamey stink cooked away, and I ate my fill, sighing with satisfaction. Over the next several days, I didn't go up the mountain. With meat and grain in hand, I put all my energy into whittling arrow shafts and practicing the few crude blade moves I'd stolen from watching Lu Yidao that day. Qingxue wasn't allowed out to gather herbs, so she went to the village chief's house to learn needlework from Andy Lee. These few days, her new cotton clothes and embroidered shoes became prized rarities in the eyes of every woman in the village. The deadweight everyone once looked down on had leapt to become the village's focal point. She reveled in it, secretly grateful she'd married the right man. Why did the villagers all show her face? It was because I'd already fed a fingertip-sized piece of meat, house by house. Accept a man's gift and your tongue grows short. Only Lu Chui, every time she saw Qingxue, had poison steeped in her eyes. She reckoned herself the most capable woman in the village, with the widest hips. So why did the whole village single out a piece of dead weight for such regard? This grievance she couldn't swallow. Old scores, to be settled sooner or later. A few days later, I found myself stumped by that tan boar hide. Everything else I could do, but needlework, I really couldn't. Anything I sewed came out like a dog's breakfast. Husband, leave it to this wife, Qingxue said gently. I trusted the skill she'd built these past days and handed over the cut and shaped armor pieces. This girl really did learn fast. The needle and thread flew and darted in her hands, and in no more than a few hours, a set of leather armor was done. The edges even trimmed all around with rabbit fur, sturdy and handsome both. I was stunned. I put it on to try. A good fit, imposing. I drew the blade and swung a few times in the courtyard, then knocked and loosed an arrow into a tree stump. The armor didn't hinder me in the least. I swept her into my arms. This wife's hands are incredible. Needlework, medicine, brains. Not one of them looked like a peasant woman fleeing famine. This woman was no simple matter. Qingxue lowered her head shyly. Husband overpraises. This wife only stitched it. The armor is husband's work. Even so, it deserves a reward. I gave a wicked grin. I'll reward you with a kiss. Husband, stop teasing. Having carried on all night, my young frame's back ached a bit too. Qingxue was still asleep, so I quietly got up. I'd eaten boar for several days and grown sick of it. Time to go into the mountains for a change of taste. I donned the armor, tied on the cloak Qingxue had sewn from an old bedsheet, hung the estate blade at my side, slung the war bow on my back, and took 5 arrows. 2 of the arrowheads were borrowed from the battlefield that day. Fearing they'd be recognized, I'd only lifted a couple. The first thing on the mountain was to check that boar carcass. Only a heap of bones was left. Even the scalp had been gnawed clean. The bite marks weren't from just one animal. Asterisk asterisk for a pack of tigers to gather. It was most likely a mother with cubs. Asterisk asterisk a tigress with cubs was 10 times fiercer than a male. Thinking of how I'd walked away unscathed that day, I felt a chill of belated fear. I didn't linger. Today I was here to restock. Following a game trail into a thicket, I picked up a feather, ring-necked pheasant, a wild chicken. That was exactly what I wanted, a pot of chicken soup. Before long, a pheasant was foraging up ahead. I knocked an arrow. Twang. The pheasant dropped at the sound, wings flapping. I strode forward, still 10 paces away. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, a shape flashed past my side and snatched the pheasant away in its jaws. The hair on my body stood on end. A leopard. Golden fur, black rosette spots, around 120 pounds. It held my pheasant in its mouth, glaring dead at me. It had taken me for an intruder trespassing on its territory. I swallowed. This beast's forelimbs were knotted with muscle. One swipe of its paw could treat human bones like tofu. Speed and explosive power, both above mine. Mid-standoff, it suddenly leapt into the brush and vanished. Lying in wait, it was an expert at ambush. It had never kindly let this 2-legged mutton walk away. I pricked up my ears, my whole body taut. There. I drew the string. Whip. The arrow shot into the brush, but the grass swayed and the leopard darted out the other side. It had dodged. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Sharp claws raked across my arm, blood beading and splattering, and it shrank back into the grass. SSSS. A burning, searing pain. Thank God I'd worn the boar armor. Otherwise that one swipe would have crippled half my arm. But I'm a man. Why should I be bullied by a beast? Rather than retreat, I advanced, bearing the pain to draw the bow full, glaring all around. This time, I'd predicted its route, in the very instant it sprang out. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. The arrow drove into its foreleg. Roar. The leopard threw back its head and roared in fury. The chance had come. I threw down the bow, drew the blade, and lunged. One strike, slashing across its neck. Asterisk shk asterisk. Blood sprayed across my face. No time to wipe it. I threw my arms around its neck, flipped up and rode it. The hide was a treasure. I didn't want to hack it to ruin. The leopard thrashed like mad. I clung tight, pressing the blade deeper and deeper. Its strength drained bit by bit, until at last it went limp in my arms. I gave it 2 more cuts before I slumped down on the ground, gasping. Once I'd rested up, I bound the leopard. Just as I went to fetch that pheasant, a white shape whoosh, and out, my pheasant right there in its mouth. A white tiger. Fuck me. Running into a leopard was already the jackpot. Now there's a goddamn grand prize too? Around 80 pounds, half a meter tall, a tiger cub not yet a year old. The cub wasn't frightening. What was frightening was its mother. Asterisk that asterisk was the she-devil of the mountains. Luckily, the little white tiger didn't think much of me at all, head down gnawing the chicken, too lazy even to lift an eyelid. Fine, you ignore me, and I couldn't ask for more. Before it could call for its parents, I snatched up the bow, hauled the leopard onto my back, and bolted. I'd run more than a li. Roar. A tiger's roar shook the whole mountain forest into trembling. Holy shit, run faster. My scalp went numb. I sprinted in one breath clear out of Stonebridge Mountain before I dared to catch it. What I didn't know was, the moment I left, a huge black shape appeared at the mountain pass. That great black tigress that had gnawed the boar, blood faintly seeping from her hind leg, with a little black tiger nuzzling up to lick her wound. A pair of eyes, fixed dead on my receding back, hauling over 100 pounds and sprinting a whole li. Who could bear that? I leaned against a rock and rested a good long while. I looked down at the leopard, in my own time and place. This was a protected animal, seen only in zoos and films. This hide, in any era, was a luxury good, made into an outer garment. It'd be worth more than that snowfox cloak. As for the meat, I'd eaten all sorts of things, but the meat of a top predator like this, I really hadn't tasted. I'd stew it and try it another day. This time I wasn't selling. There was nothing my household lacked, and a trip out wasn't necessarily safe. For now I wanted to lie low. Best of all, to let that crowd forget about me. Rested enough, I hauled the leopard back to the village. The moment Wang Dafu, keeping watch at the village entrance, saw the thing on my back, his eyeballs nearly popped out. Leo, leopard. He slapped himself hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming, then grabbed the bronze gong and beat it furiously. The bronze gong's clang was the signal for refugees breaking into the village. Villagers dropped their work, grabbed hoes and hatchets, and swarmed toward the entrance. Even the womenfolk came out, every one of them radiating murderous intent. I was bewildered. How had coming home made me the whole village's public enemy. I rushed to the entrance, saw no refugees, only me hauling a great golden, black-spotted leopard. Leo, your head. Tang Dazhuang punched the messenger lad. Brother Dazhuang, it really is a leopard. Tang Dazhuang turned to look and froze. A simpleton who'd only just come to his senses not long ago, hauling back a fierce beast that even the king of the mountain gave 3 feet of birth? He didn't believe it. His father, Tang Erniu, believed it even less. My soldier father, going up the mountain in his day, could only bag a few pheasants and hares, and in the end still died in the jaws of a beast like this. A simpleton, where would he get the ability? But the leopard was pressed there, solid and real, on my shoulder. The crowd erupted. The able-bodied swarmed forward, not a trace of their former contempt left in their eyes, only awe. Leopard-slaying hero. Leopard-slaying hero. The shouting made me uncomfortable all over. This title, the more I heard it, the stranger it sounded. Amid the crowd, Lu Chui stared at me, her gaze as full of adoration as the other women's, yet steeped in a thread of venomous resentment. Why isn't the one who married him me? Instead of that dead weight? This woman's tab, it seemed, was only growing thicker. Ahem, ahem. A cough pressed down the cheering. Village Chief Wang Fugue squeezed to the front, smiling as he clapped my shoulder. Brother Dainyu, your son's got more to him than you did. He gave a sigh, then turned and roared to the whole village. Fellow villagers, escort the hero home. Oh. A crowd clustered around me, cheering and escorting me all the way to my front gate. Qingxue, hearing the commotion, came out to meet us. Seeing me surrounded like a moon among stars, the confusion in her eyes melted away at once. Husband, this is... Sister, what good fortune you've got. Several village wives crowded around, chattering all at once. My man does nothing but farm and farm. But your man here is a hero who can slay leopards. Praised until my scalp crawled, I hurriedly waved my hands. Luck, just luck. When it comes to real skill, I can't hold a candle to my father. This luck, it's my wife who brought it. Qingxue's face went red in a flash. Clearly it was her own good luck to have married her husband. How was it luck she'd brought? The villagers were slow to disperse. First, the village hadn't been this lively in ages. Second, it was the first time they'd seen a leopard this close. And third, they wanted a share of the meat. Even a fleck of meat the size of a pinky nail could, back home, be simmered into a pot of soup. This little scheme, I saw through it clearly. Ever since that last time, I'd come to a realization. Fighting alone, I'd never accomplish anything. I needed to get this crowd of villagers firmly in hand. I'd just never had the chance. Now this leopard was the chance. In a few days it'll be the new year. I raised my voice. How about today? We celebrate the new year early. What do you say? The villagers were taken aback. These past famine years, who still celebrated the new year? Every year they'd just scrape a bite together and call it done. Doesn't everyone want to eat meat? Eyes all at once lit up. We do. The whole village roared it to the heavens. If you want to eat, then everyone get moving. Tonight the whole village drinks meat soup and eats leopard meat. An early new year. The threshing ground erupted in an instant. Wang Fugue frowned and squeezed over. Yiming, this meat. Are you really willing to share it? Chief Wang, I'm a part of this village too. Besides, this meat's more than one meal's worth. I clapped his shoulder. Without you all looking after me these years, I'd have starved long ago. I, Tang Yiming, repay kindness. Once this leopard stewed, 10 big pots of soup, plenty for all. The meat may not be much, but every household will get a taste of it. I didn't cite the pound count. How much clean meat can one leopard yield? Sharing it across the whole village, a few mouthfuls per person, is empty. But 10 pots of rich soup and a roomful of meat's fragrance are enough to cook people's hearts tender. In famine years, just catching the scent is enough to make someone remember your kindness a lifetime. Wang Fuguei was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Good, good. Truly our village's leopard-slaying hero. Yiming, from now on, whatever you need, this uncle backs you all the way. He turned and bellowed to the whole village. Fellow villagers, Yiming's treating, soup and meat for all. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Yiming, Yiming. The entire village boiled over. People scrambled home, each digging out a handful of grain hoarded at the bottom of their chests, and gathered at the threshing ground. Only when the crowd had scattered did the courtyard fall quiet. Qingxue came over carrying a basin of water, her eyes full of worry. Husband, is the wound bad? Warmth stirred in my chest. Out of all those people, only she had spotted the gash on my right arm. It's nothing. The leopard clawed a cut when it pounced. Thanks to the armor you sewed, most of it was blocked. Sit down, husband. This wife will bind it for you. I obediently sat. She took a damp cloth and cleaned the wound bit by bit, her gaze focused and tender. I couldn't help reaching out and touching her cheek. She stiffened, her face reddening further. Don't move. Careful, you'll bump the wound. You're still hurt. With my wife here, the wound's already half healed. She shot me a chiding look and lowered her head to continue. The cut wasn't deep. This was nothing to me. Once she'd bound it, I picked up the firewood hatchet, walked to the leopard's carcass, and skinned it, gutted it, and stripped the meat all in one smooth flow. The moment I peeled off the leopard hide, Qingxue spoke up. Husband, this hide, may I have it? I paused. All right. She took it, crouched down to clean it, and followed the method I'd used on the boar hide last time, step by step. Her technique was clumsy, but she didn't miss a single step. I stared dumbfounded. I'd only done it once, and she'd taken it all in with her eyes, reproducing it without the slightest error. This drive to learn was fiercer than a proper apprentice's. This woman, the more I looked, the less simple she seemed. The sky darkened. At the center of the threshing ground, a bonfire blazed up. 10 big iron pots stood around it, meat fragrance rolling off them, tugging at everyone's throats until they swallowed hard. Beside the bonfire stood a small pot as well, white rice. That little handful of rice each household had chipped and had gathered into this one pot of precious stuff. A pack of hungry children circled it, drooling, eyes glued to the pot, unable to look away, yet not one dared reach out. Their parents had laid down harsh words. Touch a single grain, and it's the family rod for you. In the middle of the fire were set a few chairs. Seated there were village chief Wang Fuguei and the two of us. You're the one treating, Wang Fuguei nudged me. Go up, say a few words to everyone. I stood and extended my hand toward Qingxue. Wife, this. She hesitated. This was my moment of glory. She feared stealing my thunder. But meeting my eyes, in the end she gently laid her hand upon mine. She gave a sweet smile. Step by step, the two of us climbed onto the wooden platform. I could feel her heartbeat, her palms scalding hot, wrapped for the first time in so many envious gazes. Below the platform, hundreds of pairs of eyes looked up. I didn't rush to talk of eating meat. First I swept a glance around and lowered my voice. Tonight's meal is the goodwill of me, Tang Yiming. From now on, if any household meets with hardship or suffers bullying, just come find me. I paused. Of course, if anyone doesn't know good from bad and comes to make trouble at the Tang family gate, don't blame me for not recognizing faces. The place fell silent for a moment. What I wanted wasn't just their thanks. I needed them to remember. This meat can be given, and it can be taken back. Then I threw up a hand. Enough talk. Tonight, drink soup and eat meat. With a roar, the whole village surged toward the stoves. I turned to look at her and softened my voice. Wife, let's go down and eat too. At our table, a pot of white rice, a plate of plain sliced leopard meat, and 2 bowls of rich soup. Looking at this spread, my heart settled. This treat wasn't given in error. In the line for soup, a commotion broke out. Oh, who's this? Wang Dafu, ladle in hand, recognized the newcomer at a glance and sneered. Tang Dazhuang stiffened his neck. What? I'm Yiming's cousin. Can I drink soup and eat meat? If you know what's good for you, ladle me out extra meat. And with that he moved to grab the ladle. Wang Dafu wasn't about to allow it, and was just about to blow up. I didn't move from the platform. I only slowly turned my head and cast one glance that way. Just that one glance. The villagers in line all turned their faces that direction in unison, their eyes colder one than the next. The place that had just been so lively and warm froze in an instant. Tang Dazhuang. One of the men spoke first. This meat belongs to Brother Yiming. You think you're worthy? That's right. Get lost. Don't dirty this pot of soup. Wang Dafu kicked Tang Dazhuang, staggering. You hear that? It's the whole village's meaning. Dare come again, and we'll carve you up. Tang Dazhuang's face went through shades of green and white. Only now did he taste the flavor of it. Yesterday, everyone had despised me. And today, one meal of meat later, the whole village had become my people. He didn't dare act rough again. He only tossed out a "you'll wait and see," and slunk off, disgraced. Tang Erniu and Wang Mei, the couple, seeing how things stood, didn't dare linger either, and withdrew with their heads tucked down. I drew back my gaze and lifted my bowl. The soup was piping hot. Lu Chui, though, had managed to slip in. Tang Erniu, Tang Dazhuang, and Wang Mei, the few of them, returned to their own courtyard, panting. Damn it! What's there to be so smug about? It's just a bowl of meat soup, Tang Erniu fumed. That's right, just a bowl of meat soup, Tang Dazhuang cursed along. Before the words had died away, several of their stomachs growled loudly. Pa, I'm hungry. For the sake of that bowl of soup, they hadn't even eaten dinner. Tang Erniu sighed. Had he known Yiming would turn out so capable, back then he never should have. He shook his head, pressing the thought down, then turned to Wang Mei. Woman, go make some food. Wang Mei was speechless. What food could there possibly be in the house? These past few days they'd survived entirely on the half-dan of coarse rice stolen from the simpleton's home. She had no choice. She only reheated the rice gruel in the pot and ladled out a bowl for each. Wife, wife. Tang Dazhuang carried his bowl around the courtyard looking for Lu Chui, searching a good while, but there wasn't a shadow of her. Suddenly he broke into a grin. The two of them had gone over together. If Lu Chui hadn't come back, then most likely she hadn't been driven off. Dazhuang, what are you grinning at? Pa, Lu Chui hasn't come back. When she does, we'll surely have soup to drink. Tang Erniu and Wang Mei brightened. The bowls of watery gruel in their hands suddenly smelled a good deal more fragrant. At that same moment, the threshing ground. Everyone cradled a big bowl of meat soup, sniffing greedily, saliva nearly dripping into the bowls. Meat? It's meat. Someone, spotting the two little fingernail-sized flecks of meat at the bottom of the bowl, roared out in excitement. Lu Chui hadn't expected she'd get a bowl either. Being a woman, she'd never had so much as a taste of anything meaty since childhood, let alone leopard meat. She was overjoyed, the hands cradling the bowl trembling faintly, terrified she'd spill it. She couldn't resist licking it with the tip of her tongue, and every pore in her body opened up. This flavor, she was tasting for the first time in her life. But the moment she thought of how she and Qingxue were both Tang family daughters-in-law, one in the heavens, one on the earth, resentment welled up again. Why should a piece of dead weight live better than her? Why should that one get to enjoy blessings while she worked herself to death in the fields? The more she thought, the angrier she grew, and her eyes actually grew moist. In the villagers' mouths, this leopard meat was a peerless delicacy. But in mine, the gaminess struck the nose, and the meat was so tough I couldn't chew it soft. I glanced at the plate of fried meat and lost interest. Good thing I'd saved a leopard leg. Tomorrow I'll use the spices I brought back from the city and make a proper meal of it. Qingxue, for her part, could stomach it. This was leopard meat that even the wealthy might never taste. However gamey, in her mouth, it was a rarity. Though these past days at home she'd eaten meat every day, she took only a few pieces and picked at the wild greens instead. Seeing me set down my chopsticks with more than half the plate of fried meat left, she said softly, "Since it's not the husband's taste, why not give it to the children?" I looked up. All around were faces gazing hungrily, especially the village girls. I'd said everyone would get a share, but their parents had still confiscated most of the meat soup, and those two flecks of meat at the bottom of the bowl were more than the girls could ever dream of. They were already quite content, but children, in the end, couldn't hide the greed in their eyes. I turned to look at Qingxue. Thinking I meant to reproach her, her gaze shrank. I said nothing, only stroked her head with a comforted smile. Reminded of your own past? She nodded. She truly had been reminded of the old days, of those times in her parents' home. I picked up the plate of fried meat, fried the day before in the oil I'd brought back from the city, and waved at the cluster of girls not far off. The girls didn't dare come. Only one bold one moved first. That was the daughter Wang Dafu had with his first wife, named Wang Mei. No, Wang Mei was another. This girl was called Wang Mei. Correcting, named Wang Mei. With her leading, the rest of the girls slowly gathered over. Asterisk. Note, Wang Mei, beautiful, is a different character from Wang Mei, plum, the mother. I'll disambiguate below. Asterisk. I broke into a smile. Do you want to eat? 20 or 30 little heads nodded frantically. I handed the plate to Qingxue. Wife, they want to eat. Help me divide it. Qingxue was startled, then gave a sweet smile. Come, Annie will share it out to you. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie. A slice of meat each in hand, yet they didn't dare eat it. They only licked, over and over, at the bit of grease in the cracks of their fingers. I sighed. I understood. Their parents were watching not far off. Girls in this great chew were money-losing goods. Were it not for the court's laws holding it down, how many would die at their own parents' hands the moment they were born? Raise one to adulthood and hand her to the government. And it only offsets a single year's tax. But how much grain does it cost to raise her those 15, 16 years? So the moment she's old enough to work, the family works her half to death, eating scraps, wearing hand-me-downs, doing an adult's labor. If she truly eats this meat, she'll not escape a taste of the family rod when she gets home. Seeing the girls dared only lick the grease and not bite, Qingxue caught on too, realizing that her moment of soft-heartedness had done a foolish thing. This flock of girls, weren't they no different from herself back then? Husband, at a loss, she looked to me. I understood her meaning and said in a low voice, Rest easy, Qingxue. I'm here. I turned to the girls. What, is it not good? They shook their heads desperately. Then why aren't you eating? No one could answer. If you're not going to eat it, then give it back. I picked up the plate, making as if to take back the meat I'd handed out. At this, the girls panicked, and their parents behind them panicked even more. That was fried meat, twice as fragrant as the stewed. Bring it home and lick it once a day, and it'd be enough to give the whole family a taste of something meaty. Don't want to give it back? Then eat it. The girls stole glances at their own parents. The parents gritted their teeth. Rather than let me take it back, better to let their daughters get a taste. Seeing their parents nod, the girls finally opened their little mouths and nibbled, bit by bit. Every bite was tiny, eating that thin slice of meat as though it were gold, terrified of biting off too much or dropping any. On Qingxue's face rose a look of comfort. Thank you, husband. I quirked the corner of my mouth. Is that how my wife thanks me? Her pretty face flushed, and with a soft, chiding sound, she slowly leaned close, her breath fragrant as orchids at my ear. Then how does husband want this wife to thank him? My eyes lit up. Without answering, I swept her up sideways into my arms. She cried out in alarm, hastily throwing her arms around my neck, burying her face in the crook of my shoulder, not daring to lift it again. This little scheme of mine having succeeded, I chuckled to myself and divided the remaining fried meat into 27 equal shares. When the girls had finished eating, I handed a portion to each to take home. Wang Mei, the girl Wang Mei, was the eldest of the flock, 14. 2 more years and she too would be taken away by the government and assigned out. All the other girls had scattered, only she hadn't gone. Qingxue was curious. Little Mei, is there something else you want? This girl really was bold. Her eyes darted to the empty plate on the table. Auntie, that empty plate. Could you lend it to me for one night? The meat on the plate was gone, but it was smeared with plenty of grease. A few swishes of hot water, and it'd be a pot of soup with a touch of meat to it. Qingxue was taken aback, then handed the plate over. Of course you may. Wang Mei hurried to take it, thanked her joyfully, and turned and ran off. I came back from washing my hands, not knowing why my little wife was so happy. Just then the bonfire was blazing, and the villagers who'd drunk their soup and eaten their meat circled the fire singing and dancing, boisterous and merry. I extended my hand. Wife, shall we dance one together? Qingxue didn't know how to dance. She lowered her head shyly, yet still laid her hand upon mine. The two of us looked at each other and smiled, and stepped together into the firelight. Joy is always brief. The bonfire gradually died out, the night grew deep, and the villagers dispersed one after another. Qingxue and I had returned to our room early. Only a dozen or so young men were left on the threshing ground cleaning up. Reluctant to part with it, Lu Chui set down the bowl she'd licked spotlessly clean and walked toward my courtyard. Reaching the outside of the courtyard, she heard the sounds of laughter and play from within and felt even worse. Why? Why? She clenched her fists. Why was it that a lifetime of suffering never brought her the thing she wanted? That little laughter from inside the house was like a needle stabbing into her heart again and again. After a moment, she gave a cold sneer, turned, and left. At home, the three of them still waited hungrily for Lu Chui to bring back the soup. "Where's that damned woman? Still not back?" Tang Dazhuang cursed and stood up. "That's it, I'll go find her." He'd just taken a step when Lu Chui's figure appeared in the doorway. "Wife." Tang Dazhuang came to meet her, and the moment he saw her empty hands, his face immediately darkened. "Where's the soup?" Lu Chui paused a moment. Either way, it's a beating. For the first time in her life, she wanted to live for herself, just once. This bowl of soup, she'd own it. "I drank it myself." She lifted her head, spacing out each word. "What? You drank it all yourself?" Asterisk slap asterisk. A palm cracked across her face, especially loud in the silent courtyard. Lu Chui cupped the red, swollen half of her face, tears streaming down, yet she glared stubbornly at Tang Dazhuang. "My pa traded 30 pounds of coarse rice to bring you back, to serve me. You get something good and don't offer it up to your elders. You dare swallow it in secret?" Tang Dazhuang slapped her again. "Worthless slut." Tang Erniu clapped from the side. "Well hit." Wang Mei kept her head down and didn't move. She had endured her way through the same, and knew that the moment she opened her mouth, there'd be two people getting beaten. With the Great Chu's laws holding things down, her son in the end wouldn't dare truly beat someone to death. Thinking this, she buried her head lower still. A single woman, how could she withstand it? Beaten until she curled into a ball, Lu Chui sobbed without cease. "Cry, cry, cry. All you know is crying." Tang Dazhuang spat. "Can't bear a child all this time. When the wedding party comes in the spring, I'll return you and marry another." "That's right." Tang Ernie vented all his temper on this daughter-in-law too. "There's no shortage of women who can bear children. She's a bad luck star. If you hadn't married her back, would our house have been robbed?" Lu Chui's body trembled faintly. In this moment, she dared to rage, but dared not speak. Tang Dazhuang grabbed a fistful of her hair and dragged her toward the house. She did not cry out. The next day, when Qingxue opened her eyes, the sky was already light. She rubbed them, saw that I hadn't gotten up today, and, recalling the wildness of the night before, a flush rose to her cheeks. She rose lightly, terrified of waking me, and after washing up, went again to tend to that leopard hide. Over the next several days, Stonebridge Village was as plain and ordinary as ever, everything running just as before. In the mornings I went up the mountain, in the afternoons I came home, and each time I could bring back a different kind of quarry. Over in Ping'an County, though, things weren't so peaceful. Because of the affair of the Chun family disguising themselves as the Wang family to attack the Lin family, Lin Zihan, though he knew full well it was Chun Daqian's doing, deliberately kept his grip fixed on Wang Yunfei alone. The atmosphere in the city these days was oppressive indeed. Fortunately, the government still commanded a thin measure of respect, so it hadn't erupted into open brawling between the clans. In his study, Lin Zihan was recording, one by one, the course of these days' tentative frictions with the Wang family. These were the details of an opponent's strength, the evidence by which he would weigh his rivals in days to come. If the famine and the harsh taxes and levies dragged on like this, the government's usefulness would only shrink further. He had to prepare early. He'd just set down his brush when his confidant Laishi came bursting in. "Laishi, what is it?" "Young master, big news." "Speak." Word passed along from Lu Yidao's side that Tang Yiming, a few days ago, hunted and killed a one leopard. "What?" Lin Zihan shot to his feet. "Say that again. Who killed a one leopard?" "Tang Yiming." Lin Zihan's brow knit, and he murmured, "Truly worthy of being a man I've set my sights on. He hasn't been back long, and already he hands me such a shock." Laishi asked hurriedly, "Young master, then shall we set about recruiting him?" Lin Zihan paused. "This man is no simple matter. The ordinary paths of recruitment won't work on him. After that affair last time, suspicion has most likely stirred in his heart too. Let him hang for a while first. Then the Chun and Wang families? Simple. Feed them a bit of false information. We're down those two families' good tempers." At the corner of Lin Zihan's mouth, a crafty little curl arose. "Yes, young master, your servant will see to it at once." Laishi answered and withdrew with quick steps. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. That boar battle armor of mine, under Qingshue's clever hands, had gained new touches again. I'd meant to make the leopard hide into a warm cloak, but Qingxue absolutely refused and insisted on making it into a cape for the battle armor. The golden markings gave off flecks of golden radiance in the light, and topped with that leopard head hide cap, I looked at my reflection in the water, and I looked nothing like a villager. I was, through and through, a mountain king. It was the new year, yet outside the village there wasn't the least trace of festivity. Heavy snow whirled down, and by the roadside refugees huddled into balls, holding one another for warmth. These days, it wasn't just the cold. The refugees fleeing famine from the north were growing more and more numerous, and the tree bark and grass roots along both sides of the government road had nearly been stripped clean. Yiming, Yiming. I was admiring Qingshue's handiwork when village chief Wang Fugue arrived at the door. "Chief Wang, what's the matter?" I hurried to open it. Wang Fugue shook the snow off himself and stepped over to the fire kong in 2 strides, first warming his frozen stiff hands a while. Though he was village chief, his household circumstances were no different from anyone else's. In weather like this, he wore only a thin cotton coat. Not like the two of us. Even without warming ourselves at this kong, wrapped in our thick cotton clothes, we couldn't feel the cold outside. Qingxue brought over a bowl of hot water. Wang Fugue drank half of it and recovered his breath somewhat. "Yiming, Uncle wants to discuss something with you." I added a stick of firewood. "Go ahead. You've seen the conditions outside the village, hunting up on the mountain. Even a remote little village like our stone bridge has gathered no small number of refugees." Wang Fugue sighed. "Our village is poor, but we do still have some grain in hand. No one will starve to death. But those refugees out there, I'm afraid they won't make it through this winter. When people are truly driven to the end of their rope, there's nothing they won't do. Uncle wants to ask you to lend the village a hand." Having said it, he gazed at me, his face full of expectation. I fell silent a moment. "What does Chief Wang want me to do?" "Uncle wants to form a guard troop, specifically to defend the village and keep the villagers safe." Wang Fugue said solemnly, "You're our village's leopard-slaying hero. Uncle wants to ask you to be the captain of this troop. Will you do it?" Having said it, he stared at me nervously. This was a matter bearing on the whole village's survival. What's more, my leopard-slaying skill stood plain for all to see. There wasn't a young man in the village who didn't submit to it. I mused a moment. "Since Chief Wang trusts me so, this captaincy, I'll take it." "Ha, good. Good." Wang Fugue broke into a laugh at once. "Yiming, our village all told, men, women, old and young, comes to 562 souls, but able-bodied men who can work the fields number only 83. Uncle will have them all gather at the threshing ground shortly." Stonebridge Village had a few dozen households in all, and grown men were few to begin with. Tang Dazhuang and I had only just come of age this year, and each of us had only one wife. As for Tang Erniu, it was because something had gone wrong with his body and he couldn't father children that he hadn't taken another. The other villagers, more or less, all had 2 or 3 wives. Once Wang Fugue had warmed himself enough at the fire, he left. Qingshuo shut the door and looked at me with sparkling eyes. "Does this count as husband becoming an official?" In her eyes, a village post was a post too, and this captaincy was surely like becoming an official. You could say so. I couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. "Husband is truly amazing." She threw herself joyfully into my arms. "You silly girl." I pinched the tip of her nose fondly. "All right, I need to make some preparations. This captaincy isn't so easy to hold." The chief's worry wasn't without reason. If these refugees truly kicked up trouble, it'd be no small matter. In a chaotic age, one man's strength was too slight. For myself, for this girl, for this little household of the moment, this captaincy, I had to hold it well. I took out a few dozen strips of dried rabbit meat, each the size of a thumb, and tucked them into my coat. I donned the armor, tied on the leopard cape Qingshuo had made, hung the saber at my waist, slung on the bow and arrows, and went out. The threshing ground was blanketed under a layer of snow, a stretch of pure white. The village's young men had already gathered there. "Yiming's here." Seeing me approach, everyone hurried to meet me. The leopard-slaying hero, who wouldn't be won over. "Everyone stand properly." Wang Fugue cleared his throat. "I've called you all here today for the thing I mentioned yesterday. I've persuaded Yiming. He's willing to be your captain. From now on you all follow his command. Whoever dares defy it, don't blame me for showing no mercy." "Understood, Chief." Everyone answered in unison, each of them worked up. Only Tang Erniu and Tang Dazhuang, in the crowd, wore complicated expressions, their glares at me full of hatred. I saw it, and couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind, clowns of this sort. Still, people like this couldn't be kept in the troop. Sooner or later they'd trip me up. "Chief Wang, this guard troop, it's really under my charge?" Wang Fugue nodded heavily. "It's yours. You're our village's hope. Placing it in your hands is safest." "Good." I swept my eyes over everyone. "Then let me first see who's truly willing to stay." From those who stay, I'll later pick out squad leaders. Wang Fuguei had meant for me to take on all the village's able-bodied men, and hearing me say this, though somewhat puzzled, he figured I had my reasons and didn't cut in. The moment Tang Erniu heard that squad leaders would be picked, he hurried over to curry favor. Yiming, we're family, after all. Your cousin's a big, strapping fellow. He's the perfect fit for this squad leader post. I gave a little smile. Uncle's right. Since you're my own kin, how could I bear to have you come out and suffer this cold? I'll ask the chief later to make a special exception for your household. Just stay peacefully at home. As for the guard troop matters, you needn't get mixed up in them. This. Tang Erniu was stunned. It sounded like a favor, yet he had a nagging feeling I was coming for them. Tang Dezhuang, however, was overjoyed. Thank you, cousin. He pulled his father away as he spoke. This lousy troop meant giving effort for free. He'd have none of it. The other villagers, seeing me open a back door for my relatives, took on some displeasure. Had the chief not given the word, who'd want to go out in cold like this? Nestled at the fire kong with your wife, warming yourself. Wasn't that sweeter? Wang Fuguei felt it improper too, and was just about to open his mouth, but I stopped him. Anyone who doesn't want to do it, feel free to go home like my uncle's household. I won't hold you back. Wang Fuguei started, and made to intervene again, but I cut him off once more. Chief Wang, since you've made me the captain, then listen to me. So be it, all as you say. He gave a sigh. Once I'd laid down these words, sure enough, more than half of them clattered off, going out to drill in the biting cold. How could it compare to the warmth of the calm? Shoving and jostling. In the blink of an eye, 50 or 60 had scattered. In the crowd, Wang Dafu didn't go. He only grinned and cast a glance at Tang Erniu's retreating back, muttered something under his breath, not the whole of it, then turned his head back. Who in the village didn't know about that business Tang Erniu had pulled a while back? But to his face, no one had pointed it out. On the snowy ground, fewer and fewer people remained. In the end, counting me, only 21 were left on the threshing ground. They were all about my age, in the very prime of their hot-blooded years. Even the eldest, Wang Dafu, was only a bit past 30. A troop of 80-some, and only this handful had stayed. Wang Fuguei, at the side, kept shaking his head, no doubt cursing me a fool in his heart. Yiming, we're willing to follow you. Wang Dafu was the first to declare it. The moment he spoke, the rest chimed in one after another. They submitted to my skill, and all wanted to become men like me. I chuckled inwardly. It's not about numbers, it's about quality. Often, in a big brawl, the ones who can truly fight are just those few. These men were enough. As long as they were willing to eat bitterness and drill every day, their fighting strength down the road might not lose to 80 men. What's more, those who stayed in the village, when the time truly came to conscript able-bodied men, not a single one would escape. Good, you're exactly what I want. I swept my gaze over them. Since only 21 are left, then I'll pick 2 squad leaders. Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan. Here. From today, you 2 each lead a squad. One the first squad, one the second. Yes, Captain. Once you've joined the troop, no going back on it. I paused. Right now I'm going into the mountains to hunt. You'll all come along with me for a trip. Hearing they could go into the mountains with me, every one of their eyes lit up. Staying really had been the right choice. To see the captain hunt with their own eyes would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Move out. I set off at a jog in the lead, Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan close behind, the remaining 18 hurrying to catch up. I didn't run fast. This past half-month, thanks to hunting up the mountain and eating meat every meal with Qingxue, my frame had grown quite a bit taller. But these villagers had spent all their years filled up on water. How could they keep pace? And on top of it, snow had fallen again in the night, ankle deep, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, and every one of them was still shouldering the wooden staves I'd had them gather. It was no more than 10 li to the mouth of Green Cliff Mountain. Just those 10 li, they took a good half a sure's time to walk, no different from ordinary folk out for a stroll. Even so, every one of them was worn out and gasping. Can't run anymore. I'm about to bring up the rice gruel from this morning. My calves won't stop trembling. Captain, let's rest a bit. Collapsed exhausted in the snow, the moment they stopped they cried out in misery without cease. I didn't blame them. Perpetually underfed and still able to make it this far, that was already not bad. Wait for me here. I'll go up the mountain first. I fished out a handful of dried rabbit meat. 1 strip each. Having said it, I slipped into the dense forest. Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan exchanged a glance and followed in too. The rest, clutching their dried rabbit meat, were beside themselves with joy. They'd never imagined joining the guard troop came with such a perk. All their earlier complaining vanished, leaving only excitement. Not even bothering to catch their breath, they grabbed the meat strips and gnawed. "Oh my God, it's really fragrant," one young fellow cried out. "It's salty," another shouted too. Everyone chattered all at once. Deep in the forest, I stopped and turned back. "Didn't expect you two could keep up. To have the captain's regard and be picked as squad leader. How could I, Wang Dafu, let you down?" He beat his chest. "No matter what we run into, I'll never back off." Zhang Qingshan hurriedly added, "Captain, me too." "Good. I, Tang Yiming, didn't misjudge you." I drew my saber, cut 2 wooden staves, sharpened one end of each, and handed them over. "Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, you two hold these for self-defense first. In a while, listen to me for everything." The two of them turned solemn, took the staves, and nodded heavily. I waved a hand, signaling them to follow. The sky gradually darkened. At the mountain's mouth, a dozen some men circled a fire for warmth, each clutching most of a strip of dried rabbit meat. One young fellow sniffed his running nose hard. "How come the captain and them still aren't down?" "Dunno. Maybe they've run into trouble, or why so long?" "Nonsense. Our captain's plenty fierce. He took down a leopard. What's there to fear?" "True enough. He killed the leopard and all." Everyone gnawed and chatted, now and then lifting their heads to gaze up the mountain. Gnawing, they called it, but it was more like licking. That half strip of meat, none of them could bear to bite down hard. Before long, 3 figures came down the mountain path. "Look, it's the captain and them." Someone pointed and cried out. Everyone lifted their heads. My face was placid as I strode up unhurried. Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan held their heads high and their chests out, faces written all over with pride. The wooden staves on their shoulders hung with a dozen some hares and pheasants. This. Everyone was struck dumb. Who could have imagined the captain would take 2 men in and drag out this much quarry? "Captain, that's incredible. The captain's amazing." In an instant, I'd become the idol in everyone's eyes. "Come on home." Yes. The whole way, everyone crowded around Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan, pestering the two of them to tell of what had happened in the mountains. "You should have seen it," Zhang Qingshan recounted vividly. "At that moment our captain didn't even use his bow. He just pinched up a pebble this big, flicked it lightly, and whoosh, it flew way out, landed square on the hare's forehead. That hare kicked its legs and croaked. He told it as though he'd made the shot himself." "Really? A pebble can kill a hare?" Someone didn't believe it. "Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes." Zhang Qingshan slapped his thigh. "Don't believe me? Ask Wang Dafu." Wang Dafu hurriedly nodded. "It's true. That pebble shot right into the hare's brow, dropped it in one go." The more everyone listened, the more astounded they were, and pair after pair of eyes fixed onto me. "Captain, how are you so amazing?" Each of them was overwhelmed with admiration, all but ready to kneel on the spot. "Captain, teach us, won't you? I want to learn too," someone else called. I waved a hand. "You want to learn? That's fine too. The day you can run from the village straight to the mouth of Greencliff Mountain in one go, without gasping, I'll teach you." "Really? The captain means that?" Every one of them was overjoyed. They'd assumed I wouldn't teach them, and never expected I'd actually agree. "I keep my word," I said mildly. "Great." Everyone crowded around Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan again. "Tell us more." "Yeah, tell us more." Zhang Qingshan got into the swing of it, and, tireless, launched into the telling once more. Nearing the village entrance, I stopped. "Dafu, Qingshan, put away the things on your shoulders, stash them in the back baskets." Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan nodded and did as told. "Remember," I cautioned again, "these animals we caught today, no one's allowed to breathe a word. If word gets out to anyone else, then you needn't stay in this guard troop either." It wasn't that I was stingy, it was that these resources only stretched so far. Those who'd refused to stay earlier shouldn't count on riding the coattails of what came after. And they weren't fools either. Everyone knew how precious a single mouthful of meat was in times like these. "Understood, Captain." The disguise arranged, everyone entered the village, each putting on a weary look. The villagers who hadn't joined the troop, seeing this, secretly counted themselves lucky instead. Good thing they hadn't been foolish this morning, or after all that grueling toil, what they ate wouldn't even fill the deficit. Tang Erniu and his son Tang Dazhuang exchanged a glance, both breaking into grins. In their eyes was mockery for this pack of idiots. Still thinking there's meat to eat following that simpleton, bunch of fools. Tang Dazhuang snorted coldly. The little bit he brought back isn't even enough to stuff between his own teeth, and he'd share it with you lot. With that, he carried a basket of grass roots and tree bark home. Reaching my front gate, I called everyone to a halt. Everyone go home and fetch your own firewood hatchet, and bring a long staff too. Puzzled, they nonetheless did as told. While they scattered, I kept Wang Dafu behind alone. Captain, have some other order? Dafu, where's your Wang Mei? Hearing me ask after his daughter, Wang Dafu's eyes lit up, and he leaned in. Captain, you've taken a fancy to my daughter? Wang Mei was only 13, but raise her another 2 or 3 years, and she could be married off. As long as I didn't scorn her, he'd have been all too glad to hand his daughter over to me as a concubine. My face darkened at once, and I shot him a fierce glare. What are you babbling about? She's only 13. Wang Dafu still wasn't ready to give up, and grinning, went to press on. As long as the captain doesn't mind. Get lost. I cut him off with a shout. Talk nonsense again, and you can forget being squad leader too. Wang Dafu shrank his neck, sheepishly shut his mouth, and rubbed the back of his head, not daring to make another sound. Only then did I ease my tone. I want to take the girl into my household as a maidservant, to lend my wife a hand day to day, do some housework. I paused. Not for free. 15 pounds of coarse rice a month for her, board and lodging on me. With board and lodging on the master's household, that meant those 15 pounds of coarse rice fell entirely to Wang Dafu's family. His heart leapt with joy, a deal like pie falling from the sky. Captain, truly? He was half believing, half doubting. Nonsense. I gave him a look. Deal, deal, deal. Leave it to me. I'll clean the girl up spick and span and send her right over. Wang Dafu agreed in one breath. Husband, I can manage the household on my own. There's no need to spend this grain on my account. Qingxue hurried to stop me from the side. I turned and gently took her hand, my voice soft. You're my wife, and now the captain's wife too. As your husband, when I have the means, how could I watch you toil all alone? Besides, don't you know a bit of medicine? Wouldn't you like to study the skill more deeply? Qingxue was taken aback. With Wang Mei to lend a hand, the time you free up is perfect for reading and learning your characters. Once you know your characters, you'll be able to get through the medical texts, and your skill will naturally grow. The words struck her like a splash of divine nectar. There was no physician in the village, and I often went up the mountain. Bumps and scrapes were unavoidable. If she became a physician, then the moment I was hurt, someone could treat me right away. Qingxue's eyes lit up. Thank you, husband, for thinking so thoroughly on this wife's behalf. Then she knit her brows. But there's no schoolmaster in the village. I smiled. As for a teacher, your husband has his own way. The characters of this world resembled the old script of a former dynasty. I recognized most of them, only I couldn't spare the time to teach her myself. But in an age like this, with food in hand, was I afraid I couldn't summon a two-legged soul? All right, since husband has arranged it all, this wife will listen to you. The couple nestled together a moment before letting go, and together set about dealing with the day's quarry. Some quarter of an hour or so later, Wang Dafu came back with hatchet and staff, leading his eldest daughter Wang Mei. Captain, I've brought my daughter. He gave an artless grin and went straight to the point. Just now the wife and I put our heads together. If the captain fancies her, why not just sell her to you and be done with it? Oh, Dafu knows how to do business after all, I said, amused. Only I don't have that much grain to afford your daughter. Wang Dafu scratched his head. Captain, don't you have a few mu of thin farmland? You don't use it. Hunting as you do, might as well trade it. His words were put delicately, reckoning that a man who'd just come to his senses would surely never truly dig for a living in the fields. I saw clearly the ledger he kept in his heart. His daughter doing odd jobs at my household, 15 pounds of coarse rice a month, was a good thing, but what his wife said held reason too. In a few more years, the government would take the girl away all the same, so better to sell her off outright now, once and for all, sparing both sides the trouble. Coarse rice, given by the month, was empty. 2 mu of farmland in the pocket was solid. Which was lighter, which heavier, he could weigh it clearly. I thought it over. It made sense too. I knew how to farm, but the harvests that farming yielded in an age like this really wouldn't bear looking at. And besides, I wouldn't necessarily be trapped in this Stonebridge village all my life. Fine, how much do you want? Wang Dafu's eyes lit up. The wife and I discussed it. 3. The words reached his lips, and he drew them back, changing course. 2 mu will do. Fine, 2 mu. I agreed readily. One of these days I'll go into the city, and we'll sign the bill of sale along with it. Wang Dafu couldn't contain his delight. This deal was too good a bargain. Before long, the men of the guard troop arrived one after another. Wang Mei, this girl, didn't disappoint the regard I'd shown her either. In the blink of an eye she'd melted into the household, snatching the work from Qingxue's hands and going to cook at the stove. I sorted the guard troop into squads, took Zhang Qingshan's hatchet and staff, trimmed the staff, and fitted it into the socket of the hatchet's handle, turning it into a crude, long-handled chopping blade. A long-handled great blade like this, in my former life, I called it a pudeo. Everyone, do like this one of mine. Join the hatchet and the staff together this way. Everyone followed suit. In a moment, one long-handled pudeo after another took shape. With pudeo in hand, the guard troop now had some capital for dealing harm. From here on, all that was needed was to build up their physiques, then drill them well in the blade's killing methods. The methods of training troops, I had a firm grasp of in my heart. First organize and divide the duties, then drill the physique, drill the formations, establish the military code, and only at the very end could one speak of actual combat and winning hearts. Right now, the first step, organizing and dividing duties, was set. Time to move on to the second, drilling the physique. With Stonebridge Village's conditions, being able to muster 2 squads of hatchet troops like these was already the limit. Other troop types weren't even worth dreaming of. But to drill the physique, I first had to feed up this bunch's foundations. For the first 3 days, I didn't plan to run them through anything too heavy. Everyone was still delighting in the proper weapons now in their hands when Qingxue came into the courtyard leading Wang Mei, Captain's wife. Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, and the others called out respectfully. Qingxue still wasn't quite used to it. Before, she'd always been the one serving others, and now, out of nowhere, she had a servant girl serving her, and a group of grown men treating her with such respect, which left her a little at a loss. Yet savoring it, she found it agreeable too, hazily as though in a dream. She looked toward me, her eyes full of gratitude. All of this, her husband had given her. If this really were a golden millet dream on the verge of her death, she only wished it could last a little longer still. Husband, the meal's ready. I swept my gaze over everyone, the corner of my mouth quirking up. What are you all standing around dazed for? The wife says it's time to eat. The squad members, who'd been staring blankly, all snapped to at once. The captain is mighty. The wife is mighty. Amid a chorus of shouts, everyone lined up at my direction, and Wang Mei stood by ladling out their rice and dishing up their food. No one had imagined. What filled the bowls wasn't rice gruel, but a full, brimming bowl of white rice, with roughly 2 liang of chicken heaped on top besides. This. They stared at the bowls, not daring to believe it. This was no mess hall fare. This was plainly the new year. 20-some grown men, faces flushed crimson, eyes reddening too. What they drank day to day was rice water you could see your own reflection in, with barely a leaf of wild greens. Now, gazing at this bowl of white rice and chicken, it was as though they'd been poured full of strong wine, their heads swimming. What's the matter? I asked. Captain, this rice, is it truly for us? Zhang Qingshan's voice trembled. Of course. I smiled mildly. Eat while it's hot. Since you're my men, I won't treat you poorly. I paused. Just one thing. The goings-on in this courtyard, no one's allowed to speak of them outside. Let them rot in your bellies. If I find out, you're expelled from the guard troop. Everyone nodded hurriedly. This much, they understood. Eat. I added another word. Remember, no clamoring while eating. Everyone answered, a mouthful of rice, a mouthful of chicken. This too was one of my methods for drilling their obedience. Husband, here. Qingxue brought a bowl over. I took it. Thank you, wife. She gave a graceful smile, sat down beside me, and we ate together. I just scooped up one bite when I glimpsed Wang Mei still standing in the corner. I waved for her to sit and eat with us. Wang Mei shook her head. How would this servant dare share a table with the masters? For a moment I said nothing. This was the great Chu, not that life of mine. When in Rome, do as the Romans. Some of my temperament couldn't be indulged, or else certain people would take me for a master easily fooled. Qingxue was about to speak up for Wang Mei, but I pressed her down. She's right. Our stations are, after all, different. But, rest easy, wife. Would your husband ever shortchange his own people? I smiled. From now on we'll be counting on Wang Mei to wait on you like the mistresses of those great households. Raise you up plump and fair. Husband makes fun of this wife again. Qingxue lowered her head, the tips of her ears flushing red. I turned to Wang Mei. You're now a person of my Tang household, so it's not fitting to keep using your old surname. From now on, I'll call you Tang Lichuan, established spring. Is that all right? Wang Mei was a clever one. Hearing it, she understood my meaning at once and hurried to kneel. Thank you, master, for bestowing the name. I raised a hand to let her rise, lifted a chicken leg out of the chicken soup, ladled it into a separate bowl, and pushed it over. This is yours. Tang Lichuan stared at that chicken leg, tears welling in her eyes, and shook her head in a fluster. Master, I can't eat it. I'll just pick up the leftovers later, that'll do. She was too sensible. What she should take, what she shouldn't, she sorted out with perfect clarity. Working in my Tang household, this is a common thing. You'll have to get used to it, I said. I brought you back to serve the wife and help with odd jobs. If you're still this thin and small, how will you look after the wife from now on? Qingxue chimed in from the side. Lichuan, don't let down this heart of your master's. Tang Lichuan's heart churned like a roiling sea. Before, at home, she and her little sister had eaten the household's leftovers, scraping by half full every day. It was upon meeting the master and mistress that she'd eaten meat for the first time, and it was that time she'd borrowed home a plate that had held meat that she'd first tasted what eating one's fill was like. And now there was even a whole chicken leg. She'd already been planning to fill her belly with some scraps and odds and ends, and even those scraps were fine things she'd never seen before. Thank you, master, mistress. Her voice was hoarse. This great kindness, Lichuan will remember all her life. I waved a hand, telling her not to stand on ceremony, and lowered my head to go on eating. Times of ease are always short. Having eaten their fill, everyone reluctantly bade me farewell and dispersed. I tidied up the side room a little and set up a simple bed. Qingxue brought over that old quilt she'd just finished patching, the very one that had been taken apart earlier to make the cape and had now been mended back together. At hand there were also 2 sets of old clothes traded from the dirt market, along with an old cotton coat Qingxue had set aside. Lichuan, these 3 garments are for you. From now on, you'll live here. Lichuan was struck still, a bed of her own, a quilt of her own, and a cotton coat and 2 outer robes besides. All of it, like a dream. Thank you, master, mistress, for the gifts, she said solemnly. This servant will surely give her all, serving master and mistress well. However stirred she was inside, she suppressed it with all her might. An opportunity like this, she absolutely had to grip it fast. I nodded, satisfied. Go and rest. With that, I took Qingxue's hand and went back to our room. That night, moonlight poured down. I lay on my side, my arm around Qingxue's waist, eyes closed, on the verge of sleep. Then my brow suddenly knit, and my eyes shot open, only to find her eyes open too, gazing at me without blinking. I was a little puzzled. What's the matter? Qingxue blinked, then suddenly buried her head in my chest, holding on for dear life, and said in a muffled voice, Husband, tell me, am I dreaming? Silly. I stroked her hair, lowered my head, and pressed a kiss to her brow. What dream ever lasted this long? The tips of her ears reddened, and she pushed at me lightly. Husband. In the end, she didn't push me away, only buried her face a little deeper. Outside the window, the moonlight was fine, and inside, once the lamp went out, there was no need to say anything more. Over the next several days, I went on just as I had that first day, running with them early in the morning, then going up the mountain to hunt with Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan. By the 5th day, I'd added weighted loads on top of the running, drilling stamina and leg strength especially. By the 10th day, seeing that they'd both grown accustomed to this set of drills and, thanks to these 10 days of eating full every meal and meat every sitting, had built up their foundations, I finally let up on the training. Captain, same as usual today? Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan asked. I shook my head. No hunting today, we run back. What we'd caught these 10 days was enough for them to chew on for a stretch. If it truly wasn't enough, we'd just add a couple more bowls of white rice. With that, I took the lead and set off running. The 2 of them immediately opened their throats. First squad, second squad, attention, about face. Run. The cadence started up, 1 to 1, 1 to 1. 10 Li there and back. This time, they weren't as sorry a sight as the first go. Their feet were even a touch quicker than an ordinary person's. Halt. Back at the threshing ground, the 2 squad leaders barked to a stop in unison. At ease. I nodded. These past days, I'm very satisfied with your performance. Now, I'll announce something. Everyone lifted their heads in unison. From now on, these 10 Li there and back are a regular lesson. Beyond that, in the mornings, line up and carry loads as usual. In the afternoons, drill the blade. Understood. Understood. Good. Dafu, Qingshan, take your respective squads and finish out the morning's drill first. Yes. The 2 took their orders and led a squad each to the 2 ends of the threshing ground. Just then, Tang Dazhuang and his wife Lu Chui passed by out front. Tang Dazhuang, seeing that over these 10 days Tang Yiming had done nothing but lead a pack of men running about like idiots and hopping up and down on the threshing ground, gave a scornful laugh. Wife, look at that simpleton. Thinks all this fussing about will train up a good troop and make him a good captain? Laughable. From ancient times till now, whoever heard of drilling up real skill by prancing around? Lu Chui didn't take up the words, nor did any scorn show on her face. Her own heart was roiling like a churning sea. Admiration, envy, unwillingness, all manner of feelings stirred together in one place, impossible to smooth flat however she tried. Come on, let's go back. She drew a deep breath, her voice gone cold. Tang Dazhuang curled his lip and cursed under his breath. Foul woman, still daring to show your master a sour face. Wait till we get home and see how I deal with you. Lu Chui didn't answer and walked straight on out of the village. These 10 days, she'd had just 2 bowls of rice water a day. Right now, she only hoped to dig up a bit of wild greens to fill this hollow, empty belly. The morning's drill done, I barked everyone to a halt. You've toiled hard this morning. Rest for one sure and eat your midday meal. Midday meal? Everyone couldn't believe their ears. Captain, you said midday meal? Wang Dafu asked blankly. That's right. I smiled. From today, 2 meals a day, all you can eat. The moment the words fell, Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, Wu Ziwan, the whole lot of them cheered in unison. The captain is mighty. These days the drilling had been exhausting, but with white rice and meat every day, and a bit to carry home besides, they'd long since been content. All right, off to eat. Eat, rest a while, then drill the blade this afternoon. I scolded with a laugh. Yes, everyone answered in unison, marching in orderly step toward my house. Li Chuan had long since prepared the white rice and meat soup. With her at home handling the odd jobs these days, Qing Xue had finally gotten a taste of what a wealthy household's mistress's life was like. Apart from doing a few pieces of the needlework she liked, there was somehow nothing to keep her busy. Wife, I'm back. Qing Xue set down her needlework and came out to meet me. Husband's back. Overjoyed for the moment, she threw herself into my arms. I tapped her lightly on the brow. So many people watching, mind your modesty. You and your teasing tongue. She flushed and stepped back half a pace, but her eyes were smiling. Over there, Li Chuan had already taken up a ladle and stood at the woodshed doorway. Everyone line up this way. I'll dish out the rice for you all. Coming. A big bowl of white rice, a bowl of meat soup. Though there were only a few pieces of meat in the soup, that salty fragrance landing on the tongue made a person comfortable from head to toe. Thank you, Captain, Mistress, for the hospitality. Wang Dafu said artlessly. No need to stand on ceremony. I went inside and ate at the same table as Qing Xue. After the meal, everyone rested the better part of a sure, then gathered again on the threshing ground, and once more took up those pudeo converted from hatchets. I took one up too and stood before them. Every one of their eyes was shining. They'd waited a long while for this day, and at last they were to drill the blade. Seeing this eagerness, I really couldn't bear to spoil their spirits. In truth, all the blade arts under heaven, laid bare, were just repetition, repetition, and more repetition, nothing but the 4 words practice makes perfect. I drew a breath and barked, attention. Snap, everyone straightened at once. What I'll teach you today is called the Tang family blade art. Rest easy. It's utterly simple. As long as you're willing to put in the work, sooner or later you'll grasp its essence. I raised the pudeo. First step, holding the blade. As I spoke, I set my feet shoulder-width apart and gripped the handle with both hands, one near the blade, one near the butt. Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan mimicked me first, and the crowd behind slowly took up the stance too. I nodded to myself. Very good. Next, swing the blade. Follow my movements. Imagine there's an enemy right before your eyes. As the words fell, the pudeo in my hands rose above my head and chopped fiercely down. A flash of cold light, a gust of force sweeping past. Whoosh. This chop was fierce and hard. Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, the whole lot were struck dumb on the spot, each of them staring wide-eyed, watching enraptured. Got it. Everyone snapped to and nodded in unison. What are you standing around dazed for, chop? I roared, startling them into a shudder. Yes. I went on. Now, another enemy comes from the side. The edge of the blade turned and swept across horizontally, whistling through the air. This drives him back, but the man's not dead, so then it's like this. The blade's point aimed forward and thrust hard. Cut him down, and his comrade rushes up to avenge him, his great blade chopping down at us. Now you mustn't panic. Grip the blade tight, hold it across your chest or to one side, and block this strike. This one attack and one defense looked simple, but what it drilled was real skill. The chop drilled the body's balance. The horizontal sweep drilled the union of force and speed. The thrust drilled accuracy and quickness. the block drilled reaction, and I. Once the set was run through, I withdrew the blade and stood firm, my gaze blazing. Now, do you know how to drill? We know. The words were in unison, but doubt sprang up in some of their eyes. Just these few moves, and you call it a blade art? I'd anticipated this. I took out several wooden staves I'd prepared. Come, I'll show you for real. Who's willing to come up and try? Wang Dafu was the first to leap out. Captain Me. Zhang Qingshan didn't believe these few moves could kill either and stepped out after him. Me too. Several more signed up, and with the 2 squad leaders, made a round 7. I held a long staff, confidence showing through my smile. 7, then 7. Ready, ready. The 7 answered in unison, dread in their hearts, but a forced show of courage on their faces. Then come. Before the words had fallen, my staff was already raised, whistling as it chopped down, going straight for Wang Dafu. He instinctively twisted aside to dodge, yet was still shaken back several steps by the force. I swept horizontally on the momentum, the staff coiling like a dragon. Zhang Qingshan's face changed, and he hastily raised his staff to block, only to feel his wrist go numb, nearly unable to keep his footing. Don't panic, steady. I whirled, staff point aimed forward, and thrust quick and low, striking square into the chest of a squad member who hadn't snapped to. He gave a muffled grunt and toppled over backward. 3 moves, 3 men driven back. The onlookers submitted inwardly. Had this been a real blade, all 3 of them would have lost their lives long ago. I whirled once more and met the remaining few with a horizontal sweep. Zhang Qingshan and several others came to block together, wooden staves crossing, yet they were beaten steadily back by the force. The offensive came like a tide. Chop, thrust, sweep in unbroken succession, and the 7 couldn't keep up. Just as I was about to finish, Wang Dafu suddenly launched a sneak strike with his staff from the rear flank, the staff's wind grazing past my sleeve. These 10-odd days hadn't been drilled in vain after all. I twisted aside to parry, and using the momentum, dealt a counterblow. The long staff flashed like lightning and flipped him to the ground. In a moment, all 7 lay on the ground, and the field fell silent, with only me left standing tall. The 7 lay looking up at me, faces full of awe, adding a few more sighs of admiration in their hearts. The captain, truly formidable. The captain is mighty, everyone roared in unison. I withdrew the staff and said with a laugh, keep drilling, and sooner or later you too can reach where I am. Truly? Captain? Wang Dafu's eyes lit up, and the rest rubbed their fists and palms, eager. Naturally, your troops I've trained, after all. I smiled. Everyone up. First, drill these few forms until they're second nature. In 7 days, there'll be a contest. The top 3, each rewarded with a chicken. Wah, Captain, I'm won over. Wang Dafu leapt up, and the remaining 20 were beside themselves with joy. Over the next 7 days, running and weighted body conditioning in the mornings, formations and blade drilling in the afternoons. By the 4th day, I altered the afternoon drill again, from chopping at empty air to sparring in pairs. After a round of this grinding, Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, and the whole lot finally gained some real substance with the puteo in their hands. On the 7th day, I took leave of Qingxue, donned my armor, hung the saber at my waist, slung the bow and arrows on my back, gripped the puteo, and went up Green Cliff Mountain. What I'd hunted these past days was nearly used up. Tomorrow was the contest. I had to earn back the prizes first, and while I was at it, scout the ground and seek out a channel for future provisions. Up the mountain, I was like a fierce tiger returned to the woods, a dragon plunged into the sea, racing headlong the whole way. Wherever I passed, wild beasts fled at the mere sight of me, darting off into the forest in a streak. Just as the sky was about to darken and I had no choice but to head back to the village, I abruptly halted, my brow tightening, and looked toward the thicket on my left. There the branches and leaves were dense, blocking the line of sight. Holding my breath, I listened closely. Faintly, there came several heavy snorts. My eyes narrowed, and I crept closer quietly, stopping behind a stout great tree, and stuck my head out to look. Not far off, beside an ancient tree, a cicadere was leisurely gnawing at the bark. From the look of its frame, its body was roughly 5 chi and more in length, its shoulder reaching to the waist, 250 pounds at the least. A solitary traveler, a buck. I didn't dare breathe hard. Venison was precious, its meat fine, tenderer than beef or pork, and cooked it carried a trace of lingering sweetness. So many trips into the mountains, and this was the first time I'd run into one. A feast like this, how could I let it pass? I slowly drew an arrow, set it to the string, pulled it full, took aim at the deer, and released my fingertips. SHWFF. The arrow flew like lightning. The arrow struck the deer square in the neck, and blood spurted out at once. Alo. Feeling the pain, the deer threw back its head with a wretched cry and struggled to flee. But this archery of mine had been drilled sharp in the wilds. Another shaft was already set to the string. How could I let it get away? WHRR. The second arrow tore through the air and drove into its neck again, the fletching still trembling, the head sunk into flesh. Roo. Under the searing pain, it howled without cease. This time I loosed no more arrows. Ever since that leopard hunt, only 3 shafts had been left in the quiver, and this last one had to be kept back, just in case. Besides, it was already gravely wounded. All I need do was trail behind, wait for it to grow faint and weak from blood loss, then finish it with a stroke to take its life. Having reasoned this through, I raised the blade and gave chase. Trailing along, seeing it stagger more and more violently, I knew it had reached its limit, tightened my footing, dashed a step ahead, and chopped the puteo down hard, striking the deer's head square, killing it on the spot. I hurriedly pulled out hemp cord and bound its 4 hooves, and was just about to hoist it and start back. 3 figures blocked the way. 1 large, 2 small, and the large one somehow looked a bit familiar. My heart leapt straight into my throat. Damn it, this luck. Did I strike it rich or step in shit? 3 tigers, glaring at me with hungry, predatory eyes. I didn't dare move a muscle, especially the large one. It was a mother tiger with cubs, and a mother beast guarding her young was the fiercest of all. The mother tiger didn't come closer. Rather, the 2 cubs, 1 black and 1 white, were itching to pounce, only they'd never gotten the mother's nod, and so stayed frozen in place. The 2 sides held this standoff for a long while. Seeing that the mother tiger had no intention of lunging at me, I let out half a breath first. Looking more closely, that hind leg of hers seemed to be injured. Hesitating a good while, I looked at the deer on my back, glanced at the back basket beside me, and finally softened my voice, saying to the mother tiger, "Big sister, let's keep to our own. Well, water and river water not offending each other. We're all just trying to stay alive. I'll leave you some food, so you won't have to hunt on your own while raising your cubs. How about it?" The mother tiger cast me a sidelong glance. Roar. A sudden long roar, shaking the whole mountain forest till it trembled. My ears buzzed and rang, and my whole body felt as though pressed under a massive boulder, unable to catch my breath. My hand gripped the puteo for dear life. If talks broke down, then all I could do was fight to the death. Several breaths passed, and the mother tiger still didn't move. I let out another breath, pulled out every hare and pheasant in the back basket, and tossed the whole lot in front of the 3 tigers. The little black tiger clamped down on a hare, the little white tiger bit up a pheasant, and right in front of me they began chomping away, without the least reservation. I knew well in my heart, 1 hare and 1 pheasant wouldn't fill these 3 mouths, so I simply gave them the whole basket's 13 hares and pheasants, mother and cubs and all. Seeing a ground full of food, the mother tiger's expression eased, and no longer guarding against me, she lowered her head to eat. She was truly too hungry. Ever since fighting a black bear and injuring her hind leg, she hadn't caught a thing. The 2 cubs could scarcely protect themselves, let alone catch prey. Today, chancing upon me going up the mountain, she trailed after me the whole way. She hadn't meant to show herself, but this time I hadn't left behind the carcass scraps like last time, and unable to hold out, she'd finally revealed herself. Having eaten her fill, the mother tiger lifted her head, cast me another sidelong glance, gave a low growl, and led the 2 cubs away, turning and vanishing into the forest. Phew! I let out a long breath and slumped down onto the ground on my rear. Sweat had soaked through my clothes, my face gone pale, without even the strength to stand. That aura bearing down from an apex predator. Even I had been pressed nearly to the point of losing my breath. Luckily, she'd only come to beg for food. Otherwise, whether I'd play the part of Wusong today, or just return to nature here and now, was honestly hard to say. Resting a moment, I forced myself up, drew a breath, and looked at the deer on the ground. Hesitating, I decided to gut it right there. I drew the hatchet, and while staying alert to all sides, skinned it and stripped the bones. In less than 3 cups worth of tea's time, the work was done. The innards, half the rack of ribs along with the deer's head, left in place. The 4 legs and the other half of the meat, I shouldered and carried off. No sooner had I left than the mother tiger came back around with her 2 cubs. Seeing that pile of deer remains on the ground, she raised her head with a tiger's roar, shaking the trees till they rustled. Already on the way down the mountain, I heard this sound, and my heart actually leapt with delight. I'd guessed right. She'd come to pick up the leftovers. I didn't stop my feet. On the contrary, I quickened them a few notches more. Guessed right or not, getting the meat away first was the proper thing. Soon, I'd melted into the depths of the forest. Night fell, and Qingxue stood at the village entrance, gazing at that pitch-black stretch of road in the distance. Mistress, the master's martial skill is high. He surely won't come to harm. Li Chuan consoled from the side. Let's hope so. Qingxue murmured, her delicate face full of worry. Li Chuan spoke words of comfort, yet worry hung on her own face too. Ever since entering the Tang household as a maidservant, she had clothes to warm her body and rice with meat every meal. Her father, who used to beat and curse her at every turn, was now like a changed man, courteous and polite to her. All of this, the master had given. Had the master not favored her, how would she have this today? Master and servant. Their gazes never left that unclear crossroads for a moment. Husband, Qingxue called out low once more, tears welling in her lovely eyes. Mistress, ease your heart. The master won't come to harm. Li Chuan consoled again. Qingxue shook her head. Her husband had never come back this late. What kind of place was Greencliff Mountain? It was a forbidden ground that not a soul in the whole village dared set foot in. Mistress, why don't this servant go find Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan, and have the guard troop go look at the mountain in trance? She was now a person of the Tang household, and naturally ought to draw a clear line from her birth father. Calling him by his given name was nothing improper. Were she still to call Wang Dafu father, then unless the master household agreed to it, even her birth father wouldn't dare acknowledge her. Qingxue mused a moment, then nodded. Go quickly. Li Chuan answered and turned to dash into the village. After she left, Qingxue still kept watch at the doorway. About a cup of tea's time later, she suddenly saw a figure in the darkness coming toward this way. Delight rose on Qingxue's face, and she called out tentatively, "Husband." Qingxue. I was startled, taking it for a trick of my hearing. But listening again, someone really was calling me, and it was the voice of that dainty little wife of mine. I followed the sound, and before long reached the village entrance. Seeing that it really was me, Qingxue, overcome for a moment, threw herself straight over. I caught her waist with the momentum and drew her into my arms. Husband, you're all right, wonderful. She lay against my shoulder, weeping for sheer joy. Silly girl, what are you crying for? Here I am, back safe and sound. I soothed gently. She wiped away her tears and shot me a coquettish glare. It's all your fault, making me worry half the day. As she spoke, she stepped back half a pace and looked me up and down, and only upon seeing I wasn't hurt did she set her heart at ease. I said with a laugh, it was your husband's poor forethought, troubling my wife's heart. Next time I'll surely go early and return early. That's more like it. She gave a soft hum. Then, catching sight of the quarry on my back, she asked in wonder, Husband, what's this? A cicadere. She covered her mouth in shock. Really? I nodded and took her hand. Tonight your husband will make my lady something good. Let's go home first. She answered sweetly. On the way back we ran right into the guard troop. I gave them a few instructions and sent them off. Reaching home, I couldn't wait to get a fire going. I'd been craving this the whole way. I took a piece of venison and cut it into even cubes, added water to the pot with ginger slices, brought it to a boil to blanch out the gamey blood, then scooped the meat out and set it aside. Pouring out the bloody water, I heated the pot anew with oil, sizzled the ginger slices fragrant, drizzled in a spoonful of the rustic soy sauce fetched from the county town, sprinkled a little salt, put the blanched meat in the pot and stir-fried, then added water and covered the lid. Once the water came to a boil, I pulled back the firewood and let it simmer gently over a low fire for one sure. While I had the time, I gave Li Chuan a couple of instructions, took a change of clothes, and headed to the stream by the village to bathe. The water was cold, but such were the conditions in this place. I'd long grown used to it. Back in my wilderness survival days, spending the night bare in the snowfields hadn't been just once or twice. It's him. Not far off, a figure had caught sight of me. It was none other than Lu Chui. She'd come out to wash up and hadn't expected to run into me. She looked herself over, and that trace of unwillingness in her heart welled up again. With a figure like mine, which man in the village wouldn't hunger for it? If she could bring this younger brother-in-law into her grasp. The moment the thought arose, she softened her footsteps and quietly edged over toward me. A faint sound came from behind me. My heart tightened, and I turned to look. Seeing Lu Chui sneaking closer, I knit my brows and reached to put my clothes on. Little brother-in-law's still bashful," she said, pressing up toward me all the while. I stepped back. Sister-in-law, what did you come out here for? My face went cold. Just to show you a little care. She threw a coquettish glance, her voice cloyingly sweet. That little chit's so thin and frail. How could she be a match for you? Your sister-in-law here is different. If you're willing, I'll bear you. Hold your tongue. I didn't wait for her to finish, stepping back another pace, my voice cold as the stream water. Lu Chui, Tang Dazhuang is my elder cousin, and you're my cousin's wife. Say this again, and I'll report it to the clan. You'll get more than you bargained for. The smile on her face stiffened, but still unwilling to give up, she actually lunged at me again. I twisted aside and let her pass. Her lunge came up empty, and unable to check her momentum, her foot slipped. Splash! Her whole self plunged headfirst into the stream, water spraying in all directions. The bone-chilling stream water froze her till her teeth chattered. Struggling up out of the water, heedless of her sorry state, she cursed at the top of her lungs. Tang Yiming, you wretch, treating me like this. May you die a rotten death. I paid her no mind, and only tossed out a cool remark. Sister-in-law, the stream water's cold, perfect for clearing your head. From now on, cut off these little notions sooner rather than later. With that, I turned and walked home. Lu Chui crawled up out of the water, trembling all over with rage. Never in her wildest thoughts had she imagined that the figure she'd always prided herself on would, in this man's eyes, be worth less than a copper coin. Back in the courtyard, after waiting another good part of a sure, Li Chuan brought the simmered venison to the table. I picked up a piece and held it to Qingshue's lips. Wife, this first bite, you taste it first. Qingshuo didn't decline either, and bit off a small mouthful. The meat melted in the mouth, tender and smooth, fresh and fragrant, and carrying a trace of lingering sweetness. I ladled a bowl of soup and set it before her too. This soup is good as well, give it a try. She took it and sipped. The broth was fine and delicate, fresh and sweet and long on the palate. One mouthful down, and her whole body went warm and cozy. Delicious, she praised. Then she ladled up a heaping spoonful, blew it cool, and brought it to my lips. Husband, open up. I looked at her with tender affection, and only then swallowed from her hand. Seeing me eat, she ladled up another spoonful to feed me. My heart went warm all over. I was thoroughly enjoying it. Once the bowl of soup was down to the bottom, she asked curiously, Husband, I saw there was a long piece in the back basket just now. What meat is that? Oh, that's the venison backstrap, with a length of sinew attached. I'll stew it separately later. It's the best for building up strength. Oh, she nodded with half understanding, asked no more, and set to eating with concentration. The night passed without event. Early the next morning, I rose good and early, and Qingshuo got up along with me to help me dress. I took down a deer leg and divided it into 3 equal portions, then instructed Li Chuan to simmer the remainder into a pot of venison soup for today's midday meal, and only then took Qingshuo toward the threshing ground. At the threshing ground, Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, and the other 21 had long been waiting. The captain and the captain's wife are here. The sharp-eyed called out first. Everyone's gaze fell in unison onto Qingshuo and me. Qingshuo felt herself like an eye-catching bright pearl, drawing everyone's notice. Now, wherever she walked in the village, there was always someone to call her captain's wife. Yet she didn't get carried away. On the contrary, her heart was calm and at peace. I held up the 3 portions of venison in my hands and said with a laugh, The reward, I've brought it. And you? Are you all ready? Qingshuo added a line. This time the reward isn't chicken, it's venison. Venison. Zhang Qingshan, Wang Dafu, and the whole lot instantly stared wide-eyed. Venison. That was the finest thing, something only the great lords in the city got to eat. Captain, this reward's too generous. Wang Dafu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That's right, Captain, venison to reward us with. Zhang Qingshan was likewise thrilled. Then today, let's put on display all the skills you've drilled these past days. I said, the top 3, 1 portion each, 5 pounds a portion. The moment the words fell, the field erupted with cheer. Ha ha! Wang Dafu laughed several times, rose to his feet, and shouted, Brothers, we mustn't let the captain down. Use every fierce skill you've got. Right. The contest was split into 3 rounds, with lots drawn each round. In the first 2 rounds 1 man each got a bye. The first round had 10 pairings, and Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan, being squad leaders and the most diligent drillers, both advanced as expected. The second round, 6 pairings, and the 2 still won handily. The final round, 3 pairings, and as it happened Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan drew into the same pairing. Amid a burst of cheers, I stood at the center of the field and raised a hand for quiet. This bout, Wang Dafu against Zhang Qingshan. The two walked slowly to my left and right. Wang Dafu was tall and burly, his momentum like a rainbow. Zhang Qingshan was nimble and quick. The two exchanged a glance, smiled at each other, and each gripped his long staff tight. Teammates though they were, at this moment they were opponents, and the air abruptly tightened. At my command, the bout began. Wang Dafu struck first, his staff rising like a dragon, chopping horizontally at Zhang Qingshan, the staff's shadow tracing an arc beneath the sun. Zhang Qingshan's gaze sharpened. He twisted aside to dodge, and with a backhand staff strike, aimed the tip straight at Wang Dafu's waist. Wang Dafu was quick of hand and foot, pulling back his staff in time and lightly turning the blow aside. The two traded back and forth, taking the four forms they'd drilled sharp over this past half-month and working them over again and again, breaking down and launching attacks. Wang Dafu's horizontal sweep was blocked by Zhang Qingshan. Zhang Qingshan borrowed the force and used it, his long staff smashing down on the momentum, and Wang Dafu hurriedly pulled his staff back to parry, yet was still smashed staggering back a step. He steadied his stance, alarmed inwardly. Zhang Qingshan's skill was above his own. But these 5 pounds of venison, he really wasn't willing to just concede like this. A thought turned in his mind, and he resolved to make a gamble. His body shot up abruptly, leaping into the air, staff chopping straight down at Zhang Qingshan's head. Zhang Qingshan narrowed his eyes, shifted his footing to evade, and his long staff already thrust straight for Wang Dafu's chest on the momentum. This one, Wang Dafu had no way left to dodge, and took it head-on. Thump! A muffled sound, and Wang Dafu was knocked to the ground by a single thrust, clutching his chest and spitting out a breath of turbid air. Had this not been a contest with the staff heads wrapped in hemp cloth, this thrust would surely have left him gravely wounded. I concede. Wang Dafu struggled to his feet and cupped his hands to Zhang Qingshan. I bow to your superiority. Zhang Qingshan broke into a grin and returned the salute. You let me win. In the remaining 2 bouts, the victors were Zhao Yong of first squad and Qian Duo of second squad. I divided out the 3 portions of venison one by one. Those who hadn't won each wore looks of dejection. That was 5 pounds of venison, after all. The corner of my mouth quirked up, and I looked at Qingxue. She caught my meaning and said to everyone, "Don't be downcast. Your captain has also prepared venison soup. The meal will be served at midday." The captain and Madame Meng are mighty. Everyone roared in acclaim. The contest concluded. Qingxue didn't linger long. Her husband needed to focus on drilling, and she feared distracting him if she stayed on the field. Besides, being brought to watch the drills today had already left her thoroughly content. On leaving, she only bade me look after myself. I saw her off with a smile, then turned back to the field and went on overseeing the drill. In a flash, another 3 days passed. After the contest, I'd more or less gotten the measure of them, and next came tactics and actual combat. These 3 days, I drilled them in formations. Each squad was further split into 3 groups, 3 men to a group, with 1 appointed group leader, the leader leading the attack and the 2 members supporting the flanks, a small unit fighting method. Drilled to the present point, even the weakest group combined could beat Zhang Qingshan into a sorry state. As for actual combat, I prepared for that too. I ordered them to grind an edge onto that stub of hatchet at the head of the pudeo. That way, a thrust would be a killing strike, not a bruising blow. Everything ready. Early the next morning, I led them up Green Cliff Mountain. The moment they stepped into the mountain, quite a few still held some measure of dread for this place. Had I not been leading the way up front, they'd never have dared set foot in such a devil's haunt. I knew they were timid, yet didn't give up rallying their spirits, and explained with patience. Brothers, this assignment is simple. We hunt wild boar. Simple? Kill a wild boar? Everyone was taken aback. This was called simple? In the past, when a wild boar came into the village, it chased them running. Now they were to hunt it in reverse. Wasn't that courting death? Captain, do we truly mean to hunt wild boar? Wang Dafu's face showed worry. I nodded. You 21 grown men, if you can't even handle a single wild boar, then we might as well disband. All my effort wasted. Hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth and nodded. The captain speaks reason. Zhang Qingshan gave a chuckle, a few notches of fighting spirit hidden in his eyes. The 21 of us have followed the captain and learned this long. If we can't even best a wild boar, then what are we doing being men? We might as well go home and stitch shoe soles. The rest were likewise brimming with fighting spirit, itching to show me what they had. I smiled with gratification. Now this looked like a troop. Then and there I took the lead and headed, with the 21, toward the wild boar den I'd scouted earlier. This wild boar den I'd staked out for several days beforehand. The one in the den was a good 230 or 40 pounds, a whole size sturdier than an ordinary boar. Charging, it was like an ox, great in strength and violent in temper. Ever since gaining that earlier experience hunting wild boar, a beast like this wasn't difficult for me. But for this guard troop, seeing real action for the first time, it was likely a hard hurdle. Reaching the vicinity of the den, I called over Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan. You two, each take a squad and close in on that den in left and right semicircles. When it charges out, raise your blades and meet it. Yes. I then looked at the 21st man. Chongsong, that big tree has a good view. You climb up and watch the boar's position for everyone. Fong Chongsong nodded, climbed the tree I'd pointed out, and drew a small red flag from his waist. This flag was refashioned from the wedding garb I'd once worn, perfect for putting waste to use. Remember, I cautioned from below the tree. The moment you see the boar leave the den, raise the flag to have the groups go on guard. Whichever direction it runs, call it out straight. Raise your voice. Let everyone below hear. Got it, Captain? Before long, the two squads, following my deployment, slowly closed the encirclement. I stood in place, both eyes fixed on that wild boar den. Seeing the encirclement formed, I dashed in one bound, stepping into the den's range. The one in the den had long since been alert, and instantly grew frenzied. The corner of my mouth quirked up. I bent the bow, set an arrow, and shot at it. WCHR. The keen arrow tore through the air. Roar. The boar gave an enraged roar and narrowly turned its head to dodge. I knit my brows, drew another arrow, and it again shot wide, grazing the boar's hide. Roar. It writhed its body like a mad thing, for hooves fiercely pawing the earth. These two arrows had thoroughly enraged it. Bam! It suddenly sprang up, its massive body lunging straight over, tusks like two curved sabers. This was exactly what I wanted. Seizing the instant it burst up, I stomped hard against the ground and shot off at an angle like an arrow loosed from a string. Thud! The boar smashed headfirst into the ground, dirt flying, gouging out a big pit. HSS. Up in the tree, Fong Chongsong drew a sharp cold breath, but he didn't forget his assignment. The red flag went up. The boar had left the den. The boar lifted its head in pain, and I'd long since taken to my heels. Aolo. Seeing me flee, it howled to the heavens and charged after me fiercely. Fong Chongsong opened his throat wide. To the east, the boar's heading toward Qingshan's side. Hearing this, Zhang Qingshan below the tree immediately called his 3 group mates to ready for battle. Leading the boar on a headlong dash, I spotted Zhang Qingshan and the others, dropped into a lazy donkey roll on the spot, and slipped out of its charge path. Now the boar's target shifted to Zhang Qingshan and his 4. Ready. The 4 gripped their pudeo tight. Kill. Zhang Qingshan barked low and charged out first. Kill. The 3 squad members lunged in together, pudeo chopping down, to block its momentum. But this beast was cunning, and just as it was about to crash into them, it suddenly veered, changing course to bolt off to the other side. Swish! It was so fast it vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet its tracks could never escape that little red flag up in the tree and Fong Chongsong's voice. To the south, heading for the 3rd group. The 3rd group readied for battle at the call. This group had no squad leader anchoring it, only a group leader with 2 members. The 3 gripped their pudeo for dear life, hearts pumping themselves up nonstop. We've got to make it. Mustn't let the captain down, and even more mustn't be kicked out of the guard troop. Swish! The boar shot out, and seeing 3 more humans blocking the road ahead, was startled at first. In days past, these 2-legged sheep took to their heels at the sight of it. Had they gone mad today, actually daring to provoke it of their own accord? Looking again, these 3's momentum was nothing next to Zhang Qingshan's lot. The boar took them for soft persimmons and accelerated to charge. A beast thinks to hurt me too? Courting death. The group leader steeled his nerve and barked, pudeo meeting the charge. The 2 members behind raised their pudeo together and followed close, chopping down in unison. Swish! The boar gave a wretched squeal, its form stuttering, and it crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a spray of dust. Roar! Wounded, it roared in fury, the reek of blood growing thicker, as though it had suffered a monstrous humiliation. But these 3 blades had also made it grasp its situation. It gave up attacking, rose, turned tail, and fled. Only it had again forgotten Fong Chongsong up in the tree. To the west, charging toward Dafu's side, the wildly bolting boar crashed right toward Wang Dafu. Seeing it was a wounded boar coming, Wang Dafu's heart leapt with delight. Someone had already scored a hit, and he, Wang Dafu, was counted among the troop's best fighters. If others could do it, on what grounds couldn't he? Besides, he wasn't alone. Brothers at it. Today, this one, we take it down. The wounds on the boar's body grew more and more numerous, and the various groups thinking quietly shifted too. This boar wasn't as fearsome as they'd imagined after all. Kill. Wherever it ran, a group of men lay in wait. At last, amid a cheer, this wild boar died a wretched death beneath the guard troops' pudeo. I looked at that boar riddled all over with blade wounds, and cried out inwardly at the waste of a fine thing. What a fine boar hide, ruined just like that. Captain, the boar's dispatched clean. Fang Chongsong came down from the tree and called out. Well done, everyone. I said, satisfied. Haha. Thank you for the praise, Captain. Everyone scratched their heads and grinned foolishly. Even they themselves hadn't imagined this boar could be brought down so easily. Good. Zhao Yong, your group shoulder it and head down the mountain first. Wait for us at the foot. Yes, Captain. Zhao Yong answered and, with his group members, carried the boar down. I looked at the rest. Tactics, actual combat, keep drilling. Yes, Captain. Everyone answered in unison. Then I led them off toward the next wild boar den. In the short span of a single day, relying on the skills drilled these past days, they combined to fell 3 wild boars in a row. Among them, one weighed a full 360 pounds. Though some picked up light wounds, it was worth it. They'd finally tasted a round of real blades and real spears. Captain, these boars are too fat, enough to share out among the whole village, wouldn't you say? Fang Chongsong said excitedly. Share what food? I laughed. Chongsong, your own portion. Would you be willing to share it with others? Fang Chongsong was taken aback, then shook his head. I wouldn't. Captain, you know it too. My parents are getting on in years, and the whole family still counts on me to feed them, so? That's more like it. I nodded. These were all traded for with our lives today. How could we cheaply hand them over to others for nothing? Then, Captain, what should we do now? Fang Chongsong asked. Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, and the others all looked to me, waiting quietly. That they could hunt these 3 wild boars, the great merit was all mine. Without me, they'd likely have only wandered blindly about Greencliff Mountain. I mused a moment. Everyone who took the field to hunt today, I'll divide the shares according to labor later on. Chongsong, you head back to the village first and tell my wife and each of your families. Say the guard troop has another drilling assignment and won't return to the village for these 3 days. Yes, Captain. Also, you're not to leak a single word of this to anyone, understood? Understood, Captain. After Fang Chongsong left, I ordered Wang Dafu's squad to stand guard and the other squad to fell some timber and put up simple lean-tos. With my guidance, more than a dozen lean-tos that could keep out wind and snow were done in less than 1 sure. After Fang Chongsong returned, he butchered the smallest boar, took a portion for tonight's food, and dragged the unwanted innards and the other half-rack of meat off into the mountains a li from camp and dumped them. No sooner had they left than the mother tiger came with her 2 cubs. Over the next several days, I followed the same recipe, leading the guard troop to hunt in the deep mountains for 3 days, with a rich haul, 1 leopard, 3 sick deer, 7 wild boars. At noon on the 3rd day, I went down the mountain to the dirt market to borrow a cart from Lu Yidao's steward. Unexpectedly, the one who came was Lu Sandao, driving the cart up the mountain himself. Brother Tang. On seeing me, Lu Sandao was especially thrilled. Haha, Sandao, it's been quite a while. How have you been? I patted his shoulder with a smile. Lu Sandao gave an honest smile. Good. Every day it's blade drilling and more blade drilling. His eyes swept over the quarry strewn about the camp, and he suddenly proposed. Brother Tang, why don't the 2 of us have a bout? Hearing this, the guard troops' eyes all lit up, and they clamored eagerly. They too wanted to see just how many pounds their own leopard-slaying hero measured up to out in the wider world. Captain, humor him a bit. Right? Let him get a taste of the captain's might. I gave a wry smile. How could I not understand what was on their minds? Still, it wasn't a bad idea. These past days I'd been drilling the few blade techniques I'd wheedled out of Lu Yidao, with no place to put them to use. Today was perfect for a test. Fine. But Sandao, I won't hold back. Lu Sandao grinned. Come at me all you like, Brother Tang. My hide's thick and my flesh is tough. The 2 of us went to an open patch. I set my stance and made a please gesture. Brother Tang, forgive my offense. Lu Sandao barked low, swung his blade and lunged, closing in an instant. Cling, I blocked crosswise with my blade, and using the rebounding force pulled the distance open. Again, he shouted, charging in once more. I only defended, never attacked. Lu Sandow grew braver with each exchange, his momentum steadily rising, yet I met it with composure, not the least at a disadvantage. Clang! A sidekick of his I raised a hand to block, and on the momentum I twisted my wrist, hooked his heel, and yanked hard. Lu Sandow instantly lost his balance and toppled to the ground. Pressing my advantage, I flipped the saber in my hand to the spine and smashed it down at him. Bam! A muffled sound, and the spine of the blade slammed hard into the ground 3 fingers width from his neck. HSS. Lu Sandow drew a sharp cold breath, felt his neck, and only upon finding it unharmed did he look up at me in astonishment. Formidable. Brother Tang is truly formidable. Seeing their captain win with ease, the guard troop erupted in cheer. The captain is mighty. I withdrew the blade, helped Lu Sandow up, and said modestly, just petty tricks. The two of us chatted idly a while more, then joined forces to load the quarry onto the cart. Before leaving, I skinned another boar of some 200 pounds and dragged it to the spot where I'd fed the mother tiger before, and dumped it. Whether it'd do any good I couldn't say. I only wanted to forge a good bond, so we needn't cross swords in days to come. Afterward, everyone escorted the fully loaded ox cart toward Pingan County. They'd gone only a short way when a tiger's roar came. Everyone's faces changed, and they hurriedly stopped the cart and raised their blades, braced in stern formation. Lu Sandow was startled too, and quickly stuffed the leopard tail he couldn't bear to put down into his waistband, drawing his blade and looking all around. Only the corner of my mouth quirked up. This tiger's roar was of the same frequency as before. There's no need to mind it, everyone. We have to get into the city before dark, I said mildly. Only then did everyone relax, though still holding some measure of guard. Before entering the city, I brought Qingxue along too. Earlier, provisions had been scarce, and there were many places we hadn't gotten to stroll. This time, provisions were ample, and I had to take my dainty little wife around properly. With Li Chuan keeping watch at home, and that band of thieves from last time not daring to act brazenly. Reaching the dirt market, the moment Lu Yidao saw my getup, the boarhide armor, the leopard cape, his eyes went round as saucers. How long had it been since he'd seen me? And this younger brother Tang had already become like this. Brother, look what this is. Lu Sandow, beside the cart, was playing with that leopard tail, his face all excitement. A leopard tail? Lu Yidao was startled and doubtful. He hadn't imagined that in just a span of days, this little brother had hunted another leopard. This leopard. Our captain brought it down with 2 arrows. Wang Dafu said with a chuckle. What? Lu Yidao looked at me in shock. Just luck. Without you all pitching in, it wouldn't have been so easy either, I said with a smile. Lu Yidao nodded and asked no more, only urging me to hurry along. At this moment, only one thing was on his mind, reporting my current circumstances to the young master. If he didn't act, a man of such caliber would likely slip entirely out of their sight and be hard to recruit ever after. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you for this trip as well, I said. Younger brother, you're too polite. Between the two of us, don't mention trouble. Lu Yidao laughed heartily. Come, let's set off now. 1 skinned leopard, innards cleaned out, 150 some pounds. 3 sick deer, innards cleaned out, 310 some pounds. 6 wild boars, innards cleaned out, 1,300 some pounds. Young master, wild boar's market price now is 5.5 pounds of coarse rice per pound. By that reckoning, that's 7,500 some pounds. As for the venison and this leopard meat, there's simply no market price for them. Lin Zihan gazed at the cartful of quarry, aghast inwardly. His own household's captive hunting team brought back at most 1 boar or 1 deer per trip, and this Tang Yiming had somehow produced a whole cartful, truly astonishing. And many of them bore blade wounds. Apart from the arrow wounds, they weren't the work of one man alone. To hunt so much in a span of a few days, and with such familiarity with the deep mountains, was by no means what an ordinary hunter could manage. The band of men he'd led coordinated extremely tightly, plainly from constant drilling together. Could it be they were all of military background? Lin Zihan mused inwardly. Only men from the army had such tacit understanding. Yet what Lu Yidao had reported clearly said they were merely a group of village households. What amazed him still more was Tang Yiming's archery. Earlier he'd only heard of it from his subordinates. Now, looking at these wounds, every arrow went straight for a vital point. Especially that leopard, felled with 2 arrows on the mark, yet the entire pelt preserved intact. Young master. Seeing his young master lost in a daze, Lai Shi spoke up. Lin Zihan snapped too, nodded to indicate he understood, thought it over, and said, "This venison is top-grade goods. Selling it to them ought to be 15 pounds of coarse rice per pound, but reckon it at 10 for him. The leopard, reckon 15 for him." Yes. So the venison comes to 3,100 some pounds, the leopard meat to 2,300 some pounds. Altogether over 13,000 pounds of coarse rice, about 108 dan. Reckon it 110 dan for him. Yes. Lin Zihan didn't linger. Taking in this batch of goods, he stood to earn quite a bit, yet he couldn't be happy. The more capable a man, the harder to recruit. Back in his room, he sat on the wooden couch, eyes slightly narrowed, deep in thought a long while, then suddenly opened his eyes as if he'd made up his mind, and called toward the door, "Laishi." Creak. The door opened, and Laishi came in. "Young master, pass the word down, keep them under watch. Tomorrow, I'll go meet this Tang Yiming in person." Laishi was taken aback. If the young master shows himself in person, it's bound to draw the notice of those several families. How could Lin Zihan not know it? But that one man could lead a band of village households and hunt this much in a span of days showed his ability lay in more than his own martial skill. And what they most lacked right now was precisely a talent who could drill retainers and command armed feuds. If Tang Yiming truly was as he reckoned, this opportunity absolutely could not be missed. "There's no more waiting, just go arrange it." Lin Zihan knit his brows and said coldly. Laishi didn't dare be slow and hurried off. Lin Zihan gazed at the night outside the window, a slight regret rising in his heart. Had he known it would come to this, he shouldn't have thought only of tamping down the man's arrogance at the outset. He should have gone down to recruit him in person early on. A pity there's no medicine for regret under heaven. At the first gray light of the next day, Lu Yidao delivered the grain. I immediately divided the shares among everyone. Each group member 1 dan. The group leaders 1 dan plus 10 pounds. The squad leaders 1 dan plus 50 pounds. Not a word of complaint from anyone. Without their captain, there'd be no today, and besides, mooching food and drink at the captain's house every day, they'd long since gotten the great bargain. Shares divided, I gave them leave. With grain in hand, they went off to buy household goods like salt. In the past, they'd grudged the expense, but now it was different. So long as they followed the captain, there'd be meat and grain beyond eating. Afterward, Wang Dafu and I made a trip to the Yamen, settled Li Chuan's bond of sale document, then came back to fetch Qingxue and headed to the most bustling street in Ping'an County. This street was utterly different from other places, a whole other world entirely. No common folk in plain cloth, all silks and brocades, jade pendants and pearl luster. The street wasn't long, and the shops numbered no more than 20-odd, yet each stood ranged wing to wing, buildings towering high, pavilions with carved beams and painted rafters. Those who came were either rich or noble. Leading Qingxue, I entered the street's sole tavern, the Drunken Fragrance Tower. The Drunken Fragrance Tower was run directly by the court, occupying nearly 3 mu, 5 stories high, plain and stately, imposing as a palace hall. This was the only place on the whole street that sold wine, and also one of the destinations for those women in the bridal delivery bands whom no one had been willing to take. In the first floor hall, the guests were few. A single small dish here started at 10 pounds of coarse rice, beyond what ordinary folk could afford. At this moment, 7 singing girls in the hall were dancing to entertain the sparse guests. Below the platform, 20 or 30 young lords held beautiful courtesans and raised their cups in hearty drink. I picked a seat by the window and sat. "Oh, this young lord, would you like a girl to keep you company over drinks?" A sweet voice came. I turned to see a woman of hot figure and gorgeous looks walking over. One look and Qingxue was instantly enveloped in a cloud of jealousy, and she shot me a glare. "Oh, no need, thank you." I declined with a smile. "Hee. In that case, this maiden will take her leave." The woman had in fact spotted Qingxue long ago, but had come to try her luck for the solicitation anyway. As she left, she didn't forget to toss me a coquettish glance and swayed off at the waist. "Humph." Qingxue glared at me in displeasure. "Husband, so this is the meal you spoke of?" I cried inwardly. How was I to know the finest tavern in Ping'an County had this sort of arrangement? I could only smile apologetically. "Don't be cross, wife. I didn't mean it." "Humph." She turned her head away, ignoring me. I hurriedly leaned over to soothe her. "Wife, I was wrong. Your husband only wanted you to get used to the wealthy folks' way of life sooner. That's all." Qingxue wasn't truly cross either. If her husband really meant to take another wife, she'd have no way to stop him. After all, she felt she wasn't in a position to. But seeing how much her husband cared about how she felt, her heart was still sweet. As the two of us canoodled, The men around cast puzzled looks over. In times like these, there was actually a fool who'd brought his own wife to a place like this to eat. But in a moment, they collected their expressions and went back to their drinking and merrymaking. Who cared what the relation between those two was? Seeing that I hadn't come seeking pleasure, the waiter at the side finally came over. Master, mistress, you've come to dine, I take it? The waiter's face lit up with delight, and he greeted us warmly. What might the young lord wish to have? I glanced at King-Manhwa, and the waiter caught on at once, hurriedly introducing to her our Drunken Fragrance Tower's signature dishes. Their shark fin soup, squirrel mandarin fish. Everyone a dish named King-Manhwa had never seen nor heard of, and listening to them, she kept swallowing her saliva, wishing she could taste one this very instant. Seeing King-Manhwa's covetous look, I couldn't help stealing a laugh. All right, no need to recite the menu. Bring out all your signature dishes. I waved a hand. Right away, please wait a moment. The waiter answered and withdrew. Though King-Manhwa and I were dressed plainly, that leopard cape on her was extremely eye-catching and worth no small sum, and the waiter wasn't the least worried we couldn't pay the grain. Before long, several serving maids brought the dishes out. King-Manhwa couldn't wait to pick up a piece of the squirrel mandarin fish, crisp and tender in the mouth, fresh and delicious, and praised it endlessly. Delicious, so delicious. Husband, you eat too. So saying, she picked up a piece and held it to my lips. I opened my mouth and bit down. The fish was fresh and fine, brimming with juices, living up to the Drunken Fragrance Tower's signature. Of course, otherwise this one dish wouldn't be worth 60 pounds of coarse rice. A voice from the neighboring table drew my sidelong glance. The speaker was a young man in sumptuous attire, a green jade pendant at his waist gleaming brilliantly, every inch the bearing of a great clan scion. Beside him stood a maidservant in the flower of youth, of lovely face and graceful figure. Hearing this, King-Manhwa drew back the chopsticks she'd extended. One plate of fish worth 60 pounds of coarse rice, equal to 2 months' rations for a family of 5. Seeing my dainty little wife not dare move her chopsticks, I hurried to say, Wife, don't mind his nonsense. We just eat our fill. So saying, I picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and set it in her bowl. King-Manhwa swallowed, and in the end, unable to resist the temptation, took up her chopsticks and began to eat. Only when she'd agreed to eat did I turn to the young man. Might I ask who you are, sir? The Lin family, Lin Zihan. He said haughtily. So it's young Master Lin. Much admired, much admired. My apologies for the discourtesy. I cupped my hands. No need for courtesy. I didn't expect that the moment Brother Yiming finished selling his goods, the first thing he'd do was bring his wife here to the Drunken Fragrance Tower, which shows the depth of your feeling for your wife. Lin Zihan said with a half-smile. Young Master Lin flatters me. My humble wife and I are a deeply devoted couple. Today I merely wish to let her get a glimpse of you wealthy folks' way of life. I said modestly. In truth, Brother Yiming could enjoy all of this for the long term. So long as you're willing to join my Lin family, all of this, my Lin family can provide. I sneered inwardly. Join the Lin family? Laid bare, it was nothing but selling my life for the Lin family. Even seated in the head steward's chair, I'd be sewing a wedding gown for another. In my past life, I'd never taken to playing second fiddle to anyone. Now, having come to this world where strength reigns supreme, I was even less willing to be anyone's appendage. Once your merit eclipses your master, the master household sets about eliminating you. Besides, handing my family's lives into another's hands, this I could absolutely never do. Young Master Lin's kindness, I gratefully accept in spirit. It's only that my ambitions don't lie here. I declined graciously. Besides, I merely hunt a few wild beasts to trade for a bite to eat, that's all. These words actually fit Lin Zihan's impression of me. He didn't press either. Pressing would only be counterproductive, and instead said with a smile, Brother Yiming is out of the ordinary indeed. Since I can't move Brother Yiming to join, I wonder if we might discuss a piece of business. Business. Correct. Though this Drunken Fragrance Tower belongs to the government, the 7 great families of Pinyin each hold a share. The leopard and sika deer you delivered yesterday are all rarities in this tower. He raised a hand toward that crowd of young lords. See them? Though these are only the cadet branches of the 7 great families and lower-tier clans, they don't lack grain in hand. In this world, getting a good bite to eat is too hard. Fish, hare, pheasant, they've long grown sick of, they want a change of flavor. Yet this Drunken Fragrance Tower can't keep up with demand. So I'll partner with you. From now on, your goods, my Lin family takes them all, at a price I guarantee will be fair. I knit my brows and thought. Even had he not said so, I'd have looked after Louis Dao and routed the goods to him. It was only that debts of gratitude have a day when they're paid off. If someone offered a higher price later, I mightn't stay unmoved. You'll buy however much? I tested. All of it. Lin Zihan didn't hesitate in the least. I mused a moment. Fine. Lin Zihan's eyes lit up. He liked best a partner this brainy and shrewd. As he spoke, he looked to the maidservant beside him. Brother Yiming, I hear you're seeking a tutor. A male teacher instructing a woman is much inconvenienced. This maidservant of mine has been trained by the Lin family since childhood. Etiquette and rules, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There's none she doesn't know. If Brother Yiming doesn't disdain her, I'll give her to you as a serving girl. He drew a contract paper from his breast and handed it to the maidservant. Xiao, from this day forward you serve Madame Ming. This is your bond of sale. Yes, young Master Lin. Xiao took it, turned to Qingshue's side, and knelt on both knees. This servant Xiao pays respects to her mistress. Startled by this turn of events, Qingxue looked to me. I'd meant to decline, but Lin Zihan spoke reason. A male teacher instructing my wife was indeed inconvenient. Seeing me still hesitate, Lin Zihan quirked the corner of his mouth and beckoned. Lai Shi, who'd long waited to the side, immediately stepped forward, presenting a case before me in both hands. I opened it to look. A gold hairpin and a register. The register listing the titles of all manner of medical texts and classics, along with 21 sabers and 20 feathered arrows. Books were the vessel of knowledge, and moreover the foundation on which a great clan established and secured itself. Weapons were the root of this chaotic age. Without arms, one couldn't take a single step. This. I froze. Could it be Brother Yiming disdains it? No, it's too precious. I said. Lin Zihan smiled slightly. It is precious. If you don't dare accept it, then I've no choice but to take it back. I understood his meaning in those words. These books were treasures a great clan kept secret and never passed outside. Even their own children were only permitted to borrow and read them, and once one was lost, the light penalty was a caning, the heavy one, being struck from the clan genealogy. To accept this generous gift was tantamount to telling the other families. I, Tang Yiming, already have ties with Lin Zihan. I drew a deep breath and looked at Xiao. Rise. Since you've entered the door of my Tang household, from now on you'll be called Tang Yushui. Thank you, master, for the bestowed name. Tang Yushui was overjoyed. Brother Yiming, I still have matters to attend. I'll take my leave first. Anything you need handled, seek out Dao or Old Who at the Lin family inn, and he'll pass word for me. Also, the bill for this table I've already put on the Lin family's account. Whatever else you want, just call the waiter. So saying, Lin Zihan rose, cupped his hands, and departed. Once he'd left, I looked at Qingxue and smiled slightly. Wife, since someone's treating, let's not stand on ceremony. Waiter, another 3 orders of each of these dishes. Put it on the Lin family's account. I instructed. The waiter was a bit troubled. Together with the few dishes I'd just ordered, it already came to 30 dan. 3 more orders of each, and it'd be 120 dan. But at the thought of the Lin young master's words, he could only agree, and hurried off at a quick step. Husband, this isn't quite right, is it? Qingxue was a little worried. What's not right about it? Just take it as the interest he's paying your husband. I said mildly. Interest? Qingxue didn't understand. I didn't explain in detail, and she didn't press either, only concentrating on sweeping the dishes on the table clean. After a good while, all 3 added orders were properly packed up, and I took out that gold hairpin. The craftsmanship of the Lin family's skilled artisans was truly remarkable. The blackbird carved on the pin was lifelike, its feather colors so vivid they seemed about to drip, as if it might spread its wings and fly off at any moment. I ran my fingertip over it, and finding no flaw, walked to Qingshue's side. Wife, lower your head a moment. Not understanding why, Qingxue obediently lowered her head. The next moment, the gold hairpin was already fixed into her jet black hair, and paired with that goose yellow dress and skirt, it added a few measures of soft loveliness. Beautiful. My wife grows lovelier the more I look. I praised sincerely. Only then did Qingxue understand why I'd bade her lower her head just now. It was to fix the pin for her. Husband, she blushed shyly in mock reproach, yet the delight in her eyes she couldn't hide no matter what. Come, wife, let's go out a few new garments too. I took her hand and headed for the door. Tang Yushui followed behind, envious in her heart. When might she too find a husband who'd cherish her? But turning the thought over, she reflected that this was mere idle fancy. She, of lowly bond status, was after all only a possession of the master household. Even were she to shed her lowly status, she'd be sent off to the government office and assigned at random. Qingxue picked 6 sets of garments, this time all of fine material, each worth 5 dan of grain. In passing, I also had 2 sets, each cut out for Li Chuan and Tang Yushui. Master this. Tang Yushui held the 2 new garments, her eye sockets reddening. She hadn't expected the new master would be willing to have new clothes made up for her, a lowly maidservant, and she was overwhelmed by the favor. Earlier, she'd felt dejected at leaving the Lin family. Now it seemed this new master was extremely easy to get along with, and treated her generously too. Take them, I said gently. Though my Tang household is but a few shabby thatched huts, so long as you've entered this door, you're a person of the Tang household. The benefits you're due, I'll give as best I can. Tang Yushui's tears nearly burst from her eyes. She gritted her teeth and forced them back. All right, it's time to head back to the inn. By the time we returned to the inn, the sky had darkened. Everyone had come back too. I looked at them. You haven't had a proper meal all day, have you? Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, and the rest hurriedly nodded. The things in the city were beyond their means, and the grain they'd been apportioned had all been traded for necessities like salt, sauce, and sugar. These were murderously expensive. Who'd be willing to squander them elsewhere? Besides, there was food back at the inn. The corner of my mouth quirked up. Old Hu, bring out all the dishes I had you keep warm. Right away. Old Hu, thanks to my favor, was now the steward of the Lin family inn. In a moment, dish after dish packed back from the drunken fragrance tower was set on the table, and everyone stared wide-eyed. Captain, this. I didn't explain. There was someone to speak for me. You're all in for a treat. Old Hu introduced with a chuckle. This is the signature of the Drunken Fragrance Tower, the biggest tavern in our county. Any one of these dishes is worth at least 30 pounds of coarse rice. Everyone swallowed their saliva in unison, eyes fixed burning hot on those dishes, wishing they could pounce. Don't stand there like fools. Chopsticks up, I urged. Only then did Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, and the rest snatch up bites and chomp away, unable to wait, and the moment it entered their mouths, tears actually fell then and there. Delicious, truly delicious. Every bite, it's like I'm dreaming. In this whole life, I've never eaten anything this good. Everyone chattered away, eating with great relish. Watching them wolf it down, I laughed. This was exactly what I wanted. Seeing Old Hu standing stock still to the side, I called out, Old Hu, what are you dazing about? Stop dazing. Any slower, and there'll only be empty plates left to lick. I laughed. Right away. Old Hu hurried to sit down, took up a bowl, and began eating in big mouthfuls. I took up a plate of squirrel mandarin fish and a plate of spare ribs and walked over to Tang Yushui. You needn't jostle with this crowd of big fellows. Take these off to the side and eat slowly. Tang Yushui was startled. Not only new clothes, but such precious dishes shared out to her without the least stint. This new master really was a good person. Thank you, master, for the reward. She took the 2 plates and gave me a graceful bow. Ha ha. Lu Sandow suddenly laughed loud. Brother Tang, worthy of the name Big Brother indeed. Under all heaven, what big brother would be willing to share such fine things for his little brothers to eat? Besides, in this world grain is your mother. So long as there's a bite to eat every day, I'd hand over this life of mine to him. These words struck the chord in everyone's heart. How the captain had treated them these days, they'd all seen with their own eyes. Without the captain, where would today's skills come from? How could there be meat every day, let alone this peerless feast tonight? You lot stop calling him captain too. It sounds distant. Lu Sandow, in high spirits, patted his chest. Better to call him Big Brother. Right, Brother Sandow's right. How can we call him captain? That's a debt of rebirth. Zhang Qingshan and Wang Dafu chimed in one after another. Everyone set down their chopsticks in unison, straightened up, and bowed solemnly. Big Brother. This startled me. I hurried to raise them up one by one. But this too was exactly what I most wanted. Captain and Big Brother seemed only a change of address, yet their meanings were worlds apart. Good. From this day on, you're the brothers of me, Tang Yiming. I said, sit back down and keep eating. The dishes are going cold. Everyone answered, returned to normal, and ate heartily. I didn't linger, but went straight to the finest room at the inn. This room was different from the others. 2 more oil lamps, and lamp oil unrationed. The furnishings were fine too, no less than tenfold those of an ordinary room. Most important of all, inside there was even a large bathing tub for washing. Arriving at the room's door, I could still hear the splashing of water within. Wife, I knocked at the door. Hearing it was me, Qingxue hurriedly wiped herself dry, dressed, and came to open it. The door opened, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, a trace of steam about her, her skin all the snowier for it. Husband, wait a moment, I. Her voice was soft and gentle, her brows and eyes carrying shyness. My heart stirred, yet I only said with a smile, come, your husband will dry your hair for you. Qing Shui answered softly. I took up a cloth and wiped her long hair stroke by stroke, and for a time the room was so quiet only the faint crackle of the lamp flower could be heard. At the same time, at the Wang household, you say, Lin Zihan gave that fellow books and weapons. Wang Yunfei, having heard Wang Zhong's report, his face sinking. Yes. Wang Zhong answered. No wonder. So Lin Zihan has already won him over? Wang Yunfei murmured. Wang Zhong knit his brows. Young master, not necessarily. If he'd truly won him over, would there be any sense in not arranging lodging for him? For a capable man like this, were it the young master, how would you treat him? Wang Zhong spoke reason. If Lin Zihan had truly taken in this master hand, he'd surely keep him in the city, choosing a fine residence near the mansion to settle him. Lin Zihan hadn't done so, showing he hadn't genuinely recruited him, yet some manner of agreement had likely been reached. Last time the Chen family had swindled him once. This time he meant to make it back, and to press the Chen family down hard besides. As for where this master hand's allegiance would settle, that still needed careful deliberation. Wang Yunfei mused a moment, then lifted his head. Go call a few trusted men. I've matters to instruct. Yes. Wang Zhong received the order and withdrew. Early the next morning, I led the guard troop out of the city with Louis Dao. 3 ox carts were loaded chock-full, and the journey passed without incident, arriving smoothly at the dirt market. But Lu Sandao, back at the dirt market, grew heavy of heart. He dawdled his way before Lu Yidao, hesitated a long while, and only then spoke. Big brother. Lu Yidao lifted his head, and seeing his third brother in so grave a manner, it was the first time. Sandao, what is it? Big brother, I want to talk something over with you. Lu Sandao said, head lowered. Speak. That is. Big brother, I want to leave the dirt market and follow Brother Tang. Lu Sandao steeled his courage and finally spoke the words in his heart. These past days, Tang Yiming's ability had long since won him over. You want to follow Tang Yiming? Louis Dao was startled. Yes. I want to strike out with Brother Tang, not spend my whole life hiding under the wings you shelter me with. I want to become the kind of man Brother Tang spoke of. One who takes the enemy general's head within 3 strokes of the blade. You know Brother Tang's ability too. Even a leopard couldn't do anything to him. He's a true master hand. Lu Sandao's eyes burned, and he clenched his fists. Louis Dao heaved a long sigh. Huh. If that's how it is, then go. Though still worried in his heart, Sandao was his own blood brother, and what he said was reasonable too. Cooped up at their side, he was destined never to become a master hand. No matter what, he and Erdeo would protect Sandao. But a person had to grow up, especially men like them who licked blood off the blade's edge. He and Erdeo were still around, and could still protect him, but under heaven there's no luck that lasts a lifetime. Only by being strong oneself could one survive in this chaotic age. Tang Yiming had repeatedly refused the young master's recruitment, and moreover raised up so capable a fighting band, showing his mind wasn't set on being another's appendage, or rather, he simply looked down on being anyone's appendage. A man like this was either arrogant, or no creature of the pond. Louis Dao believed him the latter. If his third brother could serve under him, it wasn't a bad path out. Besides, a man so young with skills like these would surely, once grown, become a warlord holding sway over a region. Thank you, big brother. Lu Sandao, overjoyed beyond expectation, immediately bowed his thanks. Louis Dao waved a hand. Do well, don't lose face for the Lu family, or your old man here will flay your hide. Lu Sandao gave a sheepish laugh, turned, and went off to find me. I was resting with the guard troop when Lu Sandao, shouldering a full load of belongings, came over with a face full of excitement and knelt on one knee. Brother Tang. I was startled and hurried to rise and raise him. What are you doing? I can't bear this. Take me in. From this day forward, I'm your man. Lu Sandao's face was full of stubbornness, refusing to rise for anything. Sandao, get up first. No. If big brother won't take me in, Sandao won't rise. Helpless, I looked to Louis Dao. Louis Dao sighed softly. Brother Yiming, Sandao is entrusted to you now. His temperament's too stubborn, don't hold it against him. What talk is that? Seeing the elder brother had nodded too, I didn't stand on ceremony either, and laughed aloud. I couldn't ask for more. I looked at Lu Sandao again. Now you can get up, yes? Lu Sandao broke into a grin, sprang up, and dove into the guard troop. terrified I'd change my mind. I shook my head and left him be. Parting from Louis Dao, I led the guard troop and the ox carts toward Greencliff Village. Greencliff Village was about one shire from the dirt market, not too close. The refugees on either side of the official road had visibly grown in number. Word coming from the city said war had broken out in the north, and vast numbers of common folk had been displaced. Gazing at the refugees on both sides, I didn't dare relax for a moment. Sandow, if things go awry in a bit, look after your sister-in-law and Yushui for me. Rest easy, big brother, Lu Sandow said solemnly. So long as there's a breath in me, I won't let sister-in-law or this little girl come to harm on a single strand of hair. I nodded slightly, then instructed Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan. Guard all around the cart train. If any are blind to consequence, kill without pardon. Yes, big brother, the two answered in unison. Sure enough, among this band of refugees on the verge of starving, some emerged bold and heedless of their lives. 50 or 60 men in ragged clothes and filthy all over, gripping wooden staves, blocked the way. Get out of the way. I barked coldly and drew my saber. This shout was like a thunderclap, cowing the refugees nearby who'd thought to fish in troubled waters. Yet these 50 or 60 blocking the road were unmoved, only staring fixedly at the grain on the carts, eyes gone red, all greed. At them, at the leader's command, the refugees charged, staves raised. They were gambling. So long as they broke through the defense line and snatched a handful of rice, it would be theirs. I hadn't imagined the refugees had already come to such a state. Had I known, I should have asked Louis Dao to escort us a stretch further. Kill. No need to hold back. I took the lead, the first to charge into the enemy ranks. This battle was, in truth, also a session of actual combat. Killing men and killing beasts, the states of mind were after all different. These, before me, were people, not livestock. Facing the refugees, the men of the guard troop were tense after all. But at the thought of the goods behind them, they all gripped their pudeo tight. The sabers at their waists they still weren't used to wielding, better the handier pudeo. Wang Dafu followed close behind me. A pudeo swung with roaring vigor. I was even more like a beast loosed from its cage, ferocious beyond measure. One kick sent a refugee flying, and on the momentum a blade thrust into his belly, then a foot stomped on his back and ground down hard. Asterisk crack asterisk went the snapping bone, and the man died on the spot. Killing men, it wasn't my first time coming into this world either. Last time I'd shot several with the bow and arrow, and though in the end it was always Lu Yidao who'd finished them with the blade, I was no longer so averse to killing. My saber flew and flashed, blood blossoms splashing, my form nimble, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, ferocious and sharp. Seeing their big brother so savage, the guard troops' morale soared greatly. One man kicked another over, pudeo sweeping and hacking crosswise. The rest each displayed their skills. In but a moment, 7 or 8 corpses already lay sprawled on the ground. One refugee was shocked. These marks were too tough. He darted to the side of the middle-aged man at their head. Boss, what do we do? That leader gnashed his teeth. He'd meant to snatch some rice and grain amid the chaos, and hadn't reckoned this band would be so ferocious, losing so many at the very first clash. Yet if he pulled back now, wouldn't his brothers have died for nothing? He swept a glance around. There were still many refugees looking on, and bellowed, "Anyone who doesn't want to starve to death at them, snatch even a little, and it'll fill your bellies for days." At this shout, the onlooking refugees could hold back no longer, and one after another picked up stones and hurled them at the guard troop. Though the guard troop watched out for one another in groups of 3, they couldn't withstand this sky-filling rain of stones, and several, unable to dodge in time, were struck till their heads broke and blood flowed. Seeing that Lu Sandow was already hard-pressed protecting my dainty little wife and Tang Yushui, I knit my brows. I hadn't meant to touch the refugees on the outer fringe. They were all wretched, luckless folk, but now that they'd struck first, they were bandits robbing me. Dafu, at my shout, Wang Dafu caught on at once, darted before me, and took over my position. I fell back to my wife's side. Lu Sandow took me for coming to reproach him for guarding poorly. Big brother, guard your sister-in-law well. As I spoke, I took up the bow and set an arrow. What I'd brought this trip were the 20 feathered arrows Lin Zihan had newly given. I drew the bowstring full, aimed at a refugee, and loosed. Whsh! The arrow nailed into the man's throat, and clutching his neck, he slowly toppled. One man's death wouldn't scare off the stone-throwing refugees on the fringe. I didn't stay my hand, drawing 3 arrows in succession. Whsh! 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 Thup, thup, thup. All 3 arrows nailed precisely into refugees' chests or brows. This archery of mine, 1 arrow 1 life, took 4 more lives in the blink of an eye. The outer fringe refugees were finally afraid, yet still couldn't bear to give up the grain before them, and went on madly hurling stones. Add to that the band of armed refugees pressing relentlessly toward the guard troop, and it made them all the less willing to let go. It seemed this lot were set on it heart and soul. A plan formed in my mind. Fixing on that armed leader, I bellowed, "Dafu at him!" Wang Dafu caught on immediately, hefting his blade to strike straight for that leader. Every refugee along the way who thought to block him, I shot dead with an arrow. Seeing the men charging and die one by one beneath his big brother's arrows, Wang Dafu's heart settled firm, and he lunged at the leader without turning back. That leader was no weakling either, meeting him with a sharpened long staff, and the two instantly grappled into a tangle. This leader was truly fierce and brave, actually fighting Wang Dafu to a standstill. A thought turned in my mind. I set an arrow, bent the bow, and aimed at the leader. WHRR, the bowstring hummed. The leader's spine went suddenly cold, and he instinctively turned his head. A feathered arrow tore through the air, carrying a shrill whistle, arriving in the blink of an eye. Thank! The arrow struck him square in the left shoulder, blood spurting. The leader gave a stifled grunt, his face going pale, staggering several steps. How would Wang Dafu let the chance slip? With a furious roar, his pudeo chopped viciously at the leader's head. The leader hurried to raise his staff to block, but how could he block it? Asterisk crack asterisk. The long staff snapped into 2 pieces. As the broken staff flew from his grip, Wang Dafu's pudeo turned to hew at his throat. The leader was just about to parry when, unexpectedly, another arrow came flying. Thank! This time he had nowhere to dodge, and a hot stream gushed from his neck. Wang Dafu's pudeo followed right after, one stroke hacking him down to the ground, his breath severed, dead. With the leader dead, the remaining refugees fell into utter panic. "Dafu, take his head," I said coldly. Wang Dafu steadied his nerve, stepped quickly forward, and with his saber severed that head. "Toss it to me." Wang Dafu hurriedly threw it over. First I barked at Qingxue and Tang Yuxue, "Close your eyes." The 2 women hurried to obey. I reached out and caught the head, ran my pudeo through it, and raised that bandit head high. "Anyone who wants to die, come right ahead." This shout froze in place the refugees who'd just been throwing stones. Ahead, the outer fringe refugees gazed at that head hung high in midair, faces full of terror. Even the men of the guard troop, seeing this scene, felt a shudder in their hearts. For a moment, the whole field fell dead silent. "What are you still standing there for? Kill!" I barked. Only then did everyone snap to, pudeo hacking down at the refugees who hadn't yet come to their senses. Screams rose at once, corpse after corpse falling. "Run!" someone shouted, and the refugees woke as from a dream and took to their heels. The guard troop by now had killed till their eyes were red, and how would they let anyone go, chasing after in a rush? "Don't pursue a cornered foe. All of you get back here," I bellowed. Hearing it, everyone immediately turned back. I hopped down from the ox cart, stripped the clothes off one refugee's corpse, wrapped the head, stuffed it into the cart's rear, then cleaned the blood off myself and retrieved the arrows before ordering the cart train to continue on. "Husband, can we open our eyes now?" Qingxue asked. The cart train had left the battlefield, and there were no more corpses to be seen. I nodded. Open them." Qingxue opened her eyes first, and seeing we'd escaped danger, let out a long breath. "Wife, I'll have to trouble you to take a look at them." Several of the guard troop were rather badly hurt. Though only flesh wounds, they still needed treating. Qingxue nodded in agreement. "Sorry to trouble you, madam." The men of the guard troop bowed one after another. "No need to stand on ceremony. Let me have a look," Qingxue said gently. I led Wang Dafu, Zhang Qingshan, and the others to keep watch all around, and only after Qingxue had tended those men's wounds did we continue on our way. Nearing the village entrance, I took out that refugee leader's head and handed it to Zhang Qingshan, bringing up the rear. "Hang it on that tree." Yes. This head could somewhat cow that band of refugees, keeping them from scheming crooked designs again. Soon the cart train reached the village entrance. The moment 3 big carts of goods entered the village, they instantly drew countless gazes. Is this the haul from their one trip out? That much grain, how many years would it feed you? "Son!" At Zhao Yang's shout, 3-year-old Zhao Laifu, who'd been watching the excitement, came scampering over. "Papa!" Zhao Yong scooped him up in one arm and drew a paper packet from his breast, handing it over. "This is for you." Zhao Laifu opened it to find 3 pieces of malt sugar, each the size of a little finger. He stuffed one into his mouth and said excitedly, "It's candy. Haha, my Fuer really is clever." Zhao Yong said, satisfied. "Thank you, Papa." Zhao Lifu held it in his mouth, blissful. Malt sugar was an ordinary thing. In a normal year worth barely a few coins. But now that grain was dear, it too had become something precious. The 3 small pieces Zhao Yong had produced were worth a pound of coarse rice. The surrounding villagers were struck with envy. These 3 pieces of candy, they wouldn't even dare dream of, and Zhao Yong was this lavish. Detestable. Zhao Yong must have struck it rich following Yiming. Or how'd he be willing to buy his brats such fine things? Exactly. Haven't you noticed? The guard troops men have all filled out a size lately. Detestable. For a moment, the villagers who once shunned them for fear now, one by one, went red-eyed with jealous envy, their very eye sockets flushing red. No, I'll join the guard troop no matter what I have to say, and work under Yiming. Right. The nearby villagers declared one after another their wish to join the troop. These reactions I'd long since taken in. It was only that right now I had no use for this many people. If I let them in easily, later on they'd be nothing but a swarm of freeloading maggots. Qingshan, in a moment you lot block them and say, "Those who join the troop, it's too late." Big brother understood. Zhang Qingshan, bringing several men to the rear, blocked the villagers pressing in. Back home, I had the unwounded members clean out the side room. Over the next half-month, I also had the guard troop help build 3 new thatched huts, the largest for me and my dainty little wife's new bridal room. The other 2 for Li Chuan, Tang Yushui, and Lu Sandao. The former master bedroom was converted into my dainty wife's apothecary, and the remaining one made into a storehouse. The courtyard too was expanded more than threefold, so that the guard troop, going forward, needn't squat to eat anymore. I was quite satisfied with this new residence, and the household goods bought on that trip into the city were now all properly set in place. I hadn't been idle these days either. Since the refugee attack, I discovered a deadly problem. The guard troop had no protective gear, and once surrounded and attacked, would find it extremely hard to withstand, might even meet catastrophe. Yet boarhide would take at least 20-some boars to hunt, its defense only middling, and against hurled stones and wooden implements it likewise couldn't hold up. Turning it over and over, the only thing that could defend against ranged attacks was one, the shield. But ordinary wooden shields were elaborate in craft and heavy in material, and most crucial of all, cumbersome. With their present strength, they'd find it hard to hold one aloft in prolonged battle. So I thought of a thing light, easy to make, and of no mean defense, the Rotten shield. Though it was now the depth of winter, in Greencliff Mountain the kudzavine, wisteria, and Boston ivy were plentiful, precisely the fine material for making rattan armor and rattan shields. During this stretch, while everyone helped me build the huts, I often took Lu Sandao up the mountain, and besides bringing back hares and pheasants, also fetched back great quantities of kudzavine, oriental bittersweet, and Boston ivy. The retrieved vines I first steamed and boiled to increase their pliancy, then dried in the air, over and over, and stockpiled quite a lot with Lu Sandao. This day, Lu Sandao finally couldn't help himself. "Big brother, what are you making all this for? If you want rope, I'll fetch some back from the dirt market." I shook my head and said with a laugh, "This isn't for tying things. It's for making rattan armor and rattan shields." "Rattan armor? Rattan shields?" Lu Sandao scratched his head. "Big brother, can this stuff hold up against a blade?" I patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. This rattan armor is extremely sturdy. Wear it, and you needn't fear taking a blade." For real. He didn't believe it. "You'll know in a bit." So saying, I picked up a treated kudzavine. What I meant to make was a round shield about 2 chi wide. First I wove the shield's outer frame with the thicker kudzavine to make the structure firm. Then within the frame I wove several crisscrossing vines as a central support to strengthen it. Finally, I filled the gaps with fine vine. I used a crisscross weave, so it was both tight and yet not lacking in pliancy. For added thickness and protection, I wove on 2 more layers atop this foundation, the whole taking an oval form. To guard against the vines snapping and wearing, I then wrapped the shield's rim with hare hide, and taking a vine, I wove it in a circle around the shield's center. Just such a seemingly simple rattan shield actually took nearly 4 sure to weave. The sky had darkened. I wiped a sweat, set the shield on the table, and examined it closely. "Done?" Lu Sandao asked. "Not yet, still a few last steps short." Having checked it over with no error, I then made the shield's grip, and at last coated it several times with the tung oil Lu Sandao had traded back from the dirt market, and set it aside to dry. Only by the afternoon of the third day was the Rot-Tan shield complete. Looking at this brand new round shield before me, the corner of my mouth quirked up. It was even better than I'd anticipated. Lu Sandow stared at this shield woven of vines, still disbelieving, taking me for hoodwinking him. "Try it," I said. "All right." His interest was roused. I handed him the shield, and the two of us went to the middle of the courtyard. "No need to hold back. Use full strength." Lu Sandow hesitated a little. "Big brother, are you serious?" "Come on." I waved a hand. He stood on ceremony no longer, hefting his chopping blade to hew at the shield. Clang, a muffled sound, and the shield, far from being cleaved open, didn't budge in the slightest, while the saber in his hand was rebounded till the web of his thumb went numb. Had he not held it steady, the blade would have flown from his grip. Lu Sandow gazed blankly at the Rot-Tan shield, and only after a good while swallowed his saliva. "Big brother, this shield is actually this sturdy. How do you feel about it now?" I laughed. He snatched the shield away, swung it about wildly a few times, and said with a laughing grin, "Thank you, big brother. I won't stand on ceremony over this shield." "You rascal." I cursed with a laugh. I took up another vine. Lu Sandow hurried to ask, "Big brother's weaving another shield?" "From now on, one per person. But this time it's not a shield, it's a simple Rot-Tan armor." "Armor?" His eyes lit up. "How's it woven?" I held nothing back either, having him take a vine and weave along with me. The weaving method was the same as the shield's. Only this armor I didn't weave for the whole body. I only wove the shoulder guard, arm guard, and chest guard, plus a helmet shaped like a straw hat. Lu Sandow looked at what he'd woven, then looked at what I'd woven, one in the heavens and one in the earth, and smiled wryly. "Big brother, our two crafts are just too far apart. What you wove is actually passable. Once the tongue oil dries, put it on and try it." He simply grabbed the set I'd woven and put it on. It fit quite snugly, and though it guarded little, it all guarded the vital spots. The arm guard was secure too. He drew his blade and scraped it across the arm guard, leaving only a shallow mark, not cutting through. "Haha, big brother, you really are a talent. This stuff is simply a divine artifact." Lu Sandow clicked his tongue in wonder. Who'd have thought these vines had such great use? "Big brother, this armor." "All right, take it," I said helplessly. "And on your way, notify them all to come weave their own armor and shields." "Understood." Lu Sandow went off in high spirits. Over this stretch of days after, the Green Cliff Guard troop, besides drilling blade techniques, spent their time weaving shields and armor, each preparing a set. Meanwhile, the refugees outside the village, for the sake of survival, gradually gathered into a dozen-odd bands. Several of these bands, for the sake of rations, actually began hunting and killing other refugees. The Ping'an County government had sent troops to suppress them, to little effect, and having suffered no small losses of their own, simply abandoned the area outside the city. The 7 great families naturally wouldn't cast off their lands outside the city and seized the chance to expand. In a mere month, the outskirts were carved up entirely among the 7 great families. Some refugees, for a bowl of gruel, took refuge with them. Others turned utterly into bandits. "Steward Zhou, what wind blows you here?" the leader of this band of refugees said attentively. This band was of no small number, a good 200-odd, ordinarily taking on tasks for the 7 great families, and in their spare time hunting refugees to cook and eat. The Pear Blossom village they occupied had been seized, the men killed, the children eaten, the women penned for the time being. Today the Chun family's steward Zhou had come in person. There must be something to entrust, and so great a patron couldn't be slighted. Steward Zhou took a seat, sipped some water to moisten his throat, and raised a hand and beckoned. 11 ox carts rolled slowly in. "Here's 300 dan of coarse rice, 1 dan of coarse salt, 100 pounds of soybean oil, 50 pounds of wild boar meat." The refugees' eyes all went green. Eating people was only for the sake of survival, and with each swallow, the malice in their hearts grew a measure. Now that they had grain, they could eat one less mouthful of human flesh. Besides, there weren't many 2-legged sheep fit to bite into left. Those remaining were all so scrawny you'd chew tree bark. The leader, Li Dan, swallowed his saliva. "Steward Zhou, what do you want us to do this time?" Steward Zhou fell silent a moment. "Attack a village." "Attack a village?" Li Dan knit his brows. "Correct. This village is called Green Cliff Village, right near you. Over 800 souls in the village, some 80 able-bodied. Succeed, and my young master will add as much again." Li Dan's heart was moved. Such a village wasn't hard for them. Just that simple. Just that simple. "If you won't take it, I'll seek the next household." "We'll take it." We'll take it. Li Dan hurried to say. 300 dan of coarse rice was enough to eat for 2 or 3 months, and with human flesh thrown in, half a year without worry. He'd long grown sick of human flesh. Given the choice, who'd want to chew that thing? He swept his gaze over the crowd. Brothers, this job's a big score. Come, follow your old man to Green Cliff Village, butcher those dog things, and let them taste the might of our blades. So saying, Li Dan set out at the fore. A pack of fools. The corner of Steward Zhou's mouth lifted slightly, and he called over a page boy. Report back to the young master. The bait has been cast. Yes. At the same time, at the Lin Manor in Ping'an County, young master, Chun Dakian has led a company of men out of the city. Lai Shi ran into the study in a fluster. Lin Zihan, toying with a jade piece, looked up. So he's gone out. Send people to watch him. It's not the brat's first time leaving the city. No, young master. Chun Dakian headed for the city's north. What? Lin Zihan started. He went to the north? Lai Shi nodded. Yes. This lowly one fears what he's making for us. Lin Zihan's heart sank. The city's north was precisely where Green Cliff Village lay. Lai Shi, muster the men at once. You'll come out of the city with me. This lowly one understands. Husband, look, what's that? Lu Chui spotted a group of refugees gripping hatchets and farm tools converging on one spot, and hurriedly pointed it out to Tang Dazhuang. Tang Dazhuang followed her gaze and got a fright, hurriedly covering his wife's mouth and pulling her hastily back to the village. Pa, this is bad. He dragged Lu Chui running to his father, his face full of alarm. What is it? That group of refugees. Looks like they mean to attack the village. Before the words had fallen, Tang Ernie roared out. What did you say? That group of refugees, they're going to attack the village. Tang Dazhuang repeated once more. Tang Erniu's face shifted through shade and shine. Refugees attacking the village was a matter of the gravest sort. Pa, what do we do? Should we report it to that Tang Yiming brat? Tang Erniu shook his head. Are you stupid? Even if we told them, do you think our household could make it through this winter? Tang Dazhuang was taken aback. Then what do? We hide first, wait till they're all tangled in the killing, then quietly drag off their grain. A greedy gleam flashed in Tang Erniu's eyes. Find some out-of-the-way place, and living 3 or 5 years is no problem. His household had long run out of spare grain, and no one in the village would lend to them, even weathering this winter. In the end, they'd still starve to death. Since the whole family was in cahoots with Tang Yiming anyway, they couldn't blame him, Tang Erniu, for showing no mercy. Good idea. Tang Dazhuang slapped his thigh in acclaim. Pa, I'll listen to you. Let's hide right now. But Lu Chui wavered. But what if those men attack into the village? Can we really escape it? Scared of a fart. Our village is ringed on all sides by deep mountains. Wanting to hide? Isn't that easy? Tang Erniu waved a hand. Hurry and pack. Before they come, get moving fast. Tang Erniu led his wife and son fleeing out the back of the village, and reaching the foot of the mountain on Green Cliff Mountain's east side, suddenly noticed one person was missing. Dazhuang, where's your wife? Tang Dazhuang scratched his head. She said her belly ached, went to relieve herself. A bellyache at a time like this? Tang Erniu's heart jumped, and suddenly thinking of something. Fool. Hurry and find her back. She absolutely must not inform on us. Alas, Lu Chui had already run back to the village. She didn't want to die, and even less wanted to die a fool's death alongside Tang Erniu and Tang Dazhuang. With the village gone, the fields would be gone. However much stolen grain, it'd only be eating into a fixed store. If she reported this news to her cousin-in-law, perhaps by this merit she might be taken in by him. And wouldn't she then have something to count on later? At the thought, her heart burned hot, anxious to see Tang Yiming. Yiming. At this moment I was drinking chicken soup with Qingxua. Drink slower. No one's fighting you for it. Husband's cooking is just that good, Qingxua said, smiling brightly. Besides, if I don't eat my fill, where's the strength to wait for you to come back? I smiled helplessly. These days she'd even taken to teasing me. Yiming. A burst of urgent shouting came from outside the door. I set down my bowl and chopsticks and looked out to the courtyard, only to see Lu Chui rushing over in a fluster. Cousin sister, what have you come for? Lu Chui panted heavily. Yiming, there's something I have to tell you. There's a band of refugees. They mean to attack our village. Tang Dazhuang and the others have already fled first. I stared at her. Her expression didn't seem feigned, and she had no reason to deceive me with such a matter. After a moment's thought, I understand. You head back first. Lu Chui didn't leave and gritted her teeth. Yiming, could I stay here? They've all run off. There's no one at home. I'm afraid. I looked to Qingxue. She was the mistress of this household now, and naturally her wishes should be asked. Seeing me consult her, Qingxue's heart warmed. She gently took my hand and said to Lu Chui, "Cousin sister, if it's truly as you say, the village isn't peaceful either. Another person is another pair of hands to look out for one another. So stay then." "Thank you, little sister," Lu Chui said, delighted. I hadn't been idle either. I ordered Lu Sandao to report to village head Wang Fugui, and first sent Fang Chongsong out of the village to scout, then mustered the whole guard troop and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Back in the room, Qingxue put my armor on me piece by piece, her voice tight. "Husband, be careful in all things. Your wife will wait for you at home." I reached out and stroked her face. "Rest easy. Your husband still means to come back and grow old together with his wife." "Awful man." Qingxue buried her face in my chest, and only after a long while did she reluctantly rise. "All right. Hurry and go. Don't keep the village head waiting anxiously." I lightly kissed her brow, turned, and went out the door. By this time the village head had gathered all the able-bodied men fit to fight at the grain-drying yard, and the guard troop had all assembled too. Everyone's gaze fell upon me. I swept a glance around and said in a low, firm voice, "Everyone, tonight a great foe comes to invade. We must be of one heart, and together resist this powerful enemy." Wang Fugui said, "Yiming, tonight you'll command." "Right, Yiming, we trust you." "Big brother, I trust you, I'll follow you." I nodded slightly. "Good. With everyone's utmost help, my Green Cliff Guard troop will surely hold our village, and let this band of bandits find no way back." No way back. No way back. The crowd's blood boiled, rubbing their fists and palms, as if victory were already in hand. I looked round the circle. "Uncle Wang, Sandao, you lead the villagers to hold the village entrance to the death. I'll lead the guard troop out first to intercept a wave." Lu Sandao balked at once. "Big brother, I want to go slay the enemy with you." "Sandao, come here." I lowered my voice. "You stay in the village. Don't forget, you don't yet have your own men, and this is precisely a chance to assess them. In this window, take note of which villagers are usable and which aren't. Besides, my wife is in the village too. With you holding it down, only then am I at ease." Lu Sandao fell silent a few breaths, then finally nodded. Big brother spoke reason. Sister-in-law's side needed someone. These villagers couldn't be relied on, and only with him there could Big brother be at ease. Only he still harbored worry. "Big brother," Fang Chongsong said, "that band of refugees is 100-odd at the least. The guard troop, can they manage?" I showed a look of resolve. "Rest easy, I'm certain of it." The moment the words fell, the guard troop raised their weapons in unison. "Move out." At the command, everyone vanished into the night in an instant. Lu Sandao turned to Wang Fugui. "Uncle Wang, let's set up defense at the village entrance too, just in case." "Right, let's go now." Wang Fugui nodded and led the men off. I left the village and came to the first refugee gathering point Fang Chongsong had scouted. "Big brother, this is the first gathering point. There are 4 such points in all." Fang Chongsong said in a low voice. I had everyone wait in place and crept over alone. "Why hasn't the boss given the signal yet? It's just a bunch of villagers. Do we even need a sneak attack?" "Exactly. Dead of winter, and the night wind cuts to the bone. I'm freezing to death." 50-odd refugees huddled together for warmth. For fear of exposure, they didn't even dare light a fire. My turn to get in the middle. One refugee burrowed into the warmest spot in the heap. A mission? I knit my brows. This band of refugees was actually organized and premeditated. A night raid was indeed a way to reduce losses. A pity they were too stupid, their guard slack. Since it was to be a night raid, then I'd break them one by one and let them find no way back. I drew back my thoughts and returned to the troop. "Chongsong, you go stand watch over that way. The moment refugees come from elsewhere to reinforce, light a torch to warn." Fang Chongsong nodded and headed off down the other fork. "Dafu, your first squad take the left flank. Qingshan, your second squad take the right. The instant this band of refugees stirs, charge out at once." "Yes." The 2 each led their squads and scattered. I alone hung the shield on my back, took the bow in hand, and walked toward that band of refugees. Rustle, rustle. The 50-odd refugees warming themselves heard the footsteps and looked over in unison. A figure slowly emerged beneath the moon, tall and upright, clad in armor and girt with a blade, gripping a bow with a shield at the back, a chill air about his whole person. "Who?" one refugee asked. "The one who's come to take your lives." I said with a faint smile, set an arrow, drew the bow. "W Charar." The feathered arrow tore through the air. Thank, went the sound, and that refugee toppled, eyes wide. The rest were shocked. Grab your gear, do him in, the subleader shouted. 50-odd men swarmed forward wielding hatchets and farm tools. My expression stayed as usual, not an arrow wasted. For every inch they drew nearer, one more fell. Within a few breaths, 7 had already had their throats sealed by my arrows. But this lot were, after all, no ordinary refugees. They'd killed men and eaten men. In their eyes, I was merely a piece of food, and death beneath the arrows couldn't halt their steps. Just as they were about to lunge before me, kill shouts suddenly erupted from left and right. 10 figures charged out gripping blades and holding shields. Bam! One refugee had just raised his hatchet to block, but what came at him was a keen saber. Crack went the sound, and his neck was hewn through, and he pitched stiff straight into the snow. On the other side, a refugee swung a sickle at Zhao Yong, who'd just cut down a foe. Unhurried, Zhao Yong raised his shield to block. Asterisk bam asterisk. The sickle was rebounded flying, while he stood steady as bedrock, not budging in the slightest. What? That refugee was aghast. Zhao Yong gave him no time to think more, stepped forward, and like an arrow off the string, ran a blade through his chest. The refugee shrieked and staggered back, plopping down on his rump, clutching his chest, and gasping violently, eyes full of terror. Was this still a villager? How was he even fiercer than them? A few breaths later, his head lolled, dead with eyes unclosed. Zhao Yong had no leisure to mind him, one hand shield defending, one hand blade attacking, like a meat grinder amid the close quarters clash. And he was but a microcosm of the guard troop. Before these refugees, untrained, uncoordinated, and lacking sharp weapons and armor, the guard troop was like tigers and wolves, hewing them down with ease. In a brief moment, save for a scattered few who fled en route, the rest all pitched into the snow. I retrieved the arrows I'd loosed. Most of the shafts were already damaged, only 1 or 2 barely fit for use. Fang Chongsong's side had not yet signaled, so I ordered, finish them with the blade. Absolutely no survivors. Everyone split up to clear the field, and sure enough 7 or 8 had played dead, all in the end dying beneath the blade. Big brother, there's firelight. Zhang Qingshan spotted a torch flaring up over Fang Chongsong's direction, and his face lit with delight. Oh, I quirked a brow. Everyone hide. Wait for my signal. Yes. Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan hurried to lead their men back to their earlier hiding place. Before long, this refugee band's second-in-command, Li Yuan, arrived leading 60 men. The moment he saw the corpses strewn across the ground, his face turned savage. Search for me. You must find a survivor. Yes. The 60 refugees were about to scatter and search when suddenly a figure moved. You certainly came slow, kept me waiting till the flowers wilted. Gripping shield and blade, I slowly rose from among the heap of corpses, moonlight falling upon me, indescribably grim. The refugees around were shocked back several steps. Li Yuan's pupils shrank. What sort of man are you? These, you killed them all. What do you think? I said with a grin. A chill rose from the bottom of Li Yuan's heart, and he immediately barked at the men beside him. At him for me. But not a single one dared move. This squad was a full 53 heads, and if this were truly one man's killing, then he was no man, but a yiksha crawled up from the 9 springs. Wastrels. A pack of wastrels. All of you get at him, or I'll make you into cured meat. Li Yuan roared, his face iron dark. At last 7 bold ones gritted their teeth and charged. Unafraid, I met them with my blade. Asterisk cling. Cling. Asterisk blade edges clashed, sparks flying. Seizing a gap, I kicked one man flying. The second lunged, I dodged sideways, blocked crosswise with the shield, and amid the muffled bam turned to counter, the blade edge cutting an arc, in the blink of an eye slicing into that man's neck, blood spattering the snow. The third's heart wavered. I'd long seen through his intent. Left shield parrying, right blade thrusting straight, striking square in his chest, and with a stifled grunt he fell. The rest, though afraid, still charged, my footwork nimble, shedding force with the shield and reaping with the blade, and wherever each flash of the blade passed, a man was sure to fall answering it, blood dashing across the white snow, a sight to strike the eye with horror. The man I'd kicked flying earlier clambered up for a sneak attack. I'd long been on guard, turning to shed his force with a shield, and on the momentum took his throat with one blade. A line of blood burst open, and he toppled face up. Asterisk asterisk my clean killing rested not on any peerless martial art, but on this armor about me, this shield in hand, Plus, they're having neither formation nor comrades to back one another. Asterisk asterisk, had it been a squad of orderly, fierce soldiers, I'd never have dared be so overweening. But this rabble was exactly the target for me to practice my hand on. In a brief moment, the squad of 61 had left only Li Yuan and the 53 behind him, everyone white-faced as paper and trembling all over. I closed in on Li Yuan at a slow pace, looking down from above. "You, who are you?" His legs shook without cease. "The one who's come to take your life," I said flatly, the blade raised high, falling heavily. "Thank." One stroke sealed his throat. This band of refugees, their guts long since frightened out of them, had no fighting strength left at all. Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan, hidden on the two flanks, both stared transfixed. They'd never imagined Big Brother so ruthless, killing men, by the advantage of this armor and shield, as easily as slicing melons and chopping vegetables. I didn't stay my hand, hewing down another man. Only then did the refugees come to their senses, casting away their weapons and running madly. "Run? He's no man. Kill!" At my one command, Wang Dafu and Zhang Qingshan pounced out like phantoms, chasing and hewing them down one by one, clean and neat. In a blink, 21 men chased 50-odd. Only when they'd nearly reached Li Dan's gathering point did I call the men to halt and withdraw. "Boss, there's a ghost." "A ghost?" The 20-some who'd fled back cried in alarm. "A ghost? Where's a ghost come from?" Li Dan glared and cursed. "Talking rot. There really is a ghost. He killed our brothers. All of them. Killed them." "Shut up. Quit your goddamn babbling." Li Dan slapped that man to the ground. "What in the world happened?" The refugee, slapped back to his senses, only then recounted the whole affair in full detail. Li Dan's face abruptly sank, and he grabbed him by the collar. "You say my brother is dead?" "Why, yes, dead. Get lost." Li Dan kicked him over and roared. "Damned Green Cliff Village. Your old man here will make your whole village its burial mates." The village he'd thought there for the taking had cost him nearly 100 men, and even his own brother was gone. "Assemble everyone. Wash Green Cliff Village in blood." The band's number 3 counseled. "Boss, no more night raid?" "Night raid your ghost. Your old man lost troops and generals precisely from listening to your farting words. My brother's gone. Who cares about night raids anymore? Once we flatten the village, I'll settle accounts with you, you dog-headed strategist." Li Dan was beside himself with rage. The men fell silent as cicadas in the cold. Li Dan forcibly pressed down his fury and, leading the remaining 150-odd, swept in a mighty tide toward Green Cliff Village. The night was deep, the village dead silent. At the village entrance, Wang Fuguei and the men gripped their farm tools tight. "Sandow, your big brother, won't come to harm, will he?" Wang Fuguei in the end couldn't help himself. The guard troop was only 20-some. How could they withstand hundreds of refugees? Someone thought to say a snide word, but at the thought of the present situation, drew it back. Tang Yiming's life or death was tied to their own persons and fortunes. All these expressions Lu Sandow took in. Big brother surely won't come to harm, because sister-in-law is still waiting for him. Lu Sandow said in a low, firm voice. Wang Fuguei sighed and said no more, his eyes fixed all the while on the distance. Suddenly, from the darkness came a burst of dense footsteps. "Is it them coming back?" Wang Fuguei asked in alarm and doubt. Lu Sandow's gaze concentrated, his brows knitting tight. "That's not right. These footsteps aren't right. Everyone on guard." Lu Sandow drew his saber, one hand gripping his shield, and everyone set up their defenses one after another. The dense footsteps came from far to near, and in a blink reached the village entrance. Wang Fuguei held his breath, staring unblinking ahead. Tromp, tromp, tromp. The footsteps abruptly stopped, and a mass of black figures appeared at the village entrance. HSS, Wang Fuguei drew a cold breath. What do we do? The ones who'd come clearly weren't Tang Yiming. It was Li Dan and his lot. What do we do? Fight, of course. Lu Sandow bellowed in fury, charging out first. 50 paces distance was but a blink to him. Li Dan was just about to charge into the village when he suddenly felt a fierce blade edge hewing over. Clang! Li Dan raised his blade to block. Asterisk, bang. Asterisk, the web of his thumb shook, and he fell back several steps, nearly toppling onto his rump. Startled, he raised his head, and what met his eyes was actually a young face. "Who are you?" Li Dan said in a low voice. Lu Sandow, in plain cloth, dark of skin, a scar on his face, was rather ferocious looking. He didn't answer, swinging his blade to HEW. Li Dan hurried to meet it with his blade. Asterisk clang. Asterisk another hard clash, and his blade-gripping right arm ached fiercely, nearly dislocated. Damn it! A chill struck Li Dan's heart. This young man was actually so overpowering, by no means an ordinary person, and he immediately bellowed at those around. "Are you all dead men?" The refugees snatched up their weapons one after another and lunged at Lu Sandow. "On the strength of you shrimp soldiers and crab generals, you dare come throw away your lives." Lu Sandow sneered, snapped his wrist, and swept a stroke crosswise. One refugee was swept flying, vomiting blood and swooning to death. Right after, the rattan shield swung sideways, knocking over another four, wails rising all round. Good heavens, is this fellow a monster? The remaining refugees froze for a moment. Lu Sandow lunged a step at Li Dan. Li Dan, long on guard, retreated in haste. The refugees around swarmed up as one. Though Lu Sandow was brave, he couldn't after all hold up against numbers. Seeing him surrounded, Wang Fugui shouted at the villagers, "What are you all standing there for? At them!" Only then did the villagers snap to, joining the fray wielding hatchets and hoes, kill shouts shaking the heavens. With the villagers' help, the pressure on Lu Sandow eased at once. Even as he slew, he kept watch, which villager performed most brilliantly. He noted each one in his heart. "Uncle Wang, beautiful. 2 more blades, and that fellow croaks." Lu Sandow said excitedly. "Haha, of course." Wang Fugui said smugly. But they'd celebrated too soon. Li Dan had a full 150-odd, and they were only 60-some. 2 fists can't match 4 hands, and they soon fell to the disadvantage. Humph. Li Dan lunged a step to Wang Fugui's side, his hatchet hewing viciously at his head. Wang Fugui's soul fled in terror, and he dodged in panic. Crack went the sound, the hatchet chopping into the ground, gravel splashing. He dodged this fatal stroke, and struck back with a backhand blow at Li Dan, only for Li Dan to dodge sideways, and, on the momentum, land a kick. Wang Fugui grunted and slammed into a wall, spewing a mouthful of blood. "Uncle Wang!" Lu Sandow cried out grievously, hefting his blade to lunge over. "Get lost, you!" Li Dan hewed down a blade, and Lu Sandow raised his shield to block. Asterisk bang asterisk. The rebounding force shook Li Dan back 2 steps. Li Dan steadied his form, fierce light blazing forth. "This brat! A few of you, come at him with me." A dozen-odd refugees surrounded Lu Sandow. Lu Sandow wasn't the least afraid. In days to come he was to be that grand general who took the enemy general's head within 3 strokes of the blade at the front of the ranks. Facing this rabble, he was perfectly at ease. But Li Dan had taken the top seat by force of arms. Though no match for Lu Sandow one-on-one, at a gang brawl he feared no one. After the space of an incense stick's burning, Li Dan, finding a gap, hewed a blade. Lu Sandow's rattan shield couldn't guard back in time, and his shoulder took the blade, a thread of blood seeping out. "Scoundrel!" Lu Sandow roared and hewed out, but Li Dan abruptly retreated, dragging a refugee to block the blade for him. Thup went the sound, that refugee's breastbone shattering, blood spurting as he fell. Despicable! Lu Sandow was furious to the extreme. "Haha, beat me if you've got the ability." Li Dan laughed wildly. On the other side, Wang Fugui's side had suffered heavy losses. 6 or 7 villagers had already died wretchedly, the wounded beyond count. His arm too had been hacked, and he bared his teeth in a grimace. These sons of bitches. He hewed a blade at the refugee before him. Just as he was about to succeed, a cold gleam flashed over, striking hard against his blade. The hatchet flew from his grip, and he staggered back and back. Wang Fugui, clutching his numbed right hand, gazed in despair at the blue-robed man before him. "Could it be that today, our village's lives are to be given up right here?" He murmured, and slowly closed his eyes. That blue-robed man's hatchet hewed down at Wang Fugui. WHRR, a tearing of the air, a feathered arrow struck square in his nape, his frame going rigid. Bam! The corpse slowly toppled, blood dyeing the snow. The blade slow to fall, Wang Fugui opened his eyes, and saw with a start a long arrow nailed in that man's throat. The only one who could loose an arrow into a refugee's back was one person. Yimming! WHRR. Several more arrows struck precisely, saving several villagers in imminent peril. Kill! Kill shouts suddenly rose behind the refugees. 20-odd men charging out of nowhere, driving straight at their rear. Hidden behind his shield, Lu Sandow laughed aloud. "Haha, my big brother's here. You're surrounded." The refugees were shocked, thrown into utter panic. Li Dan knit his brows and looked all round, unable to fathom how reinforcements had sprung up at the rear. At just this moment, a figure had already come before him. Who is it? The one who came was clad in armor, the leopard hide cape at his back snapping in the cold wind. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, you ought to die. Before the words had fallen, I hewed a blade at the crown of Li Dan's head. Li Dan, aghast, raised his blade to block. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a fierce force surged into his arm. His right hand went numb, and he nearly couldn't grip the blade, his face full of astonishment. This youth was barely of capping age, yet so formidable, even more terrifying than Lu Sandow. He didn't dare be careless, hastily retreated, and called up 30-odd more men. At him together. Big brother, I'll help you. Lu Sandow rushed to my side and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Facing these 40-odd of Li Dans, the two of us showed not a trace of fear. What we relied on was never each showing off his own valor, but our coordination with each other. Lu Sandow gave a great roar, his blade hewing out like lightning, and the refugee ahead was cut down the moment he made to strike back. Cover me. Right. Borrowing his cover, I threaded through nimbly, the two of us coordinating like meshing gears, our movements dovetailing without a seam. Facing such rapport, the refugees had almost no way to parry. Under Lu Sandow's protection, I pressed swiftly forward. The refugees before me cut down one by one like straw. Whoever thought to block me, Lu Sandow could always beat them to it and strike them down for me. In a blink, we'd killed our way before Li Dan. Li Dan's pupils abruptly shrank, the hairs on his body standing on end. Run! He turned to flee, but was half a step too slow. My blade's gleam arrived, hewing into his shin. Asterisk crack asterisk. One of Li Dan's legs was wounded, and he pitched to the ground. Ah, my leg! His face was savage. Seeing their leader wounded and seized, the refugees utterly collapsed, scattering and fleeing in all directions. WCHR. Suddenly, arrows dense as a driving rain came tearing through the air, shooting down the scattering refugees one after another, screams and wails linking into one continuous din. Lu Sandow, Wang Fugue, and the others were stunned. Where did this arrow rain come from? I too was dumbfounded by this sudden arrow rain. The target was so clear, aimed solely at the refugees. To have arrow rain this dense meant several hundred men at the least. And in this Ping'an County, the only ones able to bring out this many arrows were the government and the three great families. It couldn't be government troops. After their failure to suppress the bandits, they'd long abandoned the outskirts, no longer even sending escort parties out of the city. That left only one possibility: the Chun, Wang, and Lin families. And the one on decent terms with me was only the Lin family. Big brother. Lu Sandow called to me. What is it? He's dead. Lu Sandow pointed at Li Dan. I looked over, only to see Li Dan with both eyes bulging round, mouth open as if to cry out, a feathered arrow lodged in his chest. Coincidence? I knit my brows, then at once shook my head. Absolutely not a coincidence. Amid my puzzlement, a horse's neigh came. Everyone looked toward the sound. A black horse came slowly on, and upon it sat upright a martial, imposing man clad in armor with a sword at his hip. I fixed my eyes on him. I didn't know him. That young man rode near, looking down from above. So you're Tang Yiming? I swept him a cold glance. Who are you? The Chun family's eldest young master, Chen Dakian. He swept his gaze around. I'd never have thought this tiny green cliff village concealed a crouching dragon and hidden tiger. Nearly 300 bandits, and you actually held them off. The Chen family's eldest young master. Though the villagers seldom left the village, they'd still heard the rumors of Ping'an County's 7 great families. The Chen family was a household second to none in Ping'an County. They'd never reckoned these reinforcements were the Chun family's private soldiers. Village head, does Yiming know the Chun family's eldest young master? One villager asked in a low voice. Wang Fugue, too, was all bewilderment. I'd only been here a couple of months. How could I have gotten tied up with the Chen family? I'm puzzled myself. Let's watch first. Are you Tang Yiming? Chen Dakian asked again. I didn't know what medicine he was selling in his gourd, but I wasn't cowed either. That I am. Fine skills indeed. It seems taking my house soldiers out of the city to drill today, I came to the right place. Chen Dakian was all smiles. This young master likes to make the acquaintance of capable men. I wonder if Brother Yiming would be willing to make a friend? I mused a moment. To win young Master Chen's favor is a great honor, so long as you don't mind this status of mine. Good. Straightforward. Chen Dakian praised. What's status worth? Before real strength, it's not worth a copper coin. So saying, he took out a jade pendant and handed it over. Take this, and you may come and go through any Chen family domain. Tomorrow I'll set a banquet at the Chun family estate in the city's north. I hope Brother Yiming will grant me the honor. I took it and looked. Carved upon it was the single character, Chun, and tucked it into my breast, cupping my hands. I'm much obliged for your warm regard. Tomorrow I'll surely come. Then I'll be waiting for you. Chun Dakian turned and mounted, and led his several hundred house soldiers away in a mighty procession. Big brother, when did you build a bridge to the Qin family? Lu Sandow gazed at the departing Qin family men, uncomprehending. I shook my head. I don't know. You've had no dealings with them at all. None. I smiled wryly, glancing at Li Dan's corpse. Never mind all that for now. Clean up the battlefield. The rest doesn't matter, but don't leave behind a single arrowhead or farm tool. Yes. Though this battle had been held, the village had lost 13 souls. The guard troop, having armor and shields, suffered all non-fatal wounds. Qing Shue came hurrying with Li Chuan and Yu Shue, bringing blood-staunching herbs. Husband, are you all right? Qing Shue rushed over, and seeing me covered in blood, her pretty face was full of anxiety. I'm fine. I stroked her head and said gently, don't worry. She didn't believe it, and looked me over carefully. Only after seeing that apart from the garment on my arm being slashed, I was unhurt anywhere else did the heart she'd held suspended settle a little, and only then did she free herself up to lead Li Chuan and Yu Shue off to tend the others' wounds. These days she'd learned quite a few characters along with Yu Shue, and had read some of the medical texts Lin Zihan had given, her grasp of medicine having advanced somewhat. Though Li Chuan and Yu Shue didn't match her, they understood a bit of simple bandaging too. Yiming, what do we do with all these corpses? Wang Fugui's brows were knit with worry. I'd meant to hang them at the road head by the village entrance to cow the refugees, but at the thought that it might breed plague, I dropped the notion. Burn them. Cremation was the least troublesome and the surest too. Right. Wang Dafu led men off to cut firewood and prepare for the cremation. Haha, big brother. Lu Sandow came running over in high spirits. All the bows and arrows are gathered up, a full 1,000-odd arrowheads. I went over to inspect. All finely made iron arrowheads, 1,000-odd, a not small piece of wealth. But I knew in my heart this was left behind on purpose by Qin Dakian. Bows and arrows were consumables, and moreover a crucial ranged weapon. However great and established the Qin family, they'd absolutely never fail to leave men to recover the arrowheads. Sandow, did you spot any material worth cultivating? Yes. Truth is, these villagers all fought pretty desperately. Lu Sandow spoke the truth. Behind them were their wives, children, and fields. Good. It seems it's time to integrate the villagers. I murmured, and went on hauling corpses. Before long, Fang Changsong came running. Big brother, this is bad. A company of men is heading toward us. I started, raised my head to gaze into the distance, and saw several hundred men galloping our way. Lu Sandow saw them too, and cried out in alarm. It's Big Brother. The big brother he meant was Louis Dao. Seeing Louis Dao, I knew Lin Zihan had most likely come too. Sure enough, I saw Lin Zihan, armored and mounted, several armored personal guards following at his side. The moment he saw the Green Cliff villagers cleaning up the battlefield, his face sank at once. He'd come too late. He'd meant to send charcoal in the snow, but had botched it through overcleverness. Brother Yiming, my apologies, I've come late. Lin Zihan dismounted and cupped his hands. I shook my head. That brother Lin was willing to come to my aid. I'm already very grateful. What need for courtesies between you and me? He waved a hand and looked round the circle. It seems the refugees outside the city grow ever more rampant, actually daring to gather as bandits. I truly never imagined Brother Yiming could lead them to hold the village. I said hurriedly. Half of them were shot down by the Qin family. Without them, this village wouldn't have been so easily held. Qin Dakian? Lin Zihan knit his brows. Why would the Qin family help you? I haven't figured it out either. He even gave me 1,000-odd arrowheads. I pointed at that heap of arrowheads. Lin Zihan took it in and smiled wryly within. As I recall, Brother Yiming has but one longbow. With this many arrowheads and no bow, wouldn't it be a waste? Someone fetch 10 bows. In a moment, a guard brought over 10 bows and handed them to me. Thanks. Haha, don't mention it. Lin Zihan laughed heartily, yet felt helpless within. Chun Dakian sending so grand a gift, wasn't it precisely to wait for him to come? By the way, since young Master Lin is a great Pinyin family, you must surely have dealings with young Master Qin too. Just now as he left, he said he'd host a banquet for me. I wonder if young Master Lin would be willing to go together with me. I suddenly proposed. Lin Zihan was taken aback. He hadn't expected me to pull this move. If I attended the banquet and were recruited by Chun Dakian, his earlier efforts would be for nothing. Besides, That I could lead villagers to hold a village meant my abilities likely didn't stop there, and Chun Dakian absolutely couldn't be allowed to snatch the bargain. Heh. Lin Zihan smiled. With Brother Yiming inviting, how would I dare decline? Then it settled. I entrusted the aftermath here to Wang Fugui, Wang Dafu, and Zhang Qingshan, and set off with Lin Zihan for the Chun family estate in the city's north. Brother Yiming, truly not bringing some men? Lin Zihan asked. I shook my head. We're going to be guests and eat, not to fight. Unless young Master Lin has some grudge with that young Master Chen? Lin Zihan smiled awkwardly. I do have some grudge with Chun Dakian. Oh, then perhaps let it be. I'll just go alone. No matter. Lin Zihan smiled. My grudge with him is all over family interests. This man's nature, I understand it. All right then. After walking a stretch, Lin Zihan noticed this road wasn't the way leading to the estate in the city's north. Brother Yiming, do you not know the way? Not so. I need to make a trip into the mountains. Going as a guest empty-handed doesn't look good. I smiled mysteriously. It's still early. Better to go up the mountain and hunt a few pieces of game. Lin Zihan had never seen me act with my own hands. Being able to see it with his own eyes today, he was rather looking forward to it. That's fine too. Lin Zihan followed me to another entrance of Green Cliff Mountain. It was still his first time entering the mountains with only one person at his side. In the past, he'd always followed a hunting party and had no fear of the mountain's fierce beasts. Today, going along with me, he oddly grew a few measures of unease. Cold wind buffeted his face on entering, and he shrank his neck. This groundless, unmoored feeling was one he found very hard to get used to. He drew a deep breath and pressed down his nerves. Brother Yiming. Shoo. I made a hushing gesture, my steps nimble and quick as I walked briskly into the mountains. Lin Zihan hurried to catch up. Green Cliff Mountain had always had legends of the Great Worm, and he couldn't but be doubly careful. Roar. Suddenly, a tiger's roar rang through the mountain forest. Lin Zihan jumped in fright. But I was used to it. If I couldn't hear that tiger's roar, I'd feel out of sorts instead. Follow close, I said mildly. Lin Zihan steeled himself to keep up, quailing within, yet gritting his teeth and persisting. If we really did meet the Great Worm, he'd rather like to see whether I had the ability to slay a tiger. A pity, the Great Worm didn't show itself. I led him smoothly into the heart of Green Cliff Mountain and halted. He didn't dare disturb me, only watching quietly at the side. After about the space of a cup of tea, a sika deer darted out, seeming startled. Lin Zihan was just about to remind me there was a fierce beast nearby. When he saw me pay no heed at all to my surroundings, both eyes locked fixedly on that deer, bending the bow and setting an arrow. WHSH, an arrow flew out, running the deer through the head. Lin Zihan's eyes went wide, unable to believe it. This was his first time seeing me display my archery. This could no longer be described as precise. It was simply miraculous artistry. This was a true master hand. It seemed his resolve to recruit Tang Yiming had not been mistaken. I withdrew the bow, drew the blade to cut the throat, drained the blood and took the gallbladder, skinned and dismembered it. All in one continuous flow, clean and neat. This handiwork left Lin Zihan dazed. Having finished, I looked at the sky. It was just high noon. Let's go, it's time to set off. Lin Zihan gazed at the half-carcass left on the ground. Do you want me to help? No need. What's left, there's a place it goes. Lin Zihan, associating that this deer had come rather strangely, felt a seed of doubt rise. But seeing I'd already walked far off, he didn't ask further and followed up. The moment we left, 2 tiger cubs, one black and one white, darted out unable to wait. Aroo, the 2 cubs howled to the sky, and smelling the deer's blood, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, tore open the deer flesh and feasted with relish. These days, every time I went up the mountain, I formed a kind of tacit understanding with these 3 mountain lords. So long as I entered the mountain, they'd drive their prey toward my direction, and after I made the kill, I'd always leave a portion as their toil fee. That mother tiger who'd led her cubs to beg for food that day had now become the steadiest kin I had in the mountains. The Chun family's northern estate lay to the southwest of Green Cliff Mountain, not close. The 2 of us walked nearly too sure to reach it. Lin Zihan, who'd never walked so long a road on his own 2 feet, had cheeks flushed red and forehead beading sweat, secretly swearing that from now on he'd sooner die than go anywhere on foot. Huff, huff. Brother Yiming, wait for me. My constitution now was extraordinary. Having carried 100-odd pounds of venison the whole way, not only did I not feel weary, I hadn't shed a single drop of sweat. We're here. I took the jade pendant from my breast and handed it to the wary gate guard. The moment the man saw it was his own young master's personal jade pendant, he was at once respectful. "So it's Mr. Tang. Please come in." "Much obliged." I nodded slightly. The venison, too, was received by another gate guard. Hearing I'd arrived, Chun Dakian at once cast down the weapon in his hand and hurried out to greet me. "Brother Yiming, you've come at last." The moment he saw the uninvited Lin Zihan behind me, his brows knit. "How is it you've come?" His tone carried plain distaste. Clearly he had no liking at all for Lin Zihan, yet it hadn't reached the point of wanting his life. Pingin's three great families had never gotten along, yet hadn't torn to the point of a life-and-death rupture. The Chen family especially was of meritorious service origin, neither engaging in commerce nor entering officialdom, warriors generation after generation, and so their interests didn't conflict with those of the other two families. That I'd brought Lin Zihan along was precisely to see with my own eyes just how things stood between these two families. Hearsay wasn't necessarily reliable. Watching the two men's expressions now, I already had a measure of it in my heart. Those who truly held sway over Ping'an County now were just the three families, Chun, Wang, and Lin. The Chen family, a house of meritorious service, of warrior origin. The Wang family, a household of scholarly refinement, of literati background. The Lin family, 3 generations in commerce, risen as merchants. Of the three, in origin the Lin family was lowest, but in wealth the Lin family was the thickest. A pity that at present wealth had limited use. Fortunately, the Lin forebears had been shrewd, and besides commerce had acquired no small amount of landed property. Young Master Chun, Brother Zihan, was invited by me. I said, "Oh." Chen Dakian was somewhat surprised, not knowing what my purpose was in inviting Lin Zihan along. But right now, meaning to win me over, he naturally had to give full face, and at once put on a genial smile. Since Brother Yiming invited him, then let's go together, Brother Zihan. "Brother Yiming, this way please." Before long, a dozen-odd lovely maidservants brought up dishes of every kind. "Brother Yiming, this is the very deer you sent. Taste the handiwork of my Chun family's head chef." I picked up a piece, the meat fine and tender, its freshness and savor fully drawn out. "Delicious. Haha. If Brother Yiming likes it, you're welcome to come to my Chin Manor anytime. I'll have the head chef cater to you specially, 3 meals a day." Chen Dakian laughed heartily. Lin Zihan curled his lip disdainfully. "That cook of your house, and you've the face to bring him out? Brother Yiming, come to my house tomorrow. I guarantee it'll beat this lousy cook of Chen Dakian's." Chen Dakian's face changed. "Lin Zihan, this is no Lin family here." "Humph." Lin Zihan gave a contemptuous glance. "You?" Seeing the two about to blow up, I spoke at the opportune moment. "You two stop quarreling. I know what you both mean, but I'm not a lone man. Behind me is a whole village counting on me, so I can't possibly belong to either of your sides. My coming today is also to make this plain to you too." I looked round at the pair. "Besides, you're not deadly foes. Ping'an County is so large, why can't you join hands? Refugees grow more numerous by the day, and have long slipped the government's control. Though you've won over some refugee bands, your ties with one another aren't tight, and you don't trust them either. Right now, under your banners, they're merely hired braves living under another's roof. Once they grow large, they'll surely bite back at their masters. And I'm merely a villager with a bit of ability, wishing only to protect my village, with no intent to stir into your struggle over interests. Better to lay down your prejudices and ally, together resisting the outside foe." At these words, both Chen Dakian and Lin Zihan were taken aback. It wasn't that they were unwilling to ally, only that they lacked a go-between. Neither trusted the other. And from my mouth, they heard that I actually knew of their covert doings. Ever since Chen Dakian shot down Li Dan, I'd suspected this matter had to do with the Chen family. That support had come too timely, as if timed to the exact instant, not off by a hair. But not only had I no intent to make trouble for Chen Dakian, I'd suffered no loss. The guard troop had instead gained an extremely rich bout of real combat, and the villagers, because of this upheaval, trusted me all the more, sparing me no small effort down the road. I was rather minded to ride the momentum. Seeing me lay the words bare, Chun and Lin both dropped their notions of recruiting me too. They could tell I was unwilling to live under another's roof. An opponent like this was of course fearsome, yet that line of mine was reasonable. Ping'an County was so large, why fix only on what lay before them? The world outside was larger still. Now, with refugees running rampant and the court's prestige falling by the day, going on like this would sooner or later breed chaos. However many the two families' house soldiers, even in the thousands, They couldn't match refugees in the tens of thousands. If they could ally to resist the outside, that was naturally the superior policy. Thinking of this, the two men were relieved of their doubts. Lin Zihan, what's your view? Chun Dakian was of warrior origin. Though he had his schemes, he wasn't ninefold coiled in the gut like Wang Yunfei. Lin Zihan mused briefly. Fine. Since even Brother Yiming has said so, then let's ally. Chun Dakian let out a breath. He'd feared Lin Zihan would refuse flat out. Chun, Brother Yiming, just call me Dakian. All right, Brother Dakian, you're inviting me to this banquet. It's hardly as simple as just winning me over, is it? I went straight to the point. Chun Dakian didn't equivocate either. Right? Since you've seen through it, I won't hide it from you. This attack on your village was planned entirely by my hand. What? So it really was you? Lin Zihan took up the grievance on my behalf. But rest easy, Brother Yiming. I'd long made arrangements, and would absolutely never let anything happen to you or your esteemed wife. Only, those villagers, I couldn't guarantee. You? It's fine. I cut Lin Zihan off. In truth, had he not said it himself, I couldn't have produced any proof either. Now that he'd owned it so openly and above board, it rather made me look at him with new eyes. Brother Yiming, rest easy, I'll compensate you. Chun Dakian continued. This band of refugees slaughtered 3 villages, and those several villages are now all